Section 19 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 6, The Poncas, Part 2. In the summer of 1869, they built for themselves 16 very comfortable log houses. In the summer of 1870, they built 44 more. With their annuity money, they bought cook stoves, cows, and useful implements of labor. They worked most assiduously in putting in their crops, but lost them all by drought, and are in real danger of starvation if the government does not assist them. All this while they see herds of cattle driven across their reservation to feed the lately hostile Sioux. Flour, coffee, sugar, tobacco by the wagon load distributed to them, while their own always peaceable, always loyal, long-suffering tribe is digging wild roots to eat, in an actual danger of starvation. Nevertheless, they are not discouraged, knowing that but for the drought they would have had ample food from their farms, and they make no attempts to retaliate on the Sioux for raiding off their horses and stock, because they hope, quote, that the government will keep its faith with them, end quote, and that suitable remuneration for these losses will be made them, according to the treaty stipulations. For the next 2 years they worked industriously and well. 3 schools were established. A chapel was built by the Episcopal Mission. The village began to assume the appearance of permanence and thrift, but misfortune had not yet parted company with the Poncas. In the summer of 1873, the Missouri River suddenly overflowed, washed away its banks hundreds of yards back, and entirely ruined the Ponca village. By working night and day for 2 weeks, the Indians saved most of the buildings, carrying them half a mile inland to be sure of safety. The site of their village became the bed of the main channel of the river. Their cornfields were ruined, and the lands for miles in every direction washed and torn up by the floods. For nearly 2 weeks, the agent writes, the work of salvage from the ever-threatening destruction occupied our whole available force night and day. We succeeded in carrying from the riverbank to near half a mile inland the whole of the agency buildings, mechanics' houses, stabling, and sheds, more than 20 houses, nearly every panel of fencing. The Poncas worked well and long, often through the night, and the fact that the disaster did not cost us $10 of actual loss is to be attributed to their labor, continuous and persevering, working sometimes over the swiftly flowing waters, terrible and turbid, on the edge of the newly formed current but a few inches below them, and into which a fall would have been certain death, even for an Indian. End quote. In 1 year after this disaster, they had recovered themselves marvelously, built 20 new houses, owned over 100 head of cattle and 50 wagons, and put 300 acres of land under cultivation, about 3 acres to each male in the tribe. But this year was not to close without a disaster. First came a drought, then 3 visitations of locusts, one after the other, which so completely stripped the fields that nothing was left but a few prematurely dry stalks and straw. 100 young trees which had been set out, box elder, soft maple, and others, withered and died. In 1875, the locusts came again, destroyed the corn and oats, but left the wheat. Much of this crop, however, was lost, as there was only one reaping machine on the agency, and it could not do all of the work. Many of the Indians saved a part of their crop by cutting it with large butcher knives, but this was slow, and much of the wheat dried up and perished before it could be harvested by this tedious process. This year was also marked by a flagrant instance of the helplessness of Indians in the courts. 2 Poncas were waylaid by a party of Santees, one of the Poncas murdered and the other seriously wounded. This occurred at the Yankton Agency, where both parties were visiting. When the case was brought up before the courts, a motion was made to quash the indictment for want of jurisdiction, and the judge was obliged to sustain the motion, there being, under the present laws, no jurisdiction whatever, quote, over crimes committed by one Indian on the person or property of another Indian in the Indian country, end quote. In 1876, the project of consolidating all the Indians in the United States upon a few reservations began to be discussed and urged. If this plan were carried out, it would be the destiny of the Poncas to go to the Indian Territory. It was very gratuitously assumed that, as they had been anxious to be allowed to remove to Nebraska and join the Omahas, they would be equally ready to remove to Indian Territory, a process of reasoning whose absurdity would be very plainly seen if it were attempted to apply it in the case of white men. After a series of negotiations, protestations, delays, and bewilderments, the tribe at last gave what the United States government chose to call a consent to the removal. The story of the influences, deceits, coercions brought to bear on these unfortunate creatures before this was brought about is one of the most harrowing among the harrowing records of our dealings with the Indians. A party of chiefs were induced, in the first place, to go in company with the United States Inspector, Kemble by name, to the Indian Territory to see whether the country would suit them. It was distinctly promised to them that, if it did not suit them, they should then be permitted to go to Washington and consult with the President as to some further plan for their establishment. The story of this journey and of its results is best told in the words of one of the Ponca chiefs, Standing Bear. No official document, no other man's narrative, no, not if a second Homer should arise to sing it, could tell the story so well as he tells it. Quote, "We lived on our land as long as we can remember. No one knows how long ago we came there. The land was owned by our tribe as far back as memory of men goes. We were living quietly on our farms. All of a sudden, one white man came. We had no idea what for. This was the inspector. He came to our tribe with Reverend Mr. Hinman. These two, with the agent, James Lawrence, they made our trouble. They said the president told us to pack up, that we must move to the Indian Territory. The inspector said to us, 'The president says you must sell this land. He will buy it and pay you the money and give you new land in the Indian Territory.' We said to him, 'We do not know your authority. You have no right to move us till we have had counsel with the president.' We said to him, 'When two persons wish to make a bargain, they can talk together and find out what each wants, and then make their agreement.' We said to him, 'We do not wish to go. When a man owns anything, he does not let it go till he has received payment for it.' We said to him, 'We will see the president first.' He said to us, 'I will take you to see the new land. If you like it, then you can see the president and tell him so. If not, then you can see him and tell him so.' And he took all 10 of our chiefs down. I went, and Bright Eye's uncle went. He took us to look at 3 different pieces of land. He said we must take one of the 3 pieces, so the president said. After he took us down there, he said, 'No pay for the land you left.' We said to him, 'You have forgotten what you said before we started. You said we should have pay for our land. Now you say not. You told us then you were speaking truth.' All these 3 men took us down there. The man got very angry. He tried to compel us to take one of the 3 pieces of land. He told us to be brave. He said to us, 'If you do not accept these, I will leave you here alone. You are 1,000 miles from home. You have no money. You have no interpreter, and you cannot speak the language.' And he went out and slammed the door. The man talked to us from long before sundown till it was 9 o'clock at night. We said to him, 'We do not like this land. We could not support ourselves. The water is bad. How send us to Washington to tell the president as you promised?' He said to us, 'The president did not tell me to take you to Washington. Neither did he tell me to take you home.' We said to him, 'You have the Indian money you took to bring us down here. That money belongs to us. We would like to have some of it. People do not give away food for nothing. We must have money to buy food on the road.' He said to us, 'I will not give you a cent.' We said to him, 'We are in a strange country. We cannot find our way home. Give us a pass, that people may show us our way.' He said, 'I will not give you any.' We said to him, 'This interpreter is ours. We pay him. Let him go with us.' He said, 'You shall not have the interpreter. He is mine, and not yours.' We said to him, "Take us at least to the railroad. Show us the way to that." And he would not. He left us right there. It was winter. We started for home on foot. At night we slept in haystacks. We barely lived till morning. It was so cold. We had nothing but our blankets. We took the ears of corn that had dried in the fields. We ate it raw. The soles of our moccasins wore out. We were barefoot in the snow. We were nearly dead when we reached the Otoe Reserve. It had been 50 days. We stayed there 10 days to strengthen up, and the Otoes gave each of us a pony. The agent of the Otoes told us he had received a telegram from the inspector saying that the Indian chiefs had run away, not to give us food or shelter or help in any way. The agent said, "I would like to understand. Tell me all that has happened. Tell me the truth." This Otoe agent afterwards said that when the chiefs entered his room, they left the prints of their feet in blood on the floor as they came in. Then we told our story to the agent and to the Otoe chiefs, how we had been left down there to find our way. The agent said, "I can hardly believe it possible that anyone could have treated you so. That inspector was a poor man to have done this. If I had taken chiefs in this way, I would have brought them home. I could not have left them there." In 7 days we reached the Omaha Reservation. Then we sent a telegram to the president, asked him if he had authorized this thing. We waited 3 days for the answer. No answer came. In 4 days we reached our own home. We found the inspector there. While we were gone, he had come to our people and told them to move. Our people said, "Where are our chiefs? What have you done with them? Why have you not brought them back? We will not move till our chiefs come back." Then the inspector told them, "Tomorrow you must be ready to move. If you are not ready, you will be shot." Then the soldiers came to the doors with their bayonets, and 10 families were frightened. The soldiers brought wagons. They put their things in and were carried away. The rest of the tribe would not move. When we got there, we asked the inspector why he had done this thing, and he got very angry. Then we said to him, "We did not think we would see your face again after what has passed. We thought never to see your face any more. But here you are." We said to him, "This land is ours. It belongs to us. You have no right to take it from us. The land is crowded with people, and only this is left to us." We said to him, "Let us alone. Go away from us. If you want money, take all the money which the president is to pay us for 12 years to come. You may have it all if you will go and leave us our lands." Then, when he found that we would not go, he wrote for more soldiers to come. Then the soldiers came, and we locked our doors, and the women and children hid in the woods. Then the soldiers drove all the people the other side of the river, all but my brother Big Snake and I. We did not go, and the soldiers took us and carried us away to a fort and put us in jail. There were 8 officers who held council with us after we got there. The commanding officer said, "I have received 4 messages telling me to send my soldiers after you. Now, what have you done?" Then we told him the whole story. Then the officer said, "You have done no wrong. The land is yours. They had no right to take it from you. Your title is good. I am here to protect the weak, and I have no right to take you. But I am a soldier, and I have to obey orders." He said, "I will telegraph to the president and ask him what I shall do. We do not think these 3 men had any authority to treat you as they have done. When we own a piece of land, it belongs to us till we sell it and pocket the money." Then he brought a telegram and said he had received answer from the president. The president said he knew nothing about it. They kept us in jail 10 days. Then they carried us back to our home. The soldiers collected all the women and children together. Then they called all the chiefs together in council, and then they took wagons and went round and broke open the houses. When we came back from the council, we found the women and children surrounded by a guard of soldiers. They took our reapers, mowers, hay rakes, spades, plows, bedsteads, stoves, cupboards, everything we had on our farms, and put them in one large building. Then they put into the wagons such things as they could carry. We told them that we would rather die than leave our lands, but we could not help ourselves. They took us down. Many died on the road. 2 of my children died. After we reached the new land, all my horses died. The water was very bad. All our cattle died. Not one was left. I stayed till 158 of my people had died. Then I ran away with 30 of my people, men and women and children. Some of the children were orphans. We were 3 months on the road. We were weak and sick and starved. When we reached the Omaha Reserve, the Omahas gave us a piece of land, and we were in a hurry to plow it and put in wheat. While we were working, the soldiers came and arrested us. Half of us were sick. We would rather have died than have been carried back, but we could not help ourselves." End quote. Nevertheless, they were helped. The news of their arrest and the intention of the government to take them back by force to Indian Territory roused excitement in Omaha. An Omaha editor and 2 Omaha lawyers determined to test the question whether the government had a legal right to do it. It seemed a bold thing, almost a hopeless thing, to undertake. It has passed into a proverb that Providence is on the side of the heaviest battalions. The oppressed and enslaved in all ages have felt this. But there are times when a simple writ of habeas corpus is stronger than cannon or bloodhounds, and this was one of these times. Brought into the District Court of the United States for the District of Nebraska, these Poncas were set free by the judge of that court. Will not the name of Judge Dundy stand side by side with that of Abraham Lincoln in the matter of Emancipation Acts? The government attorney, the Honorable G.M. Lambertson, made an argument 5 hours long, said to have been both ingenious and eloquent, to prove that an Indian was not entitled to the protection of the writ of habeas corpus, not being a person or citizen under the law. Judge Dundy took several days to consider the case and gave a decision which strikes straight to the root of the whole matter, a decision which, when it is enforced throughout our land, will take the ground out from under the feet of the horde of unscrupulous thieves who have been robbing, oppressing, and maddening the Indians for so long that to try to unmask and expose their processes or to make clean their methods is a task before which hundreds of good men, nay, whole denominations of good men, disheartened, baffled, and worn out, have given up. When Standing Bear found that by the decision of Judge Dundy he was really a free man and could go where he pleased, he made a speech which should never be forgotten or left out in the history of the dealings of the United States government with the Indians. After a touching expression of gratitude to the lawyers who had pleaded his cause, he said, "Hitherto, when we have been wronged, we went to war to assert our rights and avenge our wrongs. We took the tomahawk. We had no law to punish those who did wrong, so we took our tomahawks and went to kill. If they had guns and could kill us first, it was the fate of war. But you have found a better way. You have gone into the court for us, and I find that our wrongs can be righted there. Now I have no more use for the tomahawk. I want to lay it down forever." End quote. Uttering these words with eloquent impressiveness, the old chief, stooping down, placed the tomahawk on the floor at his feet. Then, standing erect, he folded his arms with native dignity and continued, quote, "I lay it down. I have no more use for it. I have found a better way." End quote. Stooping again and taking up the weapon, he placed it in Mr. Webster's hands and said, "I present it to you as a token of my gratitude. I want you to keep it in remembrance of this great victory which you have gained. I have no further use for it. I can now seek the ways of peace." End quote. The first use that Standing Bear made of his freedom was to endeavor to procure the freedom of his tribe and establish their legal right to their old home in Dakota. Accompanied by a young and well-educated Omaha girl and her brother as interpreters, and by Mr. Tibbles, the champion and friend to whom he owed his freedom, he went to the eastern states and told the story of the sufferings and wrongs of his tribe to large audiences in many of the larger cities and towns. Money was generously subscribed everywhere for the purpose of bringing suits to test the question of the Poncas' legal right to the lands which the United States government had by treaty ceded to them in specified townships, thus giving to them the same sort of title which would be given to any corporation or individual. Very soon this movement of Standing Bear and his companions began to produce on the community a strong effect, shown by the interest in their public meetings and by expressions of strong feeling in the newspapers. This attracted the attention of the authorities at Washington. Letters were published contradicting many of Standing Bear's assertions. Statements were circulated injurious to the reputation of all members of the party. A careful observer of the whole course of the Department of the Interior in this matter could not fail to come to the conclusion that for some mysterious, unexplained, and unexplainable reason the department did not wish, in fact was unwilling, that the Ponca tribe should be reinstated on its lands. Discussions on the matter grew warm. The inspector who had been concerned in their removal published long letters reflecting equally on the veracity of Standing Bear and of the Secretary of the Interior. Standing Bear replied in a few pithy words, which were conclusive in their proving of the falsity of some of the inspector's statements. The Secretary also did not think it beneath his dignity to reply in successive newspaper articles to the inspector's reflections upon him, but the only thing that was made clear by this means was that either the Secretary or the inspector, or both, said what was not true. In Boston, the interest in the Ponca case reached such a height that a committee was appointed to represent the case in Washington and to secure legislation upon it. Standing Bear and his party went to Washington, and in spite of the secret hostility of the Interior Department, produced a powerful impression upon Congress. Senator Dawes of Massachusetts and Senator Morgan of Alabama both became warm advocates of their cause. The subject once started, case after case came up for investigation, and the congressional committees called for evidence in regard to several of the more striking instances of injustice to Indians. End of section 19. Section 20 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 6, The Poncas, Part 3. White Eagle, one of the Ponca chiefs, who had lost his wife and 4 children, and who was himself fast sinking under disease developed by the malarial Indian Territory, came to Washington and gave eloquent testimony in behalf of his tribe. The physicians there predicted that he had not 3 months to live. A bill was introduced into Congress for restoring to the Poncas their old reservation in Dakota and putting their houses, farms, etc., in the same good condition they were at the time of their removal. The story of that removal was written out in full at the time by the agent who superintended it. That he should forward this report to the Department of the Interior was natural, but that the Department of the Interior should have been willing to publish it to the country, to have it on the official record of its management of Indian affairs for the year 1877, is strange. It will make a fitting conclusion to this sketch of the history of the Ponca tribe. The name of this agent was E.A. Howard. He calls the report Journal of the March. Quote, May 21st, broke camp at 7 o'clock and marched to Creighton, a distance of 13 miles. Roads very heavy. The child that died yesterday was here buried by the Indians, they preferring to bury it than to have it buried by the white people. May 22nd, broke camp at 7 o'clock and marched to Neligh, a distance of about 25 miles. The day was cool, and the road being high and comparatively good, the travel was made without much inconvenience. May 23rd, the morning opened with light rain, but at 8 o'clock a terrific thunderstorm occurred of 2 hours' duration, which was followed by steady rain throughout the day, in consequence of which we remained in camp. During the day a child died, and several women and children were reported sick, and medical attendance and medicine were procured for them. May 24th, buried the child that died yesterday in the cemetery at Neligh, giving it a Christian burial. Broke camp at 10 o'clock and marched about 8 miles, crossing the Elkhorn River about 2 miles below Oakdale Village. Were unable to cross at Neligh, the road being about 2 feet underwater and the bridges being washed away. The road was fearfully bad, and much time and labor were expended in making the road and bridges at all passable over the Elkhorn Flats, where the crossing was effected. May 25th, broke camp at 6 o'clock and marched 20 miles to a point on Shell Creek. No wood at this place, and none to be had except what little had been picked up and brought in by the trains. Weather cold, damp, and dreary. The Indians during the day behaved well and marched splendidly. May 26th. The morning opened with a heavy continuous rain, which prevailed until 10 o'clock. Broke camp at 11 o'clock and marched 8 miles farther down Shell Creek, when it again commenced raining, and we went into camp. The evening set in cold and rainy, and no wood to be had except what was purchased of a settler. May 27th. The morning opened cold, with a misty rain. Rain ceased at 7:30 o'clock, and we broke camp at 8 and marched 8 miles farther down Shell Creek, when, a heavy thunderstorm coming on, we again went into camp. Several of the Indians were here found to be quite sick, and having no physician, and none being attainable, they gave us much anxiety and no little trouble. The daughter of Standing Bear, one of the chiefs, was very low of consumption, and moving her with any degree of comfort was almost impossible, and the same trouble existed in transporting all the sick. May 28th. Last evening I gave orders to break camp at 5 o'clock this morning, intending, if practicable, to reach Columbus before night, but a heavy thunderstorm prevailed at that time. Broke camp at 7 o'clock, marched 7 miles when we came to a slow confluent to Shell Creek, which was only made passable after 2 hours of active work in cutting willow brush and bringing a large quantity of wheat straw from a distance of 30 rods, with which we covered the road thickly. After crossing the slough, we marched to a point on Shell Creek and camped, having made about 14 miles during the day. May 29th. Broke camp at 7 o'clock and crossed Shell Creek. For about 5 miles the road led over a divide and was quite good, but in coming down on the flats, which extended for 5 miles between the bluffs and Columbus, we found the roads for the entire distance almost impassable, owing to the many deep, miry sloughs which crossed the road, and the generally flooded and yielding condition of the soil aside from the sloughs. Teams had to be frequently doubled in order to get the wagons through. The difficulties were finally overcome, and the train marched into Columbus at 2 o'clock and went into camp at Soap Fork, having made a march of about 10 miles, the march of 5 miles across the flats occupying about 7 hours. Major Walker, who had accompanied us from the Niobrara River to this place with 25 soldiers, under orders from the War Department, took leave of us and returned to Dakota." End quote. It was asserted again and again by the Secretary of the Interior and by the Inspector, E.C. Kemble, that these Indians were not removed by force, that they consented to go. In another part of this same report, this agent says, quote, "On the 15th, 6 days before the march began, I held another council, which was largely attended by the chiefs, headmen, and soldiers of the tribe, and which was of more than 4 hours' duration. At this council, the Indians maintained that the government had no right to move them from the reservation, and demanded, as an inducement or equivalent for them to give up the reservation and move to the Indian Territory, first, the payment to them by the government of the sum of $3 million, and second, that before starting, I should show to them the sum of $40,000 which they had been told had been appropriated by the government for their removal. To all of which I replied positively in the negative, telling them that I would not accede to nor consider any demands that they might make, but that I would take under my consideration reasonable requests that they might submit touching their removal, and as their agent do what I could for them in promoting their welfare. That I demanded that they should at all times listen to my words, that they should go with me to their new home, and that they should without delay give me their final answer whether they would go peaceably or by force. The Indians refused to give answer at this time. The council closed without definite results, and the Indians dispersed with a sullen look and determined expression." End quote. This evidently was not the consent of which we have heard. We come to it presently. Quote, "On the following morning, however, May 16th, they sent word to me at an early hour that they had considered my words and had concluded to go with me, and that they wanted assistance in getting the old and infirm, together with their property, over the Niobrara River, which was much swollen by the rains and at a low temperature." End quote. What a night must these helpless creatures have passed before this consent was given. 700 people, more than half of them women and children, a farming people, not armed with rifles, as the Ogallala Sioux were, when, 1 year later, on this same ground, the chief Spotted Tail told Commissioner Haight that if he did not give an order to have his tribe on the way back to White Clay Creek in 10 days, his young men would go on the warpath at once. And the much terrified commissioner wrote the order then and there, and the Sioux were allowed to go where they had chosen to go. Behold the difference between the way our government treats the powerful and treats the weak. What could these Ponca farmers do? They must, without delay, give their final answer whether they would go peaceably or by force. What did by force mean? It was by force that the government undertook to compel the Cheyennes to go to Indian Territory, and in that Cheyenne massacre, the Cheyenne men, women, children, and babies were all shot down together. What could these Ponca farmers do? What would any father, brother, husband have done under the circumstances? He would have consented to go. The agent, as was wise, took them at their word quickly, and that very day at 5:00 p.m. had the entire tribe with their effects across the river, off the reservation, and in camp in Nebraska." End quote. The agent should have said, with part of their effects, for it was only a part, and a very small part, that this helpless consenting party were allowed to take with them. All their agricultural implements and most of their furniture were left behind. Quote, "It was a hard day's work, the getting the tribe and their effects across the river," the agent says, the river being about 40 rods wide, and the current so swift that it was found impossible to move the goods across in any other way than by packing them on the shoulders of the men, the quicksand bottom rendering it unsafe to trust them on the backs of animals, even the wagons having to be drawn across by hand. End quote. Let us dwell for a moment on this picture. 700 helpless, heartbroken people beginning their sad journey by having to ford this icy stream with quicksands at bottom. The infirm, the sick, the old, the infants, all carried by packing them on the shoulders of the men. What a scene! The Honorable Secretary of the Interior said, in one of the letters in his newspaper controversy with the inspector in regard to the accounts of this removal, that the highly colored stories which are told about the brutal military force employed in compelling the Poncas, removal from Dakota to the Indian Territory are sensational fabrications. At least the official record, which is very full and goes into minute details, does not in the least bear them out. End quote. There was never any accusation brought against the military force of brutality in this removal. The brutality was on the part of the government. The simple presence of the military force was brutal. It meant but one thing. The Indians understood it, and the government intended that they should understand it. And when the agent of the government said to these Indians that they must give him their final answer, whether they would go peaceably or by force, he intended that they should understand it. Has anybody any doubt what were the orders under which that military force was there? Any doubt what it would have been the military duty of Major Walker to have done in case the Poncas had refused to consent to go? And now let us return to the official record, which is, indeed, as the Honorable Secretary of the Interior says, very full, and goes into minute details. And let us see in how much it will bear us out. And when we have done with this official record, let us ask ourselves if any imagination could have invented so highly colored a story as it tells. Quote, June 2nd, broke camp at 7 o'clock and marched 17 miles, going into camp near Ulysses, roads in bad condition. June 3rd, had some trouble in getting started, broke camp at 11 o'clock and marched 8 miles, went into camp on Blue River, many people sick, one of whom was reported in a dying condition, had bad roads, rained during afternoon. June 4th, broke camp at 6 o'clock, marched 15 miles and went into camp on Lincoln Creek near Seward. June 5th, broke camp at 7 o'clock, marched 14 miles, and went into camp near Milford. Daughter of Standing Bear, Ponca chief, died at 2 o'clock of consumption. June 6th, remained in camp all day for the purpose of obtaining supplies. Prairie Flower, wife of Shines White and daughter of Standing Bear, who died yesterday, was here given Christian burial, her remains being deposited in the cemetery at Milford, Nebraska, a small village on Blue River. In this connection, I wish to take official knowledge and recognition of the noble action performed by the ladies of Milford in preparing and decorating the body of the deceased Indian woman for burial in a style becoming the highest civilization. In this act of Christian kindness, they did more to ameliorate the grief of the husband and father than they could have done by adopting the usual course of this untutored people and presenting to each a dozen ponies. It was here that, looking on the form of his dead daughter thus arrayed for the tomb, Standing Bear was led to forget the burial service of his tribe and say to those around him that he was desirous of leaving off the ways of the Indian and adopting those of the white men. June 7th, quite a heavy rain during the afternoon. The storm, most disastrous of any that occurred during the removal of the Poncas under my charge, came suddenly upon us while in camp on the evening of this day. It was a storm such as I never before experienced, and of which I am unable to give an adequate description. The wind blew a fearful tornado, demolishing every tent in camp and rending many of them into shreds, overturning wagons and hurling wagon boxes, camp equipages, etc., through the air in every direction like straws. Some of the people were taken up by the wind and carried as much as 300 yards. Several of the Indians were quite seriously hurt, and one child died the next day from injuries received and was given Christian burial. The storm caused a delay until the 8th for repairs and for medical attendance upon the injured. June 8th. Broke camp at Milford and marched 7 miles. Roads very bad. Child died during the day. June 9th. Put the child that died yesterday in the coffin and sent it back to Milford to be buried in the same grave with its aunt, Prairie Flower. Broke camp at 7 o'clock and marched to within 3 miles of Crete. June 10th. Broke camp at 7 o'clock and marched 1 mile beyond DeWitt, where I employed a physician to visit camp and prescribe for the sick. A woman had a thumb accidentally cut off, which caused further commotion in the camp. June 12th. Broke camp at 7 o'clock and marched to within 2 miles of Otoe Agency. Crossed Wolf Creek with a part of the train, the crossing being very difficult, but the Indians worked splendidly. End quote. The Indians worked splendidly? Is not this a well-nigh incredible record of patience and long suffering? These poor creatures, marching from 10 to 25 miles a day for 22 days, through muddy sloughs, swollen rivers, in tempests and floods and dreary cold, leaving their wives and their children dead by the way, dead of the sufferings of the march, are yet docile, obedient, and work splendidly. Quote, June 13th. After considerable time, we succeeded in building a bridge over Wolf Creek out of drift timber and succeeded in crossing the balance of the train. Broke camp and marched 3 miles and went into camp again near Otoe Agency. June 14th. Waterbound and had to remain in camp all day waiting for creek to run down. The Otoe Indians came out to see the Poncas and gave them 10 ponies. June 15th, still waterbound, remained in camp all day. June 16th, broke camp at 7 o'clock and reached Marysville, Kansas, where we went into camp. During the march, a wagon tipped over, injuring a woman quite severely. Indians out of rations and feeling hostile. End quote. What wonder that the Indians felt hostile. Hunger added to all the rest of their direful misery. Quote, June 18th, broke camp at 7 o'clock, marched 9 miles and went into camp at Elm Creek. Little Cottonwood died. 4 families determined to return to Dakota. I was obliged to ride 9 miles on horseback to overtake them, to restore harmony and settle difficulty in camp. Had coffin made for dead Indian, which was brought to camp at 12 o'clock at night from Blue Rapids. A fearful thunderstorm during the night flooding the camp equipage." End quote. This is a highly colored story indeed. The darkness, the camp flooded by the driving rain, thunder and lightning, a messenger arriving at midnight with a coffin, the 4 families of desperate fugitives setting out to flee back to their homes. What sensational fabrication could compete with this? Quote, June 19th. The storm of last night left the roads in an impassable condition, and in consequence was obliged to remain in camp all day. Buried little cottonwood in a cemetery about 5 miles from camp. June 25th. Broke camp at 6 o'clock. Marched to a point about 15 miles farther up Deep Creek. 2 old women died during the day. June 30th. Broke camp at 6 o'clock. Passed through Hartford and camped about 6 miles above Burlington. A child of Buffalo Chief died during the day. July 2nd. Broke camp at 6 o'clock. Made a long march of 15 miles for noon camp for reason that no water could be got nearer. An Indian became hostile and made a desperate attempt to kill White Eagle, head chief of the tribe. For a time, every male in camp was on the warpath, and for about 2 hours the most intense excitement prevailed, heightened by continued loud crying by all the women and children. End quote. This Indian, who is reported here as having become hostile, no doubt tried to kill White Eagle for having allowed the tribe to be brought into all this trouble. It is the general feeling among the less intelligent members of a tribe that their chiefs are bound, under all circumstances, to see that they come to no harm. Quote, July 9th. Broke camp at 6 o'clock, passing through Baxter Springs at about 1 o'clock. Just after passing Baxter Springs, a terrible thunderstorm struck us. The wind blew a heavy gale, and the rain fell in torrents, so that it was impossible to see more than 4 or 5 rods distant, thoroughly drenching every person and every article in the train, making a fitting end to a journey commenced by wading a river and thereafter encountering innumerable storms. During the last few days of the journey, the weather was exceedingly hot, and the teams terribly annoyed and bitten by greenhead flies, which attacked them in great numbers. Many of the teams were nearly exhausted, and had the distance been but little farther, they must have given out. The people were all nearly worn out from the fatigue of the march, and were heartily glad that the long, tedious journey was at an end, that they might take that rest so much required for the recuperation of their physical natures. End quote. Now let us see what provision the government had made for that rest and recuperation, surely much required and fairly earned. Not $1 had been appropriated for establishing them in their new home. Not one building had been put up. This people was set down in a wilderness without one provision of any kind for their shelter. Quote, It is a matter of astonishment to me, says Agent Howard, page 100 of this report, that the government should have ordered the removal of the Ponca Indians from Dakota to the Indian Territory without having first made some provision for their settlement and comfort. Before their removal was carried into effect, an appropriation should have been made by Congress sufficient to have located them in their new home, by building a comfortable home for the occupancy of every family of the tribe. As the case now is, no appropriation has been made by Congress except of a sum little more than sufficient to remove them, and the result is that these people have been placed on an uncultivated reservation to live in their tents as best they may and await further legislative action. End quote. This journal of Mr. Howard's is the best record that can ever be written of the sufferings of the Poncas in their removal from their homes. It is highly colored, but no one, however much it may be for his interest to do so, can call it a sensational fabrication or can discredit it in the smallest particular, for it is an official record, authorized and endorsed by being published in the annual report of the Secretary of the Interior. The remainder of the Ponca tribe is still in Indian Territory, awaiting anxiously the result of the efforts to restore to them their old homes, and to establish the fact of their indisputable legal right to them. End section 20. Section 21 of A Century of Dishonor, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 7, The Winnebagoes, Part 1. The Winnebagoes belonged to the Dakota family, but so far as can be known, were naturally a peace-loving people and had no sympathy with the more warlike tribes of their race. The Algonquins gave them the name of Winnebagoes, or people of the salt water, and as the Algonquin word for salt water and stinking water was the same, the French called them les points, or stinkards. The Sioux gave them a more melodious and pleasing name, Otonka, which signified the large, strong people. Bancroft, in his account of the North American tribes, says, quote, "One little community of the Dakota, Sioux, family had penetrated the territories of the Algonquins. The Winnebagoes, dwelling between Green Bay and the lake that bears their name, preferred to be environed by Algonquins than to stay in the dangerous vicinity of their own kindred." End quote. One of the earliest mentions that is found of this tribe in the diplomatic history of our country is in the reports given of a council held in July 1815 at Portage des Sioux in Missouri after the Treaty of Ghent. To this council, the Winnebagoes refused to send delegates, and their refusal was evidently considered a matter of some moment. The commissioners appointed to treat with the Northwestern Indians at this time reported that they found the Indians much divided among themselves in regard to peace with the United States. Some of them spoke without disguise of their opposition to military establishments on the Mississippi, and many of them, among whom were the Winnebagoes, utterly refused to send deputies to the council. This disaffection was thought by the commissioners to be largely due to the influence of British traders who plied the Indians with gifts and assured them that war would soon break out again between the United States and Great Britain. It is probable, however, that the Winnebagoes held themselves aloof from these negotiations more from a general distrust of white men than from any partisan or selfish leaning to the side of Great Britain. For when Dr. Cbteddy Morse visited them only 7 years later, he wrote, "There is no other tribe which seems to possess so much jealousy of the whites and such reluctance to have intercourse with them as this." Spite of this reluctance, they made, in 1816, a treaty of peace and friendship with the United States, agreeing to remain distinct and separate from the rest of their nation or tribe, giving them no assistance whatever until peace shall be concluded between the United States and their tribe or nation. They agreed also to confirm and observe all the lines of British, French, or Spanish cessions of land to the United States. In 1825, the United States government, unable to endure the spectacle of Indians warring among themselves and massacring each other, appears in the northwestern country as an unselfish pacificator and compels the Sacs, Foxes, Chippewas, and Sioux, including the Winnebagoes, to make a treaty of peace and friendship with each other and with the United States. The negotiations for this treaty occupied 1 month, which does not seem a long time when one considers that the boundaries of all the lands to be occupied by these respective tribes were to be defined, and that in those days and regions definitions of distance were stated in such phrases as a half-day's march, a long day's march, about a day's paddle in a canoe, to a point where the woods come out into the meadows, to a point on Buffalo River halfway between its source and its mouth. These were surely precarious terms for peace to rest upon, especially as it was understood by all parties that no tribe shall hunt within the actual limits of any other without their consent. At the close of this treaty there occurred a curious incident, which Schoolcraft calls an experiment on the moral sense of the Indians with regard to intoxicating liquors. It had been said by the tribes that the true reason for the commissioners of the United States speaking against the use of ardent spirits by the Indians and refusing to give it to them was the fear of expense and not a sense of its bad effects. To show them that the government was above such a petty motive, the commissioners had a long row of tin camp kettles holding several gallons each, placed on the grass. And then, after some suitable remarks, each kettle was spilled out in their presence. The thing was ill-relished by the Indians, who loved the whiskey better than the joke. At this time, the lands of the Winnebagoes lay between the Rock and the Wisconsin rivers, along the shore of Winnebago Lake, and the Indians claimed that the whole lake belonged to them. It was here that President Morse had found them living in 1822. He gives the following graphic picture of their pleasant home. They have 5 villages on the lake and 14 on Rock River. The country has abundance of springs, small lakes, ponds, and rivers, a rich soil producing corn and all sorts of grain. The lakes abound with fine-flavored, firm fish. Of the Indians themselves, he says, they are industrious, frugal, and temperate. They cultivate corn, potatoes, pumpkins, squashes, and beans, and are remarkably provident. They numbered 580 souls. In 1837, a third treaty was signed by the Winnebagoes, Chippewas, and Menominees with the United States and with each other. This treaty completed the system of boundaries of their lands, which had been only partially defined by the 2 previous treaties. Of these 3 treaties, Schoolcraft says, "These 3 conferences embody a new course and policy for keeping the tribes in peace, and are founded on the most enlarged consideration of the aboriginal right of fee simple to the soil. They have been held exclusively at the charge and expense of the United States, and contain no cession of territory." They were the last treaties of their kind. In 1828, the people of northern Illinois were beginning to covet and trespass on some of the Indian lands, and commissioners were sent to treat with the Indians for the surrender of such lands. The Indians demurred, and the treaty was deferred, the United States in the meantime agreeing to pay to the 4 tribes $20,000 in full compensation for all the injuries and damages sustained by them in consequence of the occupation of any part of the mining country. In 1829, a benevolent scheme for the rescue of these hard-pressed tribes of the Northwestern Territory was proposed by Mr. J.D. Stevens, a missionary at Mackinac. He suggested the formation of a colony of them in the Lake Superior region. He says, and his words are as true today in 1879 as they were 50 years ago, "The Indian is in every view entitled to sympathy. The misfortune of the race is that, seated on the skirts of the domain of a popular government, they have no vote to give. They are politically a non-entity. The whole Indian race is not worth one white man's vote. If the Indian were raised to the right of giving his suffrage, a plenty of politicians on the frontiers would enter into plans to better him, whereas now the subject drags along like an incubus in Congress." End quote. It did indeed. Appropriations were sadly behindhand. The promises made to the Indians could not be fulfilled simply because there was no money to fulfill them with. In 1829, a Washington correspondent writes to Mr. Schoolcraft, quote, "There is a screw loose in the public machinery somewhere. In 1827, we were promised $48,000 for the Indian service and got $30,000. In 1828, $40,000 and got $25,000. End quote. A little later, the Secretary of War himself writes, "Our annual appropriation has not yet passed, and when it will, I am sure I cannot tell." In 1830, the all-engrossing topic of Congress is said to be the removal of the Indians. It occupies the public mind throughout the Union, and petitions and remonstrances are pouring in without number. Meantime, the Indians were warring among themselves and also retaliating on the white settlers who encroached upon their lands. The inevitable conflict had begun in earnest, and in September of 1832, the Winnebagoes were compelled to make their first great cession of territory to the United States. In exchange for it, they accepted a tract west of the Mississippi, and before the 1st of June, 1833, most of those who were living on the ceded lands had crossed the river to their new homes. Their title to this new country was not so good as they probably supposed, for the treaty expressly stated that it was granted to them to be held as other Indian lands are held. Article 3 of this treaty said, As the country hereby ceded by the Winnebagoes is more extensive and valuable than that given by the United States in exchange, the United States would pay to the Winnebagoes $10,000 annually in specie for 27 years. The government also promised to put up buildings for them, send teachers, make various allowances for stock, implements, tobacco, etc., and to furnish them with a doctor. The Winnebagoes agreed to deliver up some of their number who had murdered white settlers. Lands were granted by patent to 4 Winnebagoes by name, 2 men and 2 women. For what reason does not appear in the treaty. 5 years later, the Winnebagoes ceded to the United States all their lands east of the Mississippi, and also relinquished the right to occupy, except for hunting, a portion of that which they owned on the west side. For this cession and relinquishment, they were to receive $200,000, part of this sum to be expended in paying their debts, the expense of their removal and establishment in their new homes, and the rest to be invested by the United States government for their benefit. In 1846, the Winnebagoes were forced to make another treaty, by which they finally ceded and sold to the United States all right, title, interest, claim, and privilege to all lands heretofore occupied by them, and accepted as their home, to be held as other Indian lands are held, a tract of 800,000 acres north of St. Peter's and west of the Mississippi. For this third removal, they were to be paid $190,000, $150,000 for the lands they gave up, and $40,000 for relinquishing the hunting privilege on lands adjacent to their own. Part of this was to be expended in removing them, and the balance was to be left in trust with the government at 5% interest. This reservation proved unsuited to them. The tribe were restless and discontented. Large numbers of them were continually roaming back to their old homes in Iowa and Wisconsin, and in 1855 they gladly made another treaty with the government, by which they ceded back to the United States all the land which the Treaty of 1846 had given them, and took in exchange for it a tract 18 miles square on the Blue Earth River. The improved lands on which they had been living, their mills and other buildings, were to be appraised and sold to the highest bidder, and the amount expended in removing them, subsisting them, and making them comfortable in their new home. This reservation, the treaty said, should be their permanent home, and as this phrase had never before been used in any of their treaties, it is to be presumed that the Winnebagoes took heart at hearing it. They are said to have settled down quietly and contentedly, and have gone to work immediately, plowing, planting, and building. The citizens of Minnesota did not take kindly to their new neighbors. An indignation meeting was held, a petition to the president signed, and movements made, the object of all which was to oust these Indians from their dearly purchased homes, says the report of the Indian Commissioner for 1855. Such movements and such a public sentiment on the part of the population surrounding them certainly did not tend to encourage the Winnebagoes to industry or to give them any very sanguine hopes of being long permitted to remain in their permanent home. Nevertheless, they worked on, doing better and better every year, keeping good faith with the whites and with the government, and trusting in the government's purpose and power to keep faith with them. The only serious faults with which they could be charged were drunkenness and gambling, and both of these they had learned of the white settlers. In the latter, they had proved to be apt scholars, often beating professional gamblers at their own game. They showed the bad effects of their repeated removals also, and being disposed to wander back to their old homes. Sometimes several hundred of them would be roaming about in Wisconsin, but the tribe as a whole were industrious, quiet, always peaceable and loyal, and steadily improving. They took hold in earnest of the hard work of farming, some of them who could not get either horses or plows actually breaking up new land with hoes and getting fair crops out of it. Very soon they began to entreat to have their farms settled on them individually and guaranteed to them for their own, and the government, taking advantage of this desire on their part, made a treaty with them in 1859 by which part of their lands were to be allotted to individuals in severalty as they had requested, and the rest were to be sold, the proceeds to be partly expended in improvements on their farms and partly to be left in trust with the government. This measure threw open hundreds of thousands of acres of land to white settlers and drew the belt of greedy civilization much tighter around the Indians. Similar treaties to this have been already made with some of the Sioux tribes and with others. It was evident that the surplus land occupied by the Indians was required for the use of the increasing white population, and that it was necessary to reduce the reservations. There is in this treaty of 1859 one extraordinary provision. Quote, in order to render unnecessary any further treaty engagements or arrangements with the United States, it is hereby agreed and stipulated that the President, with the assent of Congress, shall have full power to modify or change any of the provisions of former treaties with the Winnebagoes in such manner and to whatever extent he may judge to be necessary and expedient for their welfare and best interest. End quote. It is impossible to avoid having a doubt whether the chiefs and headmen of the Winnebago tribe who signed this treaty ever heard that proviso. It is incredible that they could have been so simple and trustful as to have assented to it. Prospects now brightened for the Winnebagoes, with their farms given to them for their own, and a sufficient sum of money realized by the sale of surplus lands to enable them to thoroughly improve the remainder. Their way seemed open to prosperity and comfort. They entered upon farming with a zeal and energy which gave promise of a prosperous and creditable future. Every family in the tribe has more or less ground under cultivation, says their agent. He reports also the minutes of a council held by the chiefs, which tell their own story. Quote, when we were at Washington last winter, we asked our great father to take $300,000 out of the $1,100,000 so that we could commence our next spring's work. We do not want all of the $1,100,000, only sufficient to carry on our improvements. This money we ask for we request only as a loan, and when our treaty is ratified, we want it replaced. We want to buy cattle, horses, plows, and wagons, and this money can be replaced when our lands are sold. We hope you will get this money. We want good farms and good houses. Many have already put on white man's clothes, and more of us will when our treaty is ratified. Father, we do not want to make you tired of talk, but hope you will make a strong paper and urgent request of our great Father in respect to our wishes. End quote. In 1860, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs writes, the Winnebagoes continue steadily on the march of improvement. The progress of the Winnebagoes in agricultural growths is particularly marked with success. They have been raised by individuals as high as 60 acres of wheat on a single farm. The agent's efforts have been directed to giving to each Indian his own allotment of land. Wigwams are becoming as scarce as houses were 2 years ago. All Indians who had horses plowed and farmed their own lands. The Indians were promised that new and comfortable houses should be built for them. The treaty not yet being ratified, I have no funds in my hands that could be made applicable to this purpose. The greater part of the Indians have entreated me to carry out the meaning of the Commissioner on his visit here, and the reasons for my not doing so do not seem comprehensible to them. The school is in a flourishing condition. End quote. In 1861, the Commissioner writes that the allotment of lands in several teeth to the Winnebagoes has been substantially accomplished, but that the sales of the remaining lands have not yet been made, owing to the unsettled condition of the country, and therefore the funds on which the Indians were depending for the improvements of their farms have not been paid to them. They complain bitterly that the provisions of the Treaty of 1859 have not been fulfilled. It has been 2 years and a half since this treaty was concluded, says the agent, and the Indians have been told from one season to another that something would be done under it for their benefit, and is often disappointed till the best of them begin to doubt whether anything will be done. The Indians who have had their allotments made are clamoring for their certificates. End quote. Drunkenness is becoming one of the serious vices of the tribe. They are surrounded on all sides by white men who traffic in whiskey, and who are, moreover, anxious to reduce the Indians to as degraded a state as possible. Quote, There are some circumstances connected with the location of this tribe which make it more difficult to protect them from the ravages of liquor selling than any other tribe. They are closely surrounded by a numerous white population, and these people feel very indignant because the Indians are settled in their midst and are disposed to make it as uncomfortable for them to remain here as they can, hoping at some future time they may be able to cause their removal." End quote. The time was not far distant. In 1862, we find the Winnebagoes in trouble indeed. A ferocious massacre of white settlers by the Sioux had so exasperated the citizens of Minnesota that they demanded the removal of all Indians from the state. The people were so excited that not an Indian could step outside the limits of the reservation without the risk of being shot at sight. The Winnebagoes had utterly refused to join the Sioux in their attack on the whites, and had been threatened by them with extermination in consequence of this loyalty. Thus, they were equally in danger from both whites and Indians. Their position was truly pitiable. In the annual report of the Interior Department for 1862, the condition of things is thus described, quote, "While it may be true that a few of the Winnebagoes were engaged in the atrocities of the Sioux, the tribe as such is no more justly responsible for their acts than our government would be for a pirate who happened to have been born on our territory. Notwithstanding this, the exasperation of the people of Minnesota appears to be nearly as great toward the Winnebagoes as toward the Sioux. They demand that the Winnebagoes as well as the Sioux shall be removed from the limits of the state. The Winnebagoes are unwilling to move, yet the Minnesota people are so excited that not a Winnebago can leave his reservation without risk of being shot. And as they have never received their promised implements of agriculture, and the game on their reservation is exhausted, and their arms have been taken from them, they are starving." End quote. Their agent writes, quote, "These Indians have been remaining here in a continuous state of suspense, waiting for the government to cause the stipulations of the Treaty of 1859 to be carried into operation. Such has been their condition for 3 years and a half, and they do not understand why it is so. The fact that a very few of the Winnebagoes were present and witnessed, if they did not take part in, the massacre at the Lower Sioux Agency has caused the Winnebagoes themselves to be universally suspected of disloyalty. The hostile feelings of the white people are so intense that I am necessitated to use extra efforts to keep the Indians upon their own lands. I have been notified by the whites that the Indians will be massacred if they go out of their own country, and it is but a few days since an Indian was killed while crossing the Mississippi River, for no other reason than that he was an Indian, and such is the state of public opinion that the murderer goes unpunished." End quote. As to the loyalty of the tribe, the agent says, quote, "There is no tribe of Indians more so. There is no doubt of their loyalty as a tribe. In consequence of a threat made by the Sioux, immediately upon their outbreak, that they, the Sioux, would exterminate the Winnebagoes unless they joined them in a raid against the white people, the Winnebagoes have lived in fear of an attack from the Sioux and have almost daily implored me for protection. To further assure them, I requested of the governor of the state that 2 companies of United States infantry be stationed here in their midst, which has allayed their fears. Notwithstanding the nearness of the belligerent Sioux and the unfriendly feelings of the white people and other unfortunate circumstances, I am confident that my Indians will remain loyal to the last. They have been informed that, notwithstanding their fidelity to the government and the people of this state are memorializing Congress to remove them out of the state, which they consider very unjust under the circumstances, for they have become attached to this location and would not leave it willingly, and think their fidelity ought to entitle them to respect and kind treatment." End quote. The popular demand of the people of Minnesota triumphed. In February 1863, Congress passed an act authorizing the peaceful and quiet removal of the Winnebago Indians from the state of Minnesota and the settling of them on a new reserve. It was determined to locate them on the Missouri River somewhere within 100 miles of Fort Randall, where it is not doubted they will be secure from any danger of intrusion from whites. All their guns, rifles, and pistols were to be taken from them, securely boxed up, labeled with the names of their respective owners. The department impressed it on the agent in charge of the removal that it was absolutely necessary that no time should be lost in the emigrating of these Indians. The hostile Sioux were to be removed at the same time and to a reservation adjoining the reservation of the Winnebagoes. The reports of the Indian Bureau for 1863 tell the story of this removal. The commissioner says, quote, "The case of the Winnebagoes is one of peculiar hardship. I am still of the opinion that this tribe was in no manner implicated in or responsible for the cruel and wanton outbreak on the part of the Sioux, but its consequences to the tribe have been as disastrous as unmerited. In obedience to the act of Congress and the popular demand of the people of Minnesota, they have been removed to a new location upon the Missouri River, adjoining that selected for the Sioux. Contrasting the happy homes and the abundant supply for all their wants which they have left behind them, with the extreme desolation which prevails throughout the country, including their present location and their almost defenseless state as against the hostile savages in their vicinity, their present condition is truly pitiable, and it is not surprising that they have become to some extent discouraged and are dissatisfied with their new homes. It cannot be disguised that their removal, although nominally peaceable and with their consent, was the result of the overwhelming pressure of the public sentiment of the community in which they resided, and it is to be feared that it will be many years before their confidence in the good faith of our government and its professed desire to ameliorate and improve their condition will be restored. Their misfortunes and good conduct deserve our sympathy." End quote. The act of Congress above mentioned provides for the peaceable removal of the Indians. In its execution, some of the members of the tribe were found unwilling to leave their homes, and as there was neither the disposition nor the power to compel them to accompany their brethren, they remained upon their old reservation. The most of them are represented as having entirely abandoned the Indian habits and customs, and as being fully qualified by good conduct and otherwise for civilized life. Many of them are enlisted in the military service, and all are desirous of retaining possession of the homes allotted to them under the provisions of their treaty. Quote, "The trust lands belonging to the tribe have been placed in the market, and from the amount already sold has been realized $82,537.62. An appraisement has also been had of the lands of the diminished reserve, and the same will soon be placed in the market." End quote. End section 21. Section 22 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 7, The Winnebagoes, Part 2. In the report of the Superintendent of the Northwest Territory for the same year is the following summing up of their case. Quote, "The case of these Winnebago Indians is one of peculiar hardship. Hurried from their comfortable homes in Minnesota in 1863, almost without previous notice, huddled together on steamboats with poor accommodations, and transported to the Crow Creek Agency in Dakota Territory at an expense to themselves of more than $50,000. They were left, after a very imperfect and hasty preparation of their new agency for their reception, upon a sandy beach on the west bank of the Missouri River, in a country remarkable only for the rigors of its winter climate and the sterility of its soil, to subsist themselves where the most industrious and frugal white man would fail, 5 years out of 6, to raise enough grain upon which to subsist a family. The stern alternative was presented to this unfortunate people, thus deprived of comfortable homes, on account of no crime or misdemeanor of their own, of abandoning this agency or encountering death from cold or starvation. They wisely chose the former, and after encountering hardships and sufferings too terrible to relate, and the loss of several hundred of their tribe by starvation and freezing, they arrived at their present place of residence, the Omaha Agency, in a condition which excited the active sympathy of all who became acquainted with the story of their wrongs. There they have remained, trusting that the government would redeem its solemn promise to place them in a position west of the Missouri, which should be as comfortable as the one which they occupied in Minnesota. This tribe is characterized by frugality, thrift, and industry to an extent unequaled by any other tribe of Indians in the Northwest. Loyal to the government and peaceable toward their neighbors, they are entitled to the fostering care of the general government. The improvement of the homes which they have voluntarily selected for their future residence will place them in a short time beyond the reach of want, and take from the government the burden of supplying their wants at an actual expense of $100,000. End quote. It was in May 1863 that the Winnebagoes gathered at Fort Snelling, ready for their journey. The chiefs are said to have acquiesced in the move as a matter of necessity for the protection of their people, but some of them actually shed tears on taking leave. Colonel Mix, who was in charge of this removal, wrote to Washington urgently entreating that tents at least might be provided for them on their arrival at their new homes in the wilderness. He also suggests that it is a question whether they ought to be settled so near the hostile Sioux, especially as just before leaving Minnesota, some of the tribe had scalped 3 Sioux Indians, thinking it would propitiate them in the kind regards of their great father at Washington, and as a consequence, they would perhaps be permitted to remain in Minnesota. The removal was accomplished in May and June. There were, all told, 1,945 of the Winnebagoes. They arrived to find themselves in an almost barren wilderness, a dry, hard soil, too strong for plows, so much so that it was difficult to get a plow to run a whole day without breaking. A drought had parched the grass, so that in many places where the previous year several tons of good hay to an acre had been raised, there was not now pasturage for a horse. The cottonwood timber, all which could be procured, was crooked, difficult to handle, full of wind shakes, rots, etc. The channel of the Missouri River here was so changeable and the banks so low that it was dangerous to get too near. They were obliged, therefore, to settle half a mile away from the river. No wonder that on July 1st the Winnebagoes are reported as not pleased with their location and anxious to return to Minnesota or to some other place among the whites. They gathered together in council and requested Superintendent Thompson to write to their great father for permission to move among the whites again. They have lived so long among the whites that they are more afraid of wild Indians than the whites are. The superintendent hopes, however, they will be more contented as soon as he can get them comfortable buildings. But on July 16th, we find Brigadier General Sully, commander of the Northwestern Expedition against Indians, writing to the department in behalf of these unfortunate creatures. General Sully, having been detained in camp near Crow Creek on account of the low water, the chiefs had gone to him with their tale of misery. They stated that nothing would grow here. They dare not go out to hunt for fear of other tribes, and they would all starve to death. This I believe to be true, without the government intends to ration them all the time. The land is sandy, dry, and parched up. The land is poor, a low, sandy soil. I don't think you can depend on a crop of corn even once in 5 years, as it seldom rains here in the summer. I find them hard at work making canoes with the intention of quitting the agency and going to join the Omahas or some other tribe down the river. They said they had been promised to be settled on the Big Sioux River. I told them they must stay here till they get permission from Washington to move, that if they attempted it, they would be fired on by my troops stationed down the river. This is a graphic picture of the condition of a band of 2,000 human beings for whose benefit $82,537.62 had just been realized from sale of their lands by the government, to say nothing of the property they owned in lands yet unsold, and in annuity provisions of previous treaties to the amount of over $1 million capital. Is not their long suffering, their patience, well nigh incredible? Spite of the dread of being fired on by the United States troops, they continued to make canoes and escape in them from this new home in the desert. And in October, the Department of the Interior began to receive letters containing paragraphs like this. Quote, I have also to report that small detachments of Winnebagoes are constantly arriving in canoes, locating on our reserve, and begging for food to keep them from starving. End quote. Agent for Omaha Agency. These are the men who only 1 year before had been living in comfortable homes, with several hundred acres of good ground under cultivation, and clamoring for certificates of their allotted farms, now shelterless, worse than homeless, escaping by canoe loads under fire of United States soldiers from a barren desert, and clamoring for food at Indian agencies. The Department of the Interior promptly reports to the Superintendent of Indian Affairs in Minnesota this information and calls it astounding. The department had presumed that Agent Balcombe would adopt such measures as would induce the Winnebagoes to remain upon their reservation, and had understood that ample arrangements had been made for their subsistence. It, however, ordered the Omaha agent to feed the starving refugees till spring, and it sent word to those still remaining on the reservation that they must not undertake to remove without the consent of their great father, as it is his determination that a home that shall be healthy, pleasant, and fertile shall be furnished to them at the earliest practicable moment. End quote. This was in the autumn of 1863. In 1 year, no less than 1,222 of the destitute Winnebagoes had escaped and made their way to the Omaha Reservation in Nebraska. Here the superintendent of the Northern Superintendency held a council with them. They expressed, he says, a strong desire to have some arrangement made by which they would be allowed to occupy a portion of that reservation. It was represented that the Omahas wished it also. I found that I could not gain their consent to go back to their reservation, and I had no means within my reach of forcing them back, even if I had deemed it proper to do so. End quote. The superintendent recommended, therefore, that they be subsisted where they were until some arrangement be made for their satisfaction, or some concert of action agreed upon between the War Department and the Interior Department by which they can be kept on their reservation after they shall have been moved there. End quote. In September of this same year, the agent for the Winnebago Reserve wrote that the absence of a protecting force had been one of the reasons of the Indians leaving in such numbers. Quote, both the Winnebagoes and Sioux who have stayed here have lived in fear and trembling close to the stockade, and have refused to separate and live upon separate tracts of land. End quote. He gives some further details as to the soil and climate. Quote, the region has been subject, as a general rule, to droughts and the destructive visits of grasshoppers and other insects. The soil has a great quantity of alkali in it. It is an excessively dry climate. It very seldom rains, and dews are almost unknown here, almost destitute of timber. It is generally supposed that game is plenty about here. This is an erroneous impression. There are but a very few small streams, an entire absence of lakes, and an almost entire destitution of timber, the whole country being one wilderness of dry prairie for hundreds of miles around. Hence, there is but a very little small game, fish, or wild fruit to be found. In former times, the buffalo roamed over this country, but they have receded and very seldom come here in any numbers. The Indians must have horses to hunt them. Horses they have not. The Winnebagoes had some when they first arrived, but they were soon stolen by the hostile Sioux. End quote. Agent Balcombe must have led a hard life on this reservation, exposed to all the inconveniences of a remote frontier, 300 miles from any food-raising country, receiving letters from the Interior Department expressing itself astounded that he does not induce the Indians in his charge to remain on their reservation, and letters from citizens and petitions from towns in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Nebraska, imploring him to gather up all the wandering Winnebagoes who have been left behind, unprovided with any proper military protection, and surrounded by hostile Indians. No wonder that he recommends to the government to remove and consolidate the different tribes of Indians into one territory as soon as possible. The effects of this sojourn in the wilderness upon the Winnebagoes were terrible. Not only were they rendered spiritless and desperate by sufferings, they were demoralized by being brought again into conflict with the wild Sioux. They had more than one skirmish with them, and it is said, relapsed so far into the old methods of their barbaric life that at one of their dances they actually roasted and ate the heart of a Sioux prisoner. Yet in less than a year after they were gathered together once more on the Omaha Reservation and began again to have hopes of a permanent home, we find their chiefs and headmen sending the following petition to Washington. Quote, "Our great father at Washington, all greeting from the chiefs, braves, and headmen of your dutiful children, the Winnebagoes. Father, we cannot see you. You are far away from us. We cannot speak to you. We will write to you, and Father, we hope you will read our letter and answer us. Father, some years ago, when we had our homes on Turkey River, we had a school for our children, where many of them learned to read and write and work like white people, and we were happy. Father, many years have passed away since our school was broken up. We have no such schools among us, and our children are growing up in ignorance of those things that should render them industrious, prosperous, and happy, and we are sorry. Father, it is our earnest wish to be so situated no longer. It is our sincere desire to have again established among us such a school as we see in operation among your Omaha children. Father, as soon as you find a permanent home for us, will you not do this for us? And Father, as we would like our children taught the Christian religion, as before, we would like our school placed under the care of the Presbyterian Board of Foreign Missions. And last, Father, to show you our sincerity, we desire to have set apart for its establishment, erection, and support all of our school funds and whatever more is necessary. Father, this is our prayer. Will not you open your ears and heart to us and write to us?" End quote. This letter was signed by 38 of the chiefs and headmen of the Winnebagoes. In March 1865, a new treaty was made between the United States and this long-suffering tribe of Indians, by which, in consideration of their ceding, selling, and conveying to the United States all their right in the Dakota Reserve, the United States agreed to set apart for the occupation and future home of the Winnebago Indians forever a certain tract of 128,000 acres in Nebraska, a part of the Omaha Reservation which the Omahas were willing to sell. The United States also agreed to erect mills, break land, furnish certain amounts of seeds, tools, guns, and horses, oxen, and wagons, and to subsist the tribe for 1 year, as some small reparation for the terrible losses and sufferings they had experienced. From this word forever, the Winnebagoes perhaps took courage. At the time of their removal from Minnesota, among the fugitives who fled back to Wisconsin was the chief DeCary. He died there 2 years later in great poverty. He was very old, but remarkably intelligent. He was the grandson of Hopokoipkaw, or Glory of the Morning, who was the queen of the Winnebagoes in 1776, when Captain Carver visited the tribe. There is nothing in Carver's quaint and fascinating old story more interesting than his account of the Winnebago country. He stayed with them 4 days and was entertained by them in a very distinguished manner. Indeed, if we may depend upon Captain Carver's story, all the northwestern tribes were, in their own country, a gracious and hospitable people. He says, quote, "I received from every tribe of them the most hospitable and courteous treatment, and am convinced that, till they are contaminated by the example and spirituous liquors of their more refined neighbors, they will retain this friendly and inoffensive conduct towards strangers." End quote. He speaks with great gusto of the bread that the Winnebago women made from the wild maize. The soft young kernels, while full of milk, are kneaded into a paste, the cakes wrapped in basswood leaves and baked in the ashes. "Better flavored bread I never ate in any country," says the honest captain. He found the Winnebago's home truly delightful. The shores of the lake were wooded with hickory, oak, and hazel. Grapes, plums, and other fruits grew in abundance. The lake abounded in fish, and in the fall of the year with geese, ducks, and teal, the latter much better flavored than those found nearer the sea, as they acquire their excessive fatness by feeding on the wild rice which grows so plentifully in these parts. How can we bear to contrast the picture of this peace, plenty, and gracious hospitality among the ancient Winnebagoes with a picture of their descendants, only 2 generations later, hunted, driven, starved? And how can we bear to contrast the picture of the drunken, gambling Winnebago of Minnesota with this picture which Captain Carver gives of a young Winnebago chief with whom he journeyed for a few days? Captain Carver, after a 4 days' visit with the Winnebagoes, and having made some presents to the good old queen and received her blessing, went on his way. 2 months later, as he was traveling to the Falls of St. Anthony, he encountered a young Winnebago chief going on an embassy to some of the bands of the Gnadenhütten Sioux. This young chief, finding that Captain Carver was about to visit the falls, agreed to accompany him, his curiosity having been often excited by the accounts he had received from some of his chiefs. He accordingly left his family, for the Indians never travel without their households, at this place under charge of my Mohawk servant, and we proceeded together by land, attended only by my Frenchman, to this celebrated place. We could distinctly hear the noise of the water full 50 miles before we reached the falls, and I was greatly pleased and surprised when I approached this astonishing work of nature. But I was not long at liberty to indulge these emotions, my attention being called off by the behavior of my companion. The prince had no sooner gained the point that overlooks this wonderful cascade than he began with an audible voice to address the Great Spirit, one of whose places of residence he imagined this to be. He told him that he had come a long way to pay his adorations to him, and now would make him the best offerings in his power. He accordingly threw his pipe into the stream, then the roll that contained his tobacco. After these, the bracelets he wore on his arms and wrists. Next, an ornament that encircled his neck, composed of beads and wires, and at last the earrings from his ears. In short, he presented to his God every part of his dress that was valuable. During this, he frequently smote his breast with great violence, threw his arms about, and appeared to be much agitated. All this while he continued his adorations, and at length concluded them with fervent petitions that the Great Spirit would constantly afford us his protection on our travels, giving us a bright sun, a blue sky, and clear, untroubled waters. Nor would he leave the place till we had smoked together with my pipe in honor of the Great Spirit. Quote, I was greatly surprised at beholding an instance of such elevated devotion in so young an Indian. Indeed, the whole conduct of this young prince at once charmed and amazed me. During the few days we were together, his attention seemed to be totally employed in yielding me every assistance in his power. And even in so short a time, he gave me innumerable proofs of the most generous and disinterested friendship, so that on our return I parted from him with the greatest reluctance. End quote. In 1866, the report from the Winnebagoes is that they are improving, manifest a good degree of industry, that the health of the tribe is generally poor, but as good as can be expected when we remember their exposures and sufferings during the last 3 years. The tribe has diminished some 400 or 500 since they left Minnesota. 100 soldiers have returned, who have served with credit to themselves and to their tribe in the defense of their country. No school has yet been established on the agency, and this is said to be their greatest want. The superintendent writes, the appropriations under the late treaty have all been made, and the work of fitting up the reservation is progressing. It affords me the highest personal satisfaction to assure the department that this deeply wronged and much abused tribe will soon be in all respects comfortable and self-sustaining. They entered upon their new reservation late last May, and during the present year they have raised at least 20,000 bushels of corn. In 1867, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs says, the Winnebagoes have a just claim against the government on account of their removal from Minnesota, the expenses of which were borne out of their own tribal funds. The government is clearly bound in all honor to refund to them monies thus expended. End quote. It would seem that there could have been no question in the beginning as to who should pay the costs of such a removal as that. It should not even have been a tax on the general government, but on the state of Minnesota, which demanded it, especially as there was no shadow of doubt that the demand was made not because the citizens of Minnesota had any real fear of the peaceable and kindly Winnebagoes, who were as much in terror of the Sioux as they were themselves, but because they coveted the splendid country the Winnebagoes were occupying, and the Sioux difficulties furnished the pretext to get rid of them with the aid of congressional legislation." End quote. Some members of the tribe who remained in Minnesota still claimed their allotted lands, their share of all monies payable to the Winnebagoes under treaty stipulations, and that their share of the funds of the tribe be capitalized and paid to them in bulk. Their peculiar relations as Indians be dissolved, and they left to merge themselves in the community where they have cast their lot. End quote. The commissioner urges upon the government compliance with these requests. In 1868, a school was opened on the Winnebago Agency and had a daily attendance of 150 scholars. The tribe adopted a code of laws for their government, and the year was one of peace and quietness, with the exception of some dissatisfaction on the part of the Indians in regard to 300 cows, which, having been sent to the agency in fulfillment of one of the provisions of the treaty, were nevertheless ordered by the Indian Bureau to be kept as department stock. The Indians very naturally held that they had a right to these cows. Nevertheless, they continued peaceable and contented in the feeling that they had at last found a home where they might hope to remain and cultivate the soil with a feeling that it is theirs, and that their children will not in a few days be driven from their well-tilled and productive lands. They are, however, growing exceedingly anxious for the allotment of their lands in severalty. End quote. In 1869, preparations were being made for allotting the lands to heads of families. In 1870, the allotment of land in severalty to the Indians has been nearly completed, each head of a family receiving 80 acres. The Indians anxiously look for the patents to these, as many have already commenced making improvements. At least 30 have broken 4 acres of prairie apiece, and several have built houses. 3 schools are in operation, and 400 acres of ground under cultivation." End quote. And this year comes also an interesting report from the stray Winnebagoes left behind in Wisconsin. They and the stray Potawatomis, who are in the same neighborhood, are remarkably quiet and inoffensive, giving no cause of complaint. On the contrary, the towns and villages where they trade their berries, maple sugar, etc., are deriving considerable benefit from them. A number have been employed in lumbering, harvesting, and hop picking. A number of mill owners and lumbermen have informed me that the Indians they have employed in their business have been steady, good hands. There are nearly 1,000 of these Winnebagoes. Some of them have bought land, others are renting it, and all express an anxiety that the Great Father should give them a reservation in this region and allow them to remain." End quote. In 1871, the Nebraska Winnebagoes deposed their old chiefs and elected 12 new ones to serve 1 year. These were mainly from the younger members of the tribe who were in favor of civilization and progress. This was an important step toward breaking up the old style of tribal relations. In 1872, we hear again from the strays in Wisconsin. The whites having complained of them, Congress has appropriated funds to move them to the respective tribes west of the Mississippi, but the removal has not been undertaken for various reasons, and the Commissioner doubts whether it can be accomplished without additional and severe legislation on the part of Congress, as the Indians are attached to the country and express great repugnance to their contemplated removal from it. End quote. The poor creatures are not wanted anywhere. Spite of their being steady, good hands for hired labor and useful to towns and villages in furnishing fruits and fish, the Wisconsin people do not want them in their state, and the agent of the Winnebago Reservation writes, earnestly protesting against their being brought there. He thinks they are in moral tone far below the Indians under his charge. Moreover, he says, the prejudice in the surrounding country is such that he believes it would be bad policy to remove any more Indians there. Nebraska does not like Indians any better than Wisconsin does, or Minnesota did. He adds also that his Indians would be greatly stimulated to improve their claims if they could secure the titles for them. They have waited 3 years since the first allotments were made. It is difficult to make them believe that it requires so long a time to prepare the patents, and they are beginning to fear that they are not coming." End quote. In 1873, the Winnebagoes are cited as a striking example of what can be accomplished in a comparatively short time in the way of civilizing and Christianizing Indians. Their beautiful tract of country is dotted over with substantially built cottages. The farmers own their wagons, horses, harness, furniture of their houses, dress in civilized costume, raise crops, and several hundred Winnebago men assisted the farmers in adjoining counties during the late harvest in gathering their grain crop and proved themselves efficient and satisfactory workmen. End quote. End of section 22. Section 23 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 7, The Winnebagoes, Part 3. In the winter of 1874, the Wisconsin strays were moved down to the Nebraska reservation. They were discontented, fomented dissatisfaction in the tribe, and in less than a year, more than half of them had wandered back to Wisconsin again, a striking instance of the differences in the government's methods of handling different bands of Indians. The 30 Poncas who ran away from Indian Territory were pursued and arrested, as if they had been thieves escaping with stolen property, but more than 500 Winnebagoes, in less than 1 year, stroll away from their reserve, make their way back to Wisconsin, and nothing is done about it. In 1875, there are only 204 of the Wisconsin strays left on the Nebraska reservation. All the others are back in their old haunts, where a few seem to be making a sincere effort to take care of themselves by taking land under the Homestead Act. The Nebraska Winnebagoes are reported as being nearly civilized. All are engaged in civilized pursuits, the men working with their own hands and digging out of the ground 3/4 of their subsistence. They have raised in this year 20,000 bushels of corn, 5,800 bushels of wheat, and 6,000 bushels of oats and vegetables. They have broken 800 acres of new land and have built 3,000 rods of fencing. Nearly 1/6 of the entire tribe is in attendance at schools. The system of electing chiefs annually works well. The chiefs, in their turn, select 12 Indians to serve for the year as policemen, and they prove efficient in maintaining order. What an advance in 6 years. 6 years ago, there were but 23 homes and only 300 acres of land under cultivation on the whole reservation. The people were huddled together in ravines and bottomlands and were dying of disease and exposure. In 1876, the Winnebagoes are reported again as, quote, fast emerging from a condition of dependence upon their annual appropriations. Each head of a family has a patent for 80 acres of land. Many have fine farms and are wholly supporting themselves and families by their own industry. The issue of rations has been discontinued, except to the Wisconsin branch of the tribe and to the sick list, end quote. In what does this report differ from the report which would be rendered from any small farming village in the United States? The large majority wholly supporting themselves and their families by their own industry, a small minority of worthless or disabled people being fed by charity, i.e. being fed on food bought, at least in part, by interest money due on capital made by sales of land in which they had a certain reckonable share of ownership. Every one of the United States has in nearly every county an almshouse in which just such a class of worthless and disabled persons will be found. And so crowded are these almshouses, and so appreciable a burden is their support on the taxpayers of state and county, that there are perpetual disputes going on between the authorities of neighboring districts as to the ownership and responsibility of individual paupers. For the paupers in civilized almshouses are never persons who have had proceeds of land sales invested for their benefit, the interest to be paid to them annually forever. It is for nobody's interest to keep them paupers or to take care of them as such. We now find the Winnebagoes once more quietly established in comfortable houses, as they were in their own primitive fashion in 1822, when Dr. Morse visited them on the shores of their beautiful lake, as they were after our civilized fashion in 1862 on the healthful and fertile uplands of Minnesota. In their present home, they seem to have reason at last to feel secure, to anticipate permanence, safety, and success. Their lands have been allotted to them in severalty. Each head of a family has his patent for 80 acres. They are, in the main, self-supporting. How does the United States government welcome this success, this heroic triumph of a patient people over disheartening obstacles and sufferings? In the annual report of the Secretary of the Interior for 1876, the Secretary says, quote, "As a matter of economy, the greatest saving could be made by uniting all the Indians upon a few reservations. The fewer, the better." End quote. He says that there is land enough in the Indian Territory to give every Indian, man, woman, and child in the country 75 acres apiece. He says, "The arguments are all in favor of the consolidation." He then goes on to enumerate those arguments. Quote, "Expensive agencies would be abolished. The Indians themselves can be more easily watched over and controlled. Evil designing men be the better kept away from them, and illicit trade and barter in arms and ammunition and whiskey prevented. Goods could be supplied at a greater saving, the military service relieved, the Indians better taught, and friendly rivalry established among them, those most civilized hastening the progress of those below them, and most of the land now occupied as reserves reverting to the general government would be open to entry and sale." End quote. Here are 9 reasons given for removing all Indians to Indian Territory. 5 of these reasons ostensibly point to benefits likely to accrue from this removal to the Indians. The other 4 point to benefits likely to accrue to the government. The first 3 of these last are simply saving. The 4th is the significant one, gain. Most of the land reverting to the general government would be open to entry and sale. It was before this necessity of opening Indian lands to entry and sale that the Winnebagoes had been fleeing from 1815 to 1863. It seems they are no safer now. There is evidently as much reason for moving them out of Nebraska as there was for moving them out of Wisconsin and Minnesota. The Secretary goes on to say, quote, "As soon as the Indian is taught to toil for his daily bread and realize the sense of proprietorship in the results of his labor, it cannot be but further to his advantage to be able to appreciate that his labor is expended upon his individual possessions and for his personal benefit. The Indian must be made to see the practical advantage to himself of his work and feel that he reaps the full benefit of it. Everything should teach him that he has a home, a hearthstone of his own, around which he can gather his family, and in its possession be entirely secure and independent." End quote. The logical relation of these paragraphs to the preceding one is striking, and the bearing of the two together on the case of the Winnebagoes is still more striking. In the same report, the Commissioner for Indian Affairs says, quote, "If legislation were secured giving the President authority to remove any tribe or band, or any portion of a tribe or band, whenever in his judgment it was practicable, to any one of the reservations named, and if Congress would appropriate from year to year a sum sufficient to enable him to take advantage of every favorable opportunity to make such removals, I am confident that a few years' trial would conclusively demonstrate the entire feasibility of the plan. I believe that all the Indians in Kansas, Nebraska, and Dakota, and a part at least of those in Wyoming and Montana, could be induced to remove to the Indian Territory." End quote. He adds that the Indian's sentiment is opposed to such removal is true, but he thinks that, with a fair degree of persistence, the removal can be secured. No doubt it can. Later in the same report, under the head of allotments in severalty, he says, "It is doubtful whether any high degree of civilization is possible without individual ownership of land. The records of the past and the experience of the present testify that the soil should be made secure to the individual by all the guarantees which law can devise, and that nothing less will induce men to put forth their best exertions. It is essential that each individual should feel that his home is his own, that he has a direct personal interest in the soil on which he lives, and that that interest will be faithfully protected for him and for his children by the government." End quote. The commissioner and the secretary who wrote these clear statements of evident truths and these eloquent pleas for the Indian rights both knew perfectly well that hundreds of Indians had had lands allotted to them in precisely this way and had gone to work on the lands so allotted, trusting that that interest would be faithfully protected by the government, and that these allotments and the certificates of them had proved to be good for nothing as soon as the citizens of a state united in a demand that the Indians should be moved. The commissioner and the secretary knew perfectly well, at the time they wrote these paragraphs, that in this one Winnebago tribe in Nebraska, for instance, every head of a family owned 80 acres of land and was hard at work on it, industrious, self-supporting, trying to establish that hearthstone around which, as the secretary says, he must gather his family and in its possession be entirely secure and independent. End quote. And yet, the secretary and the commissioner advised the moving of this Winnebago tribe to Indian territory with the rest. All the Indians in Kansas, Nebraska, and Dakota could probably be induced to move, they say. These quotations from this report of the Interior Department are but a fair specimen of the velvet glove of high-sounding phrase of philanthropic and humane care for the Indian, by which has been most effectually hid from the sight of the American people the iron hand of injustice and cruelty which has held him for 100 years helpless in its grasp. In this same year, an agent on one of the Nebraska agencies writes feelingly and sensibly, quote, "Nothing has tended to retard the progress of this tribe in the line of opening farms for themselves so much as the unsettlement occasioned by a continued agitation of the subject of selling their reservation and the removal of the tribe. The improvement that has been made at this agency during the past 3 years in the direction of developing among the Indians the means of self-support seems to have caused an uneasiness that has been prolific of a great deal of annoyance, inasmuch as it has alarmed this speculative element around us with a fear that the same continued will eventually plant the Indians on their present fertile land so firmly that they cannot be removed, and thus they be deprived of the benefits of manipulating the sale of their reservation." End quote. Nevertheless, the Winnebagoes keep on in their work, building houses, school buildings, many of them of brick made on the ground. In this year, 1876, they experienced a great injustice in the passing of an act of Congress fixing the total amount to be expended for pay of employees at any one agency at not more than $10,000. This necessitated the closing of the fine building they had built at a cost of $20,000 for the purpose of an industrial boarding school. In this year's report, their agent gives a resume of the final condition of the tribe. Quote, "By treaty proclaimed June 16, 1838, the Winnebagoes ceded to the United States all their land east of the Mississippi, in consideration of which they were to receive $1,100,000. The balance of this, after making certain payments, was to be invested for their benefit, on which the United States guaranteed to pay them an annual interest of not less than 5%. The Winnebagoes receive no support from the government other than from the interest appropriated annually on what remains of these funds. This in 1870 amounted to over $50,000. Since then, the half-breeds, numbering 160 persons, members of the tribe remaining in Minnesota at the time of the removal of the Indians from that state in 1863, have, in accordance with the provisions of the Act making appropriations for the Indian Service, approved March 3, 1871, been paid their proportion of the principal of all Winnebago funds, as shown on the books of the Treasury at that time, including the proportion of $85,000, on which but 5 more installments of interest were to be paid, per 4th Article Treaty, October 13, 1846. In computing this proportion, the whole number of the tribe considered as being entitled to participate in the benefits of the tribal funds was 1,531. which number included only those located on the Winnebago Reservation in Nebraska at that time, in addition to the 160 already spoken of. By this act of Congress, the Nebraska Winnebagoes, who comprise only that portion of the tribe which has complied with treaty stipulations and quietly acquiesced in the demands of the government, were deprived of nearly 1/8 part of their accustomed support. Other reductions were afterward made for the purchase of a reservation adjoining the old one in this state, and for removing to it the wandering bands of Winnebagoes in Wisconsin. These were supposed to have numbered in all nearly 1,000 persons. They had not been in the habit of receiving any attention or acknowledgement from the government since they, as a tribal organization, had declined to treat with it. Nearly all of them objected to removing from Wisconsin to their new reservation in Nebraska, and as a natural consequence, soon returned after being compelled to do so. At the present time, there are probably less than 100 of the number remaining here. For the past 3 years, the sum to which the Wisconsin Winnebagoes would have been entitled had they remained on their reservation, amounting in all to $48,521.07, has been set apart, awaiting such act of Congress as will give relief in the premises, thus reducing the total amount received per annum by that portion of the tribe living on the reservation to but little more than 1/2 of what it was 7 years ago. It seems needless to say that they are very much dissatisfied at this, and that when they refer to the subject, I have some difficulty in satisfying them as to the justice of the governmental policy in setting apart funds to be expended at some future time for the benefit of certain individuals who persist in absenting themselves from their reservation, while others, who are absent but a few months, are deprived of all advantages from issues of supplies or payments that may have been made during their absence." End quote. This case is a good illustration of the working of the trustee relation between the United States government and its wards. In 1877, we find the Secretary of the Interior still recommending that the Indians be gradually gathered together on smaller reservations to the end that greater facilities be afforded for civilization. He reiterates that the enjoyment and pride of individual ownership of property is one of the most effective civilizing agencies, and recommends that allotments of small tracts of land should be made to the heads of families on all reservations to be held in severalty under proper restrictions, so that they may have fixed homes. End quote. The Commissioner also recommends a steady concentration of the smaller bands of Indians on the larger reservations. He calls attention again to the fact that there are 58,000 square miles in the Indian Territory set apart for the use of Indians, and that there they can be fed and clothed at a greatly diminished expense, and better than all, can be kept in obedience and taught to become civilized and self-supporting. End quote. In 1878, the Commissioner of Indian Affairs reports that a bill has been drawn, quote, providing for the removal and consolidation of certain Indians in the states of Oregon, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and the territories of Washington and Dakota. A reduction of 25 reservations and 11 agencies will thus be effected. There will be restored to the public domain 17,642,455 acres of land. He says that further consolidations of like character are not only possible, but expedient and advisable. There is a vast area of land in the Indian Territory not yet occupied. End quote. With the same ludicrous, complacent logic as before, he proceeds to give as the reason for uprooting all these Indians from the homes where they are beginning to thrive and take root, and moving them again for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th time, as it may be the fact that, quote, among the most radical defects of the policy formerly pursued with the Indians has been the frequent changes in their location which have been made. Permanent homes, sufficient aid to enable them to build houses, cultivate the soil, and to subsist them until they have harvested their first crops, will wean them entirely from their old methods of life, and in the course of a few years enable them to become entirely self-supporting. Among the more forcible arguments which can be presented in connection with this subject is the fact that the expenses attending the removal and consolidation of the Indians, as herein proposed, will be more than met from the sale of lands vacated. Much of the land now owned by these Indians is valuable only for its timber and may be sold at an appraised value for an amount far in excess of the price fixed by law, and yet leave a large margin of profit to the purchaser into whose hands the lands will fall. I can see no reason why the government should not avail itself of these facts, and in effecting the consolidation of the Indians and the opening of the lands for settlement, sell the same for an amount sufficient to support the Indians in their new locations, without any actual drain on the treasury in the future. The lands belong to the Indians, and they are clearly entitled to receive the full value of the same when sold." End quote. In this sentence, we reach the high water mark of the sophistry and dishonesty of the department's position. The lands belong to the Indians, but we will compel them to restore to the public domain, i.e., to give up to white settlers, 17,642,455 acres of them. The Indians are clearly entitled to receive the full value of the same when sold, but we will compel them to expend that full value in removing to a place where they do not want to go, opening new lands, building new houses, buying new utensils, implements, furniture, and stock, and generally establishing themselves without any actual drain on the Treasury of the United States, and the Department of the Interior can see no reason why the government should not avail itself of these facts. All this is proposed with a view to the benefit of the Indians. The report goes on to reiterate the same old story that the Indians must have a perfect title to their lands, that they have come to feel that they are at any time liable to be moved, whenever the pressure of white settlers upon them may create a demand for their lands, and that they decline to make any improvements on their lands, even after an allotment in severalty has been made, until they have received their patents for the same, and that even after the issue of patents, the difficulties surrounding them do not cease. Evidently not, since, as we have seen, it is now several years since every head of a family among these Winnebagoes, whose removal the Commissioner now recommends, secured his patent for 80 acres of land. Finally, the Commissioner says, "Every means that human ingenuity can devise, legal or illegal, has been resorted to for the purpose of obtaining possession of Indian lands. Of this there would seem to be left no doubt in the mind of any intelligent person after reading the above quotations. It is not to be wondered that when the news of such schemes as these reaches the Indians on their reservations, great alarm and discontent are the result. We find in the reports from the Nebraska agencies for this year unmistakable indications of disheartenment and anxiety. The Winnebagoes are reported to be very anxious to be made citizens. A majority are in favor of it, provided the government will adopt certain measures which they consider necessary for the care and protection of their property. They have had a striking illustration of the disadvantage of not being citizens in an instance of the unpunished murder of one of their number by a white man. The story is related by the agent tersely and well, and is one of the notable incidents in the history of the relation between the United States government and its wards. Quote, Henry Harris, a Winnebago in good standing, an industrious man and a successful farmer, was employed by Joseph Smith, a white man, to cut wood on his land in Dakota County, a short distance north of the reservation. While alone and thus engaged, on the 29th of last January, Harris was shot through the heart with a rifle ball. I had his dead body taken before the coroner of the county, and at the inquest held before that officer it was shown, to the satisfaction of the jury that rendered a verdict in accordance therewith, that the Indian came to his death at the hands of one D. Balinska, who had been for many years leading a hermit's life on a tract of land that he owned adjoining the reservation, and who had threatened Harris's life a few months before, when they quarreled about damages for corn destroyed by Balinska's horse. There being snow on the ground at the time of the murder, Balinska was tracked from his home to the place where, under cover, he did the shooting, and his shot pouch, containing a molded ball of the same weight as the one cut from the body of the Indian, was found nearby and identified. Notwithstanding this direct evidence, which was laid before the grand jury of Dakota County, that honorable body was unwilling to find a true bill, for the reason, as I understand, that it was only an Indian that was killed, and it would not be popular to incur the expense of bringing the case to trial. This is but another illustration of the difficulty of punishing a white man for a wrong committed against an Indian. I need hardly say that the Indians, when comparing this murder with that of a white man committed 8 years ago by 5 of their young men, who upon less direct evidence were sentenced to imprisonment in the state penitentiary for life, are struck with a wonderful difference in the application of the same law to whites and Indians." End quote. The report from the Winnebago Agency for 1879 tells the story of the sequel to this unpunished murder of Henry Harris. The agent says, "In my last report, I referred to the murder of one of our best Indian farmers by a white man, who was afterward arrested and discharged without trial, though there was no question as to his guilt. As a sequel to this, one white man is known to have been killed last May by Holly Scott, a nephew of the murdered Indian, and another white man is supposed to have been killed by Eddie Priest and Thomas Walker, 2 young Indians who have left for Wisconsin. The murdered white men had temporarily stopped with the Indians. Their antecedents are unknown, and they are supposed to have belonged to the fraternity of tramps. Holly Scott was arrested by the Indian police and turned over to the authorities of Dakota County for trial, the state legislature having at its last session extended the jurisdiction of that county over this reservation. By what authority, I am unable to say. The effect of these murders was to unsettle the Indians, nearly all industry being suspended for several weeks. They feared that the white people would do as they did in Minnesota in 1862, after the Sioux Massacre, when the Winnebagoes were driven from their homes in Minnesota. A number of our most quiet and industrious men became alarmed and moved their families to Wisconsin, encouraged in so doing by the hope of receiving from the government a share of the funds which have been set apart from the annual appropriations during the past 4 years for the benefit of the Wisconsin Winnebagoes, in which they suppose aggregate a large amount which will soon be paid in cash." End quote. This brings the story of the Winnebagoes down to the present time. What its next chapter may be is saddening to think. It is said by those familiar with the Nebraska Indians that, civilized though they be, they will all make war to the knife if the attempt is made by the government to rob them of their present lands on the plea again of offering them a permanent home. That specious pretense has done its last duty in the United States service. No Indian is left now so imbecile as to believe it once more. Whether the Winnebagoes' patents in Nebraska would, in such a case, prove any stronger than did their certificates in Minnesota, and whether the Winnebagoes themselves, peaceable and civilized though they be, would side with the United States government or with their wronged and desperate brethren in such an uprising, it would be hard to predict. End of section 23. Section 24 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 8, The Cherokees, Part 1. The Cherokees were the eastern mountaineers of America. Their country lay along the Tennessee River and in the highlands of Georgia, Carolina, and Alabama, the loveliest region east of the Mississippi River. Beautiful and grand, with lofty mountains and rich valleys fragrant with flowers, and forests of magnolia and pine filled with the singing of birds and the melody of streams, rich in fruits and nuts and wild grains. It was a country worth loving, worth fighting, worth dying for, as thousands of its lovers have fought and have died, white men as well as red, within the last 100 years. When Oglethorpe came with his cargo of Madeira wine and respectable paupers from England in 1733 and lived in tents in midwinter on the shores of the Savannah River, one of the first conditions of safety for his colossal almshouse in shape of a new colony was that all the Indians in the region should become its friends and allies. The reputation of his goodness and benevolence soon penetrated to the fastnesses of their homes, and tribe after tribe sent chiefs and headmen to greet him with gifts and welcome. When the Cherokee chief appeared, Oglethorpe said to him, "Fear nothing, speak freely." "I always speak freely," answered the mountaineer. "Why should I fear? I am now among friends. I never feared, even among my enemies." The principal intention of the English trustees who incorporated the Georgia colony was to provide a home for worthy persons in England who were in decayed circumstances. Among other great ends, which they also avowed, was the civilization of the savages. In one of Oglethorpe's first reports to the trustees, he says, "A little Indian nation, the only one within 50 miles, is not only in amity, but desirous to be subjects to His Majesty King George, to have lands given to them among us, and to breed their children at our schools. Their chief and his beloved man, who is the second man in the nation, desire to be instructed in the Christian religion." The next year he returned to England, carrying with him 8 Indian chiefs to show them, quote, "so much of Great Britain and her institutions as might enable them to judge of her power and dignity. Nothing was neglected, we are told, that was likely to awaken their curiosity or impress them with a sense of the power and grandeur of the nation." End quote. They were received by the Archbishop of Canterbury and by the Fellows of Eton, and for a space of 4 months were hospitably entertained and shown all the great sights of London and its vicinity. The tribes at home were much gratified by these attentions paid to their representatives, and sent out to the trustees a very curious missive expressing their thanks and their attachment to General Oglethorpe. This letter was the production of a young Cherokee chief. It was written in black and red hieroglyphs on a dressed buffalo skin. Before it was sent to England, it was exhibited in Savannah, and the meaning of the hieroglyphs translated by an interpreter in a grand gathering of 50 Indian chiefs and all the principal people of Savannah. Afterward, the curious document was framed and hung up in the Georgia office in Westminster. When the Wesleyan missionaries arrived in Georgia 2 years later, some of the chiefs who had made this visit to England went to meet them, carrying large jars of honey and of milk as gifts to represent their inclinations, and one of the chiefs said to Mr. Wesley, "I am glad you are come. When I was in England, I desired that someone would speak the great word to me. I will go up and speak to the wise men of our nation, and I hope they will hear. But we would not be made Christians as the Spaniards make Christians. We would be taught before we are baptized." End quote. In those early days, Wesley was an intolerant and injudicious enthusiast. His missionary work in the Georgia colony was anything but successful in the outset, either among the whites or the Indians, and there was ample justification for the reply which this same Indian chief made later when urged to embrace the doctrines of Christianity. Quote, "Why, these are Christians at Savannah, those are Christians at Frederica. Christians get drunk, Christians beat men, Christians tell lies, me no Christian." End quote. On another occasion, Wesley asked him what he thought he was made for. "He that is above," answered the chief, "knows what he made us for. We know nothing. We are in the dark. But white men know much, and yet white men build great houses as if they were to live forever. But white men cannot live forever. In a little time, white men will be dust as well as I." End quote. For 20 years, Oglethorpe's colony struggled on under great difficulties and discouragements. Wars with France and with Spain, tiresome squabbles with and among Methodist missionaries, all combined to make Oglethorpe's position hard. Again and again, England would have lost her colony except for the unswerving fidelity of the Indian allies. They gathered by hundreds to fight for Oglethorpe. In one expedition against the frontier, 400 Creeks and 600 Cherokees set out in one day, under an urgent call for help sent by Indian runners to their towns. His Indian friends were the only friends Oglethorpe had who stood by him past everything. Nothing could shake their fidelity. "He is poor, he can give you nothing," said the St. Augustine Spaniards to a Creek chief at this time. "It is foolish for you to go to him." And they showed to the Indian a fine suit of scarlet clothes and a sword, which they were about to give to a chief of the Tennessees who had become their ally. But the Creek answered, "We love him. It is true, he does not give us silver, but he gives us everything we want that he has. He has given me the coat off his back and the blanket from under him." End quote. At last, the trustees of the Georgia colony lost patience. Very bitterly, they had learned that paupers, however worthy, are not good stuff to build new enterprises of. In 18 years, the colony had not once furnished a sufficient supply of subsistence for its own consumption. Farms which had been cultivated were going to ruin, and the country was rapidly degenerating in every respect. Dishonest traders had tampered with and exasperated the Indians, so that their friendliness could no longer be implicitly trusted. For everything that went wrong, the English company was held responsible, and probably there were no happier men in all England on the 20th of June, 1752, than were the Georgia trustees, who on that day formally resigned their charter and washed their hands of the colony forever. The province was now formed into a royal government, and very soon became the seat of frightful Indian wars. The new authorities neither understood nor kept faith with the Indians. Their old friend Oglethorpe had left them forever, and the same scenes of treachery and massacre which were being enacted at the north began to be repeated with heart-sickening similarity at the south. Indians, fighting as allies today with the French, tomorrow with the English. Treaties made and broken as soon as made. There was neither peace nor safety anywhere. At last, in 1763, a treaty was concluded with the chiefs and headmen of 5 tribes, which seemed to promise better things. The Cherokees and Creeks granted to the King of England a large tract of land, cleared off their debts with a sum paid for it, and observed its stipulations faithfully for several years, until peace was again destroyed, this time by no fault of the Indians, in consequence of the revolt of the American colonies against Great Britain. The English loyalists in Georgia now availed themselves of the Indians' old habit of allegiance to the crown. One of their leading agents took a Cherokee woman as his mistress, placed her at the head of his table, gave her the richest dress and equipage that the country could afford, and distributed through her lavish gifts to all the Indians he could reach. When war actually broke out, he retreated with her into the fastnesses of the Cherokee nation, where he swayed them at his will. Attempts to capture him were repelled by the Cherokees with ferocity. Prisoners taken by them at this time were tortured with great cruelty. One instance is recorded, in a journal kept by another prisoner who escaped alive, of a boy about 12 years of age who was suspended by the arms between 2 posts and raised about 3 feet from the ground. Quote, "The mode of inflicting the torture was by light wood splints of about 18 inches long, made sharp at one end and fractured at the other, so that the torch might not be extinguished by throwing it. After these weapons of death were prepared, and a fire made for the purpose of lighting them, the scene of horror commenced. It was deemed a mark of dexterity and accompanied by shouts of applause when an Indian threw one of these torches so as to make the sharp end stick into the body of the suffering youth without extinguishing the torch. This description of torture was continued for 2 hours before the innocent victim was relieved by death." End quote. These are sickening details, and no doubt will be instinctively set down by most readers as proof of innate cruelty peculiar to the Indian race. Let us, therefore, set side by side with them the record that in this same war white men, British officers, confined white men, rebels, in prison ships, starved, and otherwise maltreated them till they died, 5 or 6 a day, then threw their dead bodies into the nearest marsh, and had them trodden down in the mud, from whence they were soon exposed by the washing of the tides, and at low water the prisoners beheld the carrion crows picking the bones of their departed companions. End quote. Also, that white men, British officers, were known at that time to have made thumbscrews out of musket locks to torture Georgia women, wives of rebels, to force them to reveal the places where their husbands were in hiding. Innate cruelty is not exclusively an Indian trait. The Cherokees had the worst of the fighting on the British side during the Revolution. Again and again their towns were burnt, their winter stores destroyed, and whole bands reduced to the verge of starvation. At one time, when hard pressed by the American forces, they sent to the Creeks for help, But the shrewd Creeks replied, quote, "You have taken the thorns out of our feet. You are welcome to them," end quote. The Creeks, having given only limited aid to the British, had suffered much less severely. That any of the Indians should have joined the rebel cause seems wonderful, as they had evidently nothing to gain by the transfer of their allegiance to what must have appeared to them for a long time to be the losing side in the contest. For 3 years and a half, Savannah was in the possession of the British, and again they had control of the entire state. And to show that they had no compunction about inciting the Indians to massacres, they left many a written record, such, for instance, as this, which is in a letter written by General Gage from Boston, June 1775. Quote, "We need not be tender of calling on the savages to attack the Indians," end quote. The first diplomatic relations of the United States government with the Cherokees were in the making of the Treaty of Hopewell in 1785. At the Hopewell Council, the United States commissioners said, quote, "Congress is now the sovereign of all our country, which we now point out to you on the map. They want none of your lands, nor anything else which belongs to you, and as an earnest of their regard for you, we propose to enter into articles of a treaty perfectly equal and conformable to what we now tell you. This humane and generous act of the United States will no doubt be received by you with gladness and held in grateful remembrance, and the more so, as many of your young men and the greater number of your warriors during the late war were our enemies and assisted the King of Great Britain in his endeavors to conquer our country." End quote. The chiefs complained bitterly of the encroachments of white settlers upon lands which had been, by old treaties, distinctly reserved to the Cherokees. They demanded that some of these settlers should be removed, and when the commissioners said that the settlers were too numerous for the government to remove, one of the chiefs asked satirically, "Are Congress, who conquered the King of Great Britain, unable to remove these people?" End quote. Finally, the chiefs agreed to accept payment for the lands which had been taken. New boundaries were established, and a general feeling of goodwill and confidence was created. One notable feature in this council was the speech of an Indian woman called the War Woman of Chota. Chota was the Cherokees' city of refuge. All murderers were safe so long as they lived in Chota. Even Englishmen had not disdained to take advantage of its shelter. One English trader who had killed an Indian, having fled, lived there for many months, his own house being but a short distance away. After a time he resolved to return home, but the headman of the tribe assured him that, though he was entirely safe there, he would surely be killed if he left the town. The chief who brought this war woman to the council introduced her as one of our beloved women who has borne and raised up warriors. She proceeded to say, quote, "I am fond of hearing that there is a peace, and I hope you have now taken us by the hand in real friendship. I have a pipe and a little tobacco to give the commissioners to smoke in friendship. I look on you and the red people as my children. Your having determined on peace is most pleasing to me, for I have seen much trouble during the late war. I am old, but I hope yet to bear children who will grow up and people our nation, as we are now to be under the protection of Congress and shall have no disturbance." End quote. A brief summary of the events which followed on the negotiation of this treaty may be best given in the words of a report made by the Secretary of War to the President 4 years later. In July 1789, General Knox writes as follows of the Cherokees, quote, "This nation of Indians, consisting of separate towns or villages, are seated principally on the headwaters of the Tennessee, which runs into the Ohio. Their hunting grounds extend from the Cumberland River along the frontiers of Virginia, North and South Carolina, and part of Georgia. The frequent wars they have had with the frontier people of the said states have greatly diminished their number. The commissioners estimated them in November 1785 at 2,000 warriors, but they were estimated in 1787 at 2,650. Yet it is probable they may be lessened since by the depredations committed on them. The United States concluded a treaty with the Cherokees at Hopewell on the Kiowa, the 28th of November, 1785, which is entered on the printed journals of Congress, April 17, 1786. The negotiations of the commissioners on the part of the United States are hereunto annexed, marked A. It will appear by the papers marked B that the state of North Carolina, by their agent, protested against the said treaty as infringing and violating the legislative rights of that state. By a variety of evidence which has been submitted to the last Congress, it has been proved that the said treaty has been entirely disregarded by the white people inhabiting the frontiers, styling themselves the state of Franklin. The proceedings of Congress on the 1st of September, 1788, and the proclamation they then issued on this subject will show their sense of the many unprovoked outrages committed against the Cherokees. The information contained in the papers marked C from Colonel Joseph Martin, the late agent to the Cherokees, and Richard Wynne, Esquire, will further evince the deplorable situation of the Cherokees and the indispensable obligation of the United States to vindicate their faith, justice, and national dignity. The letter of Mr. Wynne, the late superintendent, of the 1st of March, informs that a treaty will be held with the Cherokees on the 3rd Monday of May at the Upper War Ford on French Broad River. But it is to be observed that the time for which both he and Colonel Joseph Martin, the agent to the Cherokees and Chickasaws, were elected has expired, and therefore they are not authorized to act on the part of the Union. If the commissioners appointed by North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, by virtue of the resolve of Congress of the 26th of October, 1787, should attend the said treaty, their proceedings thereon may soon be expected. But as part of the Cherokees have taken refuge within the limits of the Creeks, it is highly probable they will be under the same direction, and therefore, as the fact of the violation of the treaty cannot be disputed, and as the commissioners have not power to replace the Cherokees within the limits established in 1785, it is not probable, even if a treaty should be held, as stated by Mr. Wynne, that the result would be satisfactory. End quote. This is the summing up of the situation. The details of it are to be read in copious volumes of the early history of Tennessee, North and South Carolina, and Georgia, all under the head of Indian atrocities. To very few who read those records does it occur that the Indians who committed these atrocities were simply ejecting by force, and, in the contests arising from this forcible ejectment, killing men who had usurped and stolen their lands ceded to them by the United States government in a solemn treaty, of which the 5th article was as follows, quote, "If any citizen of the United States or other person, not being an Indian, shall attempt to settle on any of the lands westward or southward of the said boundaries, which are hereby allotted to the Indians for their hunting grounds, or having already settled and will not remove from the same within 6 months after the ratification of this treaty, such person shall forfeit the protection of the United States, and the Indians may punish him or not as they please." End quote. It is evident that it is necessary to go back to the days of the first treaties with our Indians to possess ourselves of the first requisites for fair judgment of their conduct toward white men. What would a community of white men, situated precisely as these Cherokees were, have done? What did these very southern colonists themselves do to Spaniards who encroached on their lands? Fought them, killed them, burnt their houses over their heads, and drove them into the sea. In a later communication in the same year to the President, the Secretary says, quote, "The disgraceful violation of the Treaty of Hopewell with the Cherokees requires the serious consideration of Congress. If so direct and manifest contempt of the authority of the United States be suffered with impunity, it will be in vain to attempt to extend the arm of the government to the frontiers. The Indian tribes can have no faith in such imbecile promises, and the lawless whites will ridicule a government which shall on paper only make Indian treaties and regulate Indian boundaries." End quote. The President, thus entreated, addressed himself to the Senate and asked their advice. He recapitulated the facts as set forth by General Knox, that upward of 500 families are settled on the Cherokee lands, and asks, quote, "First, is it the judgment of the Senate that overtures shall be made to the Cherokees to arrange a new boundary, so as to embrace the settlements made by the white people since the Treaty of Hopewell in November 1785? Second, if so, shall compensation to the amount of blank dollars annually or of blank dollars in gross be made to the Cherokees for the land they shall relinquish, holding the occupiers of the land accountable to the United States for its value? Third, shall the United States stipulate solemnly to guarantee the new boundary which may be arranged? End quote. End of section 24. Section 25 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 8. The Cherokees, Part 2. The Senate thereupon resolved that the President should, at his discretion, cause the Hopewell Treaty to be carried out, or make a new one, but in case a new one was made, the Senate do advise and consent solemnly to guarantee the same. Accordingly, in July 1791, a new treaty, the Treaty of Holston, was made with the Cherokees, new boundaries established, and $1,000 a year promised to the tribe for the lands relinquished. By the 7th article of this treaty, the United States, quote, solemnly guaranteed to the Cherokee Nation all their lands not hereby ceded, end quote. The 8th article reiterates the old permission that if any citizen of the United States or other person, not an Indian, shall settle on the Cherokees' lands, the Cherokees may punish him as they please. Article 9th says that no citizen or inhabitant of the United States shall hunt or destroy game on the Cherokee lands, or go into the Cherokee country without a passport from the governor or some other authorized person. The next year, the Cherokees sent an embassy to Philadelphia to ask for an increase of $500 in their annuity. One of the chiefs said that he had told Governor Blunt the year before that he would not consent to selling the lands for $1,000 a year. Quote, it would not buy a breechclout for each of my nation, end quote, which was literally true. To this additional annuity the Senate consented, and with this the chiefs said they were perfectly satisfied, but they begged for the plows, hoes, cattle, etc., which had been promised in the treaty. They said, quote, game is going fast away from among us. We must plant corn and raise cattle, and we want you to assist us, end quote. In 1794, it was necessary to make another treaty, chiefly to declare that the Holston Treaty was in, quote, full force and binding, end quote. It had not been, quote, fully carried into execution by reason of misunderstandings, end quote, it was said. This was very true. White settlers had gone where they pleased, as if it did not exist. Cherokees had murdered them, as they were by their treaty explicitly permitted to do. The whites had retaliated by unprovoked attacks on friendly Indians, and the Indians had retaliated again. The exasperated Indians implored Congress to protect them. The still more exasperated whites demanded of Congress to protect them. The Secretary of War writes despairingly that, quote, the desire of too many frontier white people to seize by force or fraud on the neighboring Indian lands continues to be an unceasing cause of jealousy and hatred on the part of the Indians, and it would appear, upon a calm investigation, that until the Indians can be quieted on this point and rely with confidence on the protection of their lands by the United States, no well-grounded hope of tranquility can be entertained, end quote. In this miserable manner, unjust equally to the white men and to the Indians, affairs went on for several years, until in 1801 it became absolutely necessary that in some way a definite understanding of boundaries and an authoritative enforcement of rights on both sides should be brought about. Accordingly, commissioners were sent by the President to obtain the consent of the Cherokees to new grants of land and establishment of boundaries. The instructions given to these commissioners are remarkable for their reiterated assertion of the Indians' unquestioned right to do as they please about ceding these lands. Such phrases as these, Should the Indians refuse to cede to the United States any of the above designated lands, and you will endeavor to prevail upon them to cede, and you will endeavor to procure the consent of the Indians, are proof of the fullness of the recognition the United States government at that time gave of the Indians' right of occupancy, also of the realization on the part of the government that these Indian nations were powers whose goodwill it was of importance to conciliate. It is of importance, the instructions say, quote, that the Indian nations generally should be convinced of the certainty in which they may at all times rely upon the friendship of the United States, and that the President will never abandon them or their children, and, quote, it will be incumbent on you to introduce the desires of the government in such a manner as will permit you to drop them, as you may find them illy received, without giving the Indians an opportunity to reply with a decided negative, or raising in them unfriendly and inimical dispositions. You will state none of them in the tone of demands, but in the first instance merely mention them as propositions which you are authorized to make, and their assent to which the government would consider as new testimonials of their friendship." End quote. Nevertheless, the Cherokees did reply with a decided negative. They utterly refused to cede any more lands or to give their consent to the opening of any more roads through their territory. But it only took 4 years to bring them to the point where they were ready to acquiesce in the wishes of the government and to make once more the effort to secure to themselves an unmolested region by giving up several large tracts of land and a right-of-way on several roads. In 1805, they concluded another treaty, ceding territory for which the United States thought it worthwhile to pay $15,000 immediately and an annuity of $3,000. 10 years later, in 1816, they gave up all their lands in South Carolina, and the United States became surety that South Carolina should pay to them $5,000 for the same. In the autumn of the same year, they made still another cession of lands to the United States government, for which they were to have an annuity of $6,000 a year for 10 years, and $5,000 as compensation for the improvements they surrendered. In 1817, an important treaty was concluded, making still further cessions of lands and defining the position of a part of the Cherokee Nation which had moved away, with the President's permission, to the Arkansas River in 1809. The 8th article of this treaty promises that the United States will give to every head of an Indian family residing on the east side of the Mississippi, who may wish to become a citizen, a reservation of 640 acres of land, in which they will have a life estate, with a reversion in fee simple to their children. What imagine could have foreseen that in less than 20 years the chiefs of this Cherokee nation would be found piteously pleading to be allowed to remain undisturbed on these very lands? In the whole history of our government's dealings with the Indian tribes, there is no record so black as the record of its perfidy to this nation. There will come a time in the remote future when, to the student of American history, it will seem well nigh incredible. From the beginning of the century, they had been steadily advancing in civilization. As far back as 1800, they had begun the manufacture of cotton cloth, and in 1820, there was scarcely a family in that part of the nation living east of the Mississippi but what understood the use of the card and spinning wheel. Every family had its farm under cultivation. The territory was laid off into districts, with a council house, a judge, and a marshal in each district. A national committee and council were the supreme authority in the nation. Schools were flourishing in all the villages. Printing presses were at work. Their territory was larger than the 3 states of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut combined. It embraced the northwestern part of Georgia, the northeast of Alabama, a corner of Tennessee, and of North Carolina. They were enthusiastic in their efforts to establish and perfect their own system of jurisprudence. Missions of several sects were established in their country, and a large number of them had professed Christianity and were living exemplary lives. There is no instance in all history of a race of people passing in so short a space of time from the barbarous stage to the agricultural and civilized. And it was such a community as this that the state of Georgia, by one high-handed outrage, made outlaws, passing on the 19th of December, 1829, a law, quote, to annul all laws and ordinances made by the Cherokee Nation of Indians, end quote, declaring, quote, all laws, ordinances, orders, and regulations of any kind whatever made, passed, or enacted by the Cherokee Indians, either in general council or in any other way whatever, or by any authority whatever, null and void, and of no effect, as if the same had never existed. Also, that no Indian or descendant of any Indian residing within the Creek or Cherokee nations of Indians shall be deemed a competent witness in any court of this state to which a white man may be a party. End quote. What had so changed the attitude of Georgia to the Indians within her borders? Simply the fact that the Indians, finding themselves hemmed in on all sides by fast thickening white settlements, had taken a firm stand that they would give up no more land, so long as they would cede and grant tract after tract, and had millions of acres still left to cede and grant. The selfishness of white men took no alarm. But once consolidated into an empire with fixed and inalienable boundaries, powerful, recognized, and determined, the Cherokee Nation would be a thorn in the flesh to her white neighbors. The doom of the Cherokees was sealed on the day when they declared, once for all, officially as a nation, that they would not sell another foot of land. This they did in an interesting and pathetic message to the United States Senate in 1822. Georgia, through her governor and her delegates to Congress, had been persistently demanding to have the Cherokees compelled to give up their lands. She insisted that the United States government should fulfill a provision made in an old compact of 1802 to extinguish the Indian titles within her limits as soon as it could be peaceably done. This, she demanded, should be done now, either peaceably or otherwise. We cannot but view the design of those letters, says this message, as an attempt bordering on a hostile disposition toward the Cherokee Nation to wrest from them by arbitrary means their just rights and liberties, the security of which is solemnly guaranteed to them by these United States. We assert under the fullest authority that all the sentiments expressed in relation to the disposition and determination of the nation never to cede another foot of land are positively the production and voice of the nation. There is not a spot out of the limits of any of the states or territories thereof, and within the limits of the United States, that they would ever consent to inhabit, because they have unequivocally determined never again to pursue the chase as heretofore, or to engage in wars, unless by the common call of the government to defend the common rights of the United States. The Cherokees have turned their attention to the pursuits of the civilized man. Agriculture, manufactures, and the mechanic arts and education are all in successful operation in the nation at this time, and while the Cherokees are peacefully endeavoring to enjoy the blessings of civilization and Christianity on the soil of their rightful inheritance, and while the exertions and labors of various religious societies of these United States are successfully engaged in promulgating to them the words of truth and life from the sacred volume of Holy Writ, and under the patronage of the general government, they are threatened with removal or extinction. We appeal to the magnanimity of the American Congress for justice and the protection of the rights and liberties and lives of the Cherokee people. We claim it from the United States by the strongest obligation which imposes it on them, by treaties, and we expect it from them under that memorable declaration that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. End quote. The dignified and pathetic remonstrances of the Cherokee chiefs, their firm reiterations of their resolve not to part with their lands, were called by the angry Georgian governor tricks of vulgar cunning and insults from the polluted lips of outcasts and vagabonds, and he is not afraid, in an official letter to the Secretary of War, to openly threaten the President that, if he upholds the Indians in their rejection of the overtures for removal, the consequences are inevitable, and that, in resisting the occupation of the Cherokee lands by the Georgians, he will be obliged to make war upon and shed the blood of brothers and friends. To these Cherokees, Mr. Jefferson had written at one time during his administration, I sincerely wish you may succeed in your laudable endeavors to save the remnant of your nation by adopting industrious occupations and a government of regular law. In this you may always rely on the counsel and assistance of the United States." End quote. In 1791, he had written to General Knox, defining the United States' position in the matter of Indian lands. Quote, "Government should firmly maintain this ground, that the Indians have a right to the occupation of their lands independent of the states within whose chartered lines they happen to be, that until they cede them by treaty or other transaction equivalent to treaty, no act of a state can give a right to such lands. The government is determined to exert all its energy for the patronage and protection of the rights of the Indians." End quote. And the year before, General Washington had said to the Six Nations, quote, "In future you cannot be defrauded of your lands. No state or person can purchase your lands unless at some public treaty held under the authority of the United States. The general government will never consent to your being defrauded, but it will protect you in all your just rights. You possess the right to sell and the right of refusing to sell your lands. The United States will be true and faithful to their engagements." End quote. What could Cherokee men and women have thought when, only 30 years later, they found this United States government upholding the state of Georgia in her monstrous pretensions of right to the whole of their country and in her infamous cruelties of oppression toward them? When they found this United States government sending its agents to seduce and bribe their chiefs to bargain away their country, even stooping to leave on the public records of official instructions to a commissioner such phrases as these: "Appeal to the chiefs and influential men not together but apart at their own houses. Make offers to them of extensive reservations in fee simple and other rewards to obtain their acquiescence. The more careful you are to secure from even the chiefs the official character you bear, the better. Enlarge on the advantage of their condition in the West. There the government would protect them." This the Secretary of War called "moving on them in the line of their prejudices." End quote. In a report submitted to the War Department in 1825 by Thomas L. McKinney is a glowing description of the Cherokee country and nation at that time. Quote, "The country is well watered. Abundant springs of pure water are found in every part. A range of majestic and lofty mountains stretch themselves across it. The northern part is hilly and mountainous. In the southern and western parts there are extensive and fertile plains, covered partly with tall trees, through which beautiful streams of water glide. These plains furnish immense pasturage, and numberless herds of cattle are dispersed over them. Horses are plenty. Numerous flocks of sheep, goats, and swine cover the valleys and the hills. On Tennessee, Oostanula, and Conestoga rivers, Cherokee commerce floats. The climate is delicious and healthy. The winters are mild. The spring clothes the ground with the richest scenery. Flowers of exquisite beauty and variegated hues meet and fascinate the eye in every direction. In the plains and valleys, the soil is generally rich, producing Indian corn, cotton, tobacco, wheat, oats, indigo, and sweet and Irish potatoes. The natives carry on considerable trade with the adjoining states. Some of them export cotton in boats down the Tennessee to the Mississippi, and down that river to New Orleans. Apple and peach orchards are quite common, and gardens are cultivated, and much attention paid to them. Butter and cheese are seen on Cherokee tables. There are many public roads in the nation, and houses of entertainment kept by natives. Numerous and flourishing villages are seen in every section of the country. Cotton and woolen cloths are manufactured. Blankets of various dimensions, manufactured by Cherokee hands, are very common. Almost every family in the nation grows cotton for its own consumption. Industry and commercial enterprise are extending themselves in every part. Nearly all the merchants in the nation are native Cherokees. Agricultural pursuits engage the chief attention of the people. Different branches and mechanics are pursued. The population is rapidly increasing. White men in the nation enjoy all the immunities and privileges of the Cherokee people, except that they are not eligible to public offices. The Christian religion is the religion of the nation. Presbyterians, Methodists, Baptists, and Moravians are the most numerous sects. Some of the most influential characters are members of the church and live consistently with their professions. The whole nation is penetrated with gratitude for the aid it has received from the United States government and from different religious societies. Schools are increasing every year. Learning is encouraged and rewarded. The young class acquire the English, and those of mature age the Cherokee system of learning. Our relations with all nations are of the most friendly character. We are out of debt, and our public revenue is in a flourishing condition. Besides the amount arising from imports, perpetual annuity is due from the United States in consideration of lands ceded in former periods. Our system of government, founded on Republican principles by which justice is equally distributed, secures the respect of the people. Newtown, pleasantly situated in the center of the nation and at the junction of the Conestoga and Goosawhattie, two beautiful streams, is the seat of government. The legislative power is vested in what is denominated in native dialect Tsalagi Tinalawige, consisting of a national committee and council. Members of both branches are chosen by and from the people for a limited period. In Newtown, a printing press is soon to be established, also a national library and museum. An immense concourse of people frequent the seat of government when the Tsalagi Tinalawige is in session, which takes place once a year. Quote, "The success which has attended the philological researches of one in the nation whose system of education has met with universal approbation among the Cherokees certainly entitles him to great consideration and to rank with the benefactors of man. His name is Guess, and he is a native and unlettered Cherokee, but like Cadmus, he has given to his people the alphabet of their language. It is composed of 86 characters, by which in a few days the older Indians, who had despaired of deriving an education by means of the schools, and who are not included in the existing school system, may read and correspond." End quote. End of section 25. Section 26 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 8, The Cherokees, Part 3. Never did mountaineers cling more desperately to their homes than did the Cherokees. The state of Georgia put the whole nation in duress, but still they chose to stay. Year by year, high-handed oppressions increased and multiplied. Military law reigned everywhere. Cherokee lands were surveyed and put up to be drawn by lottery. Missionaries were arrested and sent to prison for preaching to Cherokees. Cherokees were sentenced to death by Georgia juries and hung by Georgia executioners. Appeal after appeal to the President and to Congress for protection produced only reiterated confessions of the government's inability to protect them, reiterated proposals to them to accept a price for their country and move away. Nevertheless, they clung to it. A few hundreds went, but the body of the nation still protested and entreated. There is nothing in history more touching than the cries of this people to the government of the United States to fulfill its promises to them, and their cause was not without eloquent advocates. When the bill for their removal was before Congress, Frelinghuysen, Sprague, Robbins, Storrs, Ellsworth, Evans, Huntington, Johns, Bates, Crockett, Everett, Test, all spoke warmly against it, and to the credit of Congress be it said, the bill passed the Senate by only one majority. The Reverend Jeremiah Evarts published a series of papers in the National Intelligencer under the signature of William Penn, in which he gave a masterly analysis and summing up of the case, recapitulated the 16 treaties which the government had made with the Cherokees, all guaranteeing to them their lands, and declared that the government had arrived at the bank of the Rubicon, where it must decide if it would or would not save the country from the charge of bad faith. Many of his eloquent sentences read in the light of the present time like prophecies. He says, "In a quarter of a century, the pressure upon the Indians will be much greater from the boundless prairies, which must ultimately be subdued and inhabited, than it would ever have been from the borders of the present Cherokee country," and asked pertinently, to what confidence would such an engagement be entitled, done at the very moment that treaties with Indians are declared not to be binding, and for the very reason that existing treaties are not strong enough to bind the United States. End quote. Remonstrances poured in upon Congress, petitions and memorials from religious societies, from little country villages, all imploring the government to keep its faith to these people. The Cherokees' own newspaper, the Phoenix, was filled at this time with the records of the nation's suffering and despair. Quote, "The state of Georgia has taken a strong stand against us, and the United States must either defend us and our rights or leave us to our foe. In the latter case, she will violate her promise of protection, and we cannot in future depend upon any guarantee to us, either here or beyond the Mississippi. If the United States shall withdraw their solemn pledges of protection, utterly disregard their plighted faith, deprive us of the right of self-government, and wrest from us our land, then, in the deep anguish of our misfortunes, we may justly say there is no place of security for us, no confidence left that the United States will be more just and faithful toward us in the barren prairies of the West than when we occupied the soil inherited from the great author of our existence." End quote. As a last resort, the Cherokees carried their case before the Supreme Court and implored that body to restrain the state of Georgia from her unjust interference with their rights. The reports of the case of the Cherokee Nation versus the state of Georgia fill a volume by themselves and are of vital importance to the history of Indian affairs. The majority of the judges decided that an Indian tribe could not be considered as a foreign nation and therefore could not bring the suit. Judge Thompson and Judge Story dissented from this opinion and held that the Cherokee tribe did constitute a foreign nation and that the state of Georgia ought to be enjoined from execution of its unjust laws. The opinion of Chancellor Kent coincided with that of Judges Thompson and Story. Chancellor Kent gave it as his opinion that the cases in which the Supreme Court had jurisdiction would, quote, "reach and embrace every controversy that can arise between the Cherokees and the state of Georgia or its officers under the execution of the Act of Georgia." End quote. But all of this did not help the Cherokees. Neither did the fact of the manifest sympathy of the whole court with their wrongs. The technical legal decision had been rendered against them, and this delivered them over to the tender mercies of Georgia. No power in the land could help them. Fierce factions now began to be formed in the nation, one for and one against the surrender of their lands. Many were ready still to remain and suffer till death rather than give them up. But wiser counsels prevailed, and in the last days of the year 1835, a treaty was concluded with the United States by 20 of the Cherokee chiefs and headmen, who thereby, in behalf of their nation, relinquished all the lands claimed or possessed by them east of the Mississippi River. The preamble of this treaty is full of pathos. Quote, "Whereas the Cherokees are anxious to make some arrangement with the government of the United States whereby the difficulties they have experienced by a residence within the settled parts of the United States under the jurisdiction and laws of the state governments may be terminated and adjusted, and with a view to reuniting their people in one body and securing a permanent home for themselves and their posterity in the country selected by their forefathers without the territorial limits of the state sovereignties, and where they can establish and enjoy a government of their choice and perpetuate such a state of society as may be most consonant with their views, habits, and condition, and as may tend to their individual comfort and their advancement in civilization." End quote. By this treaty, the Cherokees gave up a country, quote, "larger than the 3 states of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut combined, and received, therefore, $5 million and 7 million acres of land west of the Mississippi, end quote. This the United States guaranteed and secured to be conveyed in patent, and defined it by exact boundaries. And in addition to the 7 million acres of land thus provided for and bounded, the United States did further guarantee to the Cherokee Nation a perpetual outlet west and a free and unmolested use of all the country west of the western boundary of said 7 million acres, as far west as the sovereignty of the United States and their rights of soil extend, end quote. The fifth article of this treaty is, quote, the United States hereby covenant and agree that the lands ceded to the Cherokee Nation in the foregoing article shall in no future time, without their consent, be included within the territorial limits or jurisdiction of any state or territory, end quote. In the sixth article is this promise, quote, the United States agree to protect the Cherokee Nation from domestic strife and foreign enemies, and against intestine wars between the several tribes, end quote. Even after this treaty was made, a great part of the nation refused to sanction it, saying that it did not represent their wish. They would never carry it out. Hundreds refused to receive any longer either money or supplies from the United States agents, lest they should be considered to have thereby committed themselves to the treaty. In 1837, General Wool wrote from the Cherokee country that the people, quote, uniformly declare that they never made the treaty in question. So determined are they in their opposition that not one of all those who were present and voted in the council held but a day or two since at this place, however poor or destitute, would receive either rations or clothing from the United States, lest they might compromise themselves in regard to the treaty. These same people, as well as those in the mountains of North Carolina, during the summer past, preferred living on the roots and sap of trees rather than receive provisions from the United States. Thousands, I have been informed, had no other food for weeks, end quote. For 2 years, to the very last moment allowed them by the treaty, they clung to their lands, and at last were removed only by military force. In May 1838, General Scott was ordered to go with a sufficient military force to compel the removal. His proclamation to the Cherokee people remaining in North Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, and Alabama opens thus, quote, Cherokees, the President of the United States has sent me with a powerful army to cause you, in obedience to the Treaty of 1835, to join that part of your people who are already established on the other side of the Mississippi. Unhappily, the 2 years which were allowed for the purpose you have suffered to pass away without following, and without making any preparation to follow. And now, or by the time that this solemn address shall reach your distant settlements, the emigration must be commenced in haste, but I hope without disorder. I have no power, by granting a further delay, to correct the error that you have committed. The full moon of May is already on the wane, and before another shall have passed away, every Cherokee man, woman, and child in those states must be in motion to join their brethren in the West. End quote. The tone of this proclamation, at once firm and kindly, could not fail to profoundly impress the unfortunate people to whom it was addressed. My troops, said the humane and sympathizing general, already occupy many positions in the country that you are to abandon, and thousands are approaching from every quarter to render resistance and escape alike hopeless. All those troops, regular and militia, are your friends. Receive them and confide in them as such. Obey them when they tell you that you can remain no longer in this country. Soldiers are as kind-hearted as brave, and the desire of every one of us is to execute our painful duty in mercy. Chiefs, headmen, and warriors, will you then, by resistance, compel us to resort to arms? God forbid. Or will you by flight seek to hide yourselves in mountains and forests, and thus oblige us to hunt you down? Remember that in pursuit it may be impossible to avoid conflicts. The blood of the white man or the blood of the red man may be spilt. And if spilt, however accidentally, it may be impossible for the discreet and humane among you or among us to prevent a general war and carnage. Think of this, my Cherokee brethren. I am an old warrior, and have been present at many a scene of slaughter, but spare me, I beseech you, the horror of witnessing the destruction of the Cherokees. Do not even wait for the close approach of the troops, but make such preparations for emigration as you can, and hasten to this place, to Ross's Landing or to Gunther's Landing, where you will be received in kindness by officers selected for the purpose. This is the address of a warrior to warriors. May its entreaties be kindly received, and may the God of both prosper the Americans and Cherokees, and preserve them long in peace and friendship with each other." End quote. The reply of the Council of the Cherokee Nation to this proclamation is worthy to be put on record. They make no further protest against going. They simply ask the privilege of undertaking the whole charge of the removal themselves. They say, quote, "The present condition of the Cherokee people is such that all dispute as to the time of emigration is set at rest. Being already severed from their homes and their property, their persons being under the absolute control of the commanding general, and being altogether dependent on the benevolence and humanity of that high officer for the suspension of their transportation to the West at a season and under circumstances in which sickness and death were to be apprehended to an alarming extent, all inducements to prolong their stay in this country are taken away. And however strong their attachment to the homes of their fathers may be, their interests and their wishes are now to depart as early as may be consistent with their safety." End quote. The Council therefore submitted to General Scott several propositions. First, quote, that the Cherokee Nation will undertake the whole business of removing their people to the west of the river Mississippi. End quote. Their estimates of cost and arrangement as to time, intervals, etc., were wise and reasonable. To their estimate of $65,880 as the cost for every 1,000 persons transported, General Scott objected, thinking it high. He said that he was confident that it would be found that out of every 1,000 there would be, quote, at least 500 strong men, women, boys, and girls not only capable of marching 12 or 15 miles a day, but to whom the exercise would be beneficial, and another 100 able to go on foot half that distance daily. End quote. He also objected to the estimate of the ration at 16 cents as too high. The Council replied that they believed the estimate reasonable, quote, having the comfortable removal of our people solely in view, and endeavoring to be governed, as far as that object will allow, by the rates of expenditure fixed by the officers of the government, after the necessary bedding, cooking utensils, and other indispensable articles of 20 persons, say 4 or 5 families, are placed in a wagon with subsistence for at least 2 days, the weight already will be enough to exclude, in our opinion, more than a very few persons being hauled. The great distance to be traveled, liability to sickness on the way of grown persons, and the desire of performing the trip in as short a time as possible, induce us still to think our estimate of that item not extravagant. Whatever may be necessary in the emigration of our people to their comfort on the way, and as conducive to their health, we desire to be afforded them. At the same time, it is our anxious wish, in the management of this business, to be free at all times from the imputation of extravagance. End quote. They added that the item of soap had been forgotten in their first estimate and must now be included at the rate of 3 pounds to every 100 pounds of rations. General Scott replied, quote, as the Cherokee people are exclusively interested in the cost as well as the comfort of the removal, end quote, he did not feel himself at liberty to withhold his sanction from these estimates. In the report of the Indian Commissioner also, it is stated that, quote, the cost of removal, according to the Indian estimate, is high, but the Commissioner adds, as their own fund pays it, and it was insisted on by their own confidential agents, it was thought it could not be rejected, end quote. Noble liberality. This nation of 18,000 industrious, self-supporting people, compelled at the point of the bayonet to leave their country and seek new homes in a wilderness, are to be permitted, as a favor, to spend on their journey to this wilderness as much of their own money as they think necessary, and have all the soap they want. The record which the United States government has left in official papers of its self-congratulations in the matter of this Cherokee removal has an element in it of the ludicrous, spite of the tragedy and shame. Says the Secretary of War, quote, "The generous and enlightened policy evinced in the measures adopted by Congress toward that people during the last session was ably and judiciously carried into effect by the general appointed to conduct the removal. The reluctance of the Indians to relinquish the land of their birth in the East and remove to their new homes in the West was entirely overcome by the judicious conduct of that officer, and they departed with alacrity under the guidance of their own chiefs. The arrangements for this purpose made by General Scott, in compliance with his previous instructions, although somewhat costly to the Indians themselves, met the entire approbation of the department, as it was deemed of the last importance that the Cherokees should remove to the West voluntarily, and that upon their arrival at the place of their ultimate destination, they should recur to the manner in which they had been treated with kind and grateful feelings. Humanity, no less than good policy, dictated this course toward these children of the forest, and in carrying out in this instance with an unwavering hand the measures resolved upon by the government, in the hope of preserving the Indians and of maintaining the peace and tranquility of the whites, it will always be gratifying to reflect that this has been effected not only without violence, but with every proper regard for the feelings and interests of that people." End quote. The Commissioner of Indian Affairs says in his report, quote, "The case of the Cherokees is a striking example of the liberality of the government in all its branches. A retrospect of the last 8 months in reference to this numerous and more than ordinarily enlightened tribe cannot fail to be refreshing to well-constituted minds." End quote. A further appropriation had been asked by the Cherokee chiefs to meet the expense of their removal, they not thinking $5 million a very munificent payment for a country as large as all Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut together. And Congress had passed a law giving them $1,147.67 more. And the commissioner says of this, quote, "When it is considered that by the Treaty of December 1835, the sum of $5 million was stipulated to be paid them as the full value of their lands, after that amount was declared by the Senate of the United States to be an ample consideration for them, the spirit of this whole proceeding cannot be too much admired. By some the measure may be regarded as just, by others generous. It perhaps partook of both attributes. If it went farther than naked justice could have demanded, it did not stop short of what liberality approved. If our acts have been generous, they have not been less wise and politic. A large mass of men have been conciliated. The hazard of an effusion of human blood has been put by. Good feeling has been preserved, and we have quietly and gently transported 18,000 friends to the west bank of the Mississippi." End quote. To dwell on the picture of this removal is needless. The fact by itself is more eloquent than pages of detail and description could make it. No imagination so dull, no heart so hard as not to see and to feel, at the bare mention of such an immigration, what horrors and what anguish it must have involved. 18,000 friends, only a great magnanimity of nature, strengthened by true Christian principle, could have prevented them from being changed into 18,000 bitter enemies. For some years after this removal, fierce dissensions rent the Cherokee nation. The party who held that the Treaty of 1835 had been unfair, and that the nation still had an unextinguished right to its old country at the East, felt, as was natural, a bitter hatred toward the party which, they claimed, had wrongfully signed away the nation's lands. Several of the signers of the treaty, influential men of the nation, were murdered. Party spirit ran to such a height that the United States government was compelled to interfere. And in 1846, after long negotiations and dissensions, a new treaty was made, by the terms and concessions of which the anti-treaty party were appeased, a general amnesty provided for, and comparative harmony restored to the nation. End of section 26. Section 27 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 8, The Cherokees, Part 4. The progress of this people in the 10 years following this removal is almost past belief. In 1851, they had 22 primary schools and had just built 2 large houses for a male and female seminary in which the higher branches of education were to be taught. They had a temperance society with 3,000 members and an auxiliary society in each of the 8 districts into which the country was divided. They had a Bible society and 12 churches, a weekly newspaper, partly in English, partly in Cherokee, 8 district courts, 2 circuit courts, and a Supreme Court. Legislative business was transacted as before by the National Council and Committee, elected for 4 years. Nearly 1,000 boys and girls were in the public schools. In 1860, the agitation on the subject of slavery began to be felt, a strong anti-slavery party being organized in the nation. There were stormy scenes also in that part of the country nearest the Kansas line. For several years, white settlers had persisted in taking up farms there, and the Cherokees had in vain implored the government to drive them away. The officer at last sent to enforce the Cherokees' rights and dislodge the squatters was obliged to burn their cabins over their heads before they would stir, so persuaded were they of the superior right of the white man over the Indian. The only reason the settlers gave for not heeding the notices was that they had been often notified before to quit the reservation, and, no steps having been taken to enforce obedience, they supposed they would be allowed to remain with like security in this instance. End quote. It is surprising, says the Commissioner of Indian Affairs, quote, to see the growing disposition on the part of our citizens to wholly disregard our treaty obligations with Indian tribes within our borders. And it is to be hoped that in future their rights will be held more sacred, or that the government will in every instance promptly see that they are observed and respected. End quote. In the first year of the Civil War, a large number of the Cherokees took up arms on the rebel side. That this was not from any love or liking for the Southern cause, it would seem, must be evident to anyone who believed that they were possessed of memories. The opportunity of fighting against Georgians could not but have been welcome to the soul of a Cherokee, even if he bought it at the price of fighting on the side of the government which had been so perfidious to his nation. Their defection was no doubt largely due to terror. The forts in their vicinity were surrendered to the rebels. All United States troops were withdrawn from that part of the country. They had no prospect of protection from the government, and, as if to leave them without one incentive to loyalty, the government suspended the payment of their annuities. The Confederate government stepped in, artfully promising to pay what the Northern government refused. It would have taken a rare loyalty indeed to have stood unmoved in such circumstances as these, yet thousands of the Indians in Indian Territory did remain loyal and fled for their lives to avoid being pressed into the rebel service. Almost half of the Creek Nation, many Seminoles, Chickasaws, Quapaws, Cherokees, and half a dozen others, over 6,000 in all, fled to Kansas, where their sufferings in the winter of 1862 were heartrending. That the Cherokees did not lightly abandon their allegiance is on record in the official history of the Department of the Interior. The report of the Indian Bureau for 1863 says, quote, the Cherokees, prior to the rebellion, were the most numerous, intelligent, wealthy, and influential tribe of this superintendency, the Southern. For many months, they steadily resisted the efforts made by the rebels to induce them to abandon their allegiance to the federal government. But being wholly unprotected and without the means of resistance, they were finally compelled to enter into treaty stipulations with the rebel authorities. This connection was, however, of short duration, for upon the first appearance of United States forces in their country, an entire regiment of Indian troops, raised ostensibly for service in the rebel army, deserted and came over to us, and have ever since been under our command, and upon all occasions have proved themselves faithful and efficient soldiers. End quote. In the course of the next year, however, many more joined the rebels. It was estimated that between 6,000 and 7,000 of the wealthier portion of the nation cooperated in one way or another with the rebels. The result was that at the end of the war, the Cherokee country was ruined. In the Cherokee country, says the report of the Indian Bureau for 1865, quote, where the contending armies have moved to and fro, where their foraging parties have gone at will, sparing neither friend nor foe, where the disloyal Cherokees in the service of the rebel government were determined that no trace of the homesteads of their loyal brethren should remain for their return, and where the swindling cattle thieves have made their ill-gotten gains for 2 years past, the scene is one of utter desolation, end quote. The party feeling between the loyal and disloyal Cherokees ran as high as it did between the loyal and disloyal whites, and it looked for a time as if it would be as impossible to make the two opposing parties in the Cherokee nation agree to live peaceably side by side with each other as it would to make discharged soldiers from Georgia and from Maine settle down in one village together. But after long and troublesome negotiations, a treaty was concluded in 1866 by which all the necessary points seemed to be established of a general amnesty and peace. That the Indians were at a great disadvantage in the making of these new treaties, it is unnecessary to state. The peculiarity of the government's view of their situation and rights is most naively stated in one of the reports for 1862, alluding to the necessity of making at no very distant time new treaties with all these southern tribes. One of the Indian superintendents says, while the rebelling of a large portion of most of these tribes abrogates treaty obligations and places them at our mercy, the very important fact should not be forgotten that the government first wholly failed to keep its treaty stipulations with those people, and in protecting them by withdrawing all the troops from the forts in Indian Territory and leaving them at the mercy of the rebels. It is a well-known fact that self-preservation in many instances compelled them to make the best terms they could with the rebels, end quote. Nevertheless, they are at our mercy because their making the best terms they could with the rebels abrogates treaty obligations. The trite old proverb about the poorness of rules that do not work both ways seems to be applicable here. With a recuperative power far in advance of that shown by any of the small white communities at the South, the Cherokees at once addressed themselves to rebuilding their homes and reconstructing their national life. In 1 year, they established 15 new schools, set all their old industries going, and in 1869 held a large agricultural fair, which gave a creditable exhibition of stock and farm produce. Thus, a second time they recovered themselves after what would seem to be well nigh their destruction as a people. But the Indians' fate of perpetual insecurity, alarm, and unrest does not abandon them. In 1870, they are said to be, quote, extremely uneasy about the security of their possession of the lands they occupy, end quote. When asked why their high schools are not reestablished, reforms introduced into the administration of justice, desirable improvements undertaken, the reply inevitably comes, quote, we expect to have our lands taken away. What is the use of all that when our doom as a nation is sealed? End quote. Distrust is firmly seated in their minds. National apathy depresses them, and until they realize a feeling of assurance that their title to their lands will be respected, and that treaties are an inviolable law for all parties, the Cherokees will not make the efforts for national progress of which they are capable, end quote. When their delegates went to Washington in 1866 to make the new treaty, they were alarmed by the position taken by the government that the nation, as a nation, had forfeited its rights. They were given to understand that, quote, public opinion held them responsible for complicity in the rebellion, and although they could point to the fact that the only countenance the rebels received came from less than 1/3 of the population, and cite the services of 2 Cherokee regiments in the Union cause, it was urged home to them that, before being rehabilitated in their former rights by a new treaty, they were not in a position to refuse any conditions imposed. Such language from persons they believed to possess the power of injuring their people intimidated the Cherokee delegates. They sold a large tract in southeastern Kansas at $1 an acre to an association of speculators, and it went into the possession of a railroad company. They also acceded, against the wishes of the Cherokee people, to a provision in the treaty granting right-of-way through the country for 2 railroads. This excited great uneasiness among the Indians." End quote. And well it might. The events of the next few years amply justified this uneasiness. The rapacity of railroad corporations is as insatiable as their methods are unscrupulous. The phrase extinguishing Indian titles has become, as it were, a mere technical term in the transfer of lands. The expression is so common that it has probably been one of the agencies in fixing in the minds of the people the prevalent impression that extinction is the ultimate and inevitable fate of the Indian. And this being the case, methods and times are not, after all, of so much consequence. They are merely foreordained conditions of the great foreordained progression of events. This is the only explanation of the unconscious inhumanity of many good men's modes of thinking and speaking in regard to the Indians being driven from home after home and robbed of tract after tract of their lands. In the report of the Indian Bureau for 1875 is an account of a remnant of the Cherokee tribe in North Carolina. Quote, "They number not far from 1,700, and there are probably in other parts of North Carolina and scattered through Georgia and Tennessee between 300 and 400 more. These Cherokees have had an eventful history. When the main portion of the tribe was compelled to remove west of the Mississippi, they fled to the mountains and have steadily refused to leave their homes. The proceeds of their lands, which were sold in accordance with a treaty with the main body of the Cherokees, have been mainly expended in the purchase of lands and providing funds for the Western Cherokees. At various times, previous to the year 1861, the agent for the Eastern Cherokees, at their request, purchased lands with their funds upon which they might make their homes. These purchases, though probably made with good intent, carelessly left the title in their agent personally and not in trust. By this neglect, when subsequently the agent became insolvent, all their lands were seized and sold for his debts. By special legislation of Congress, their case has been brought before the courts of North Carolina, and their rights to a certain extent asserted, and they are enabled to maintain possession of their lands, and, by the use of their own funds in extinguishing liens, are now in possession of above 70,000 acres of fair, arable, timber, and grazing lands. They have shown themselves capable of self-support, and I believe have demonstrated the unwisdom of removing Indians from a country which offers to them a home and where a white man could make a living. This is shown by the fact that they are now, though receiving scarcely any government aid, in a more hopeful condition, both as to morals and industry and personal property, than the Cherokees who removed west." End quote. The report of the Indian Bureau for 1876 fully bears out this statement. The North Carolina Cherokees have, indeed, reason to be in a more hopeful condition, for they have their lands secured to them by patent, confirmed by a decision of state courts, but this is what the Department of the Interior has brought itself to say as to the Western Cherokees' lands and those of all other civilized tribes in the Indian Territory. Quote, "By treaty, the government has ceded to the so-called civilized tribes, the Cherokees, Creeks, Choctaws, Chickasaws, and Seminoles, a section of country altogether disproportionate in amount to their needs. The amount susceptible of cultivation must be manyfold greater than can ever be cultivated by the labor of the Indians. But the Indians claim, it is understood, that they hold their lands by sanctions so solemn that it would be a gross breach of faith on the part of the government to take away any portion thereof without their consent, and that consent they apparently propose to withhold." End quote. Let us set side by side with this last paragraph a quotation from the treaty by virtue of which, quote, "the Indians claim, it is understood, that they hold," end quote, "these lands, which they now apparently propose to withhold. We will not copy it from the original treaty. We will copy it, and a few other sentences with it, from an earlier report of the same Department of the Interior. Only so far back as 1870 we find the department in a juster frame of mind toward the Cherokees. Quote, a large part of the Indian tribes hold lands to which they are only fixed by laws that define the reservations to which they shall be confined. It cannot be denied that these are in a great measure dependent on the humanity of the American people. But the Cherokees, and the other civilized Indian nations no less, hold lands in perpetuity by titles defined by the supreme law of the land. The United States agreed to possess the Cherokees and to guarantee it to them forever, and that guarantee was solemnly pledged of 7 million acres of land. The consideration for this territory was the same number of acres elsewhere located. The inducement to the bargain set forth in the treaty was the anxious desire of the government of the United States to secure to the Cherokee Nation of Indians a permanent home, and which shall, under the most solemn guarantee of the United States, be and remain theirs forever, a home that shall never in all future time be embarrassed by having extended around it the lines or placed over it the jurisdiction of a territory or state, or be pressed upon by the extension in any way of the limits of any existing state. To assure them of their title, a patent for the territory was issued. End quote. This was the view of the Department of the Interior in 1870. In 1876, the department says that affairs in the Indian Territory are, quote, complicated and embarrassing, and the question is directly raised whether an extensive section of country is to be allowed to remain for an indefinite period practically an uncultivated waste, or whether the government shall determine to reduce the size of the reservation, end quote. The phrase, quote, whether the government shall determine to reduce the size of the reservation, end quote, sounds much better than, quote, whether the government shall rob the Indians of a few millions of acres of land, end quote. But the latter phrase is truth, and the other is the spirit of lying. The commissioner says that the question is a difficult one and should be considered with calmness and a full purpose to do no injustice to the Indians. He gives his own personal opinion on it with hesitancy, but gives it, nevertheless, that public policy will soon require the disposal of a large portion of these lands to the government for the occupancy either of other tribes of Indians or of white people. There is a very general and growing opinion that observance of the strict letter of treaties with Indians is in many cases at variance with their own best interests and with sound public policy, end quote. He adds, however, that it must not be understood from this recommendation that it is, quote, the policy or purpose of this office to in any way encourage the spirit of rapacity which demands the throwing open of the Indian Territory to white settlement, end quote. He says, the true way to secure its perpetual occupancy by Indians is to fill it up with other Indians, to give them lands in severalty, and to provide a government strong and intelligent enough to protect them effectually from any and all encroachments on the part of the whites, end quote. Comment on these preposterously contradictory sentences would be idle. The best comment on them, and the most fitting close to this sketch of the Cherokee Nation, is in a few more quotations from the official reports of the Indian Bureau. Of this people, from whom the Department of the Interior proposes for public policy to take away a large portion of their country, it has published within the last 3 years these records. Quote, it has been but a few years since the Cherokees assembled in council under trees or in a rude log house with hewed logs for seats. Now the legislature assembles in a spacious brick council house, provided with suitable committee rooms, Senate chamber, representative hall, library, and executive offices, which cost $22,000. Their citizens occupy neat, hewed double log cabins, frame, brick, or stone houses, according to the means or taste of the individual, with ground adorned by ornamental trees, shrubbery, flowers, and nearly every improvement, including orchards of the choicest fruits. Some of these orchards have existed for nearly 20 years and are now in a good, fruitful condition. Their women are usually good housekeepers and give great attention to spinning and weaving yarns, jeans, and linsey, and make most of the pants and hunter jackets of the men and boys. The farmers raise most of their own wool and cotton, and it is not an uncommon sight in a well-to-do Cherokee farmer's house to see a sewing machine and a piano. They have ample provision for the education of all their children to a degree of advancement equal to that furnished by an ordinary college in the States. They have 75 common day schools, kept open 10 months in the year in the different settlements. For the higher education of their young men and women, they have 2 commodious and well-furnished seminaries, one for each sex, and in addition to those already mentioned, they have a manual labor school and an orphan asylum. The cost of maintaining these schools the past year, 1877, was, as reported by the Superintendent of Public Instruction, $73,441.65, of which $41,475 was paid as salary to teachers. They have 24 stores, 22 mills, and 65 smith shops owned and conducted by their own citizens. Their constitution and laws are published in book form, and from their printing house goes forth among the people in their own language, and also in English, the Cherokee Advocate, a weekly paper which is edited with taste and ability. They have, and this is true also of the Choctaws, Creeks, Chickasaws, and Seminoles, a constitutional government with legislative, judicial, and executive departments, and conducted upon the same plan as our state governments, the entire expenses of which are paid out of their own funds, which are derived from interest on various stocks and bonds, the invested proceeds of the sale of their lands, and held in trust by the government of the United States, which interest is paid the treasurers of the different nations semi-annually, and by them dispersed on national warrants issued by the principal chief and secretary and registered by the auditors. They are an intelligent, temperate, and industrious people who live by the honest fruits of their labor and seem ambitious to advance both as to the development of their lands and the conveniences of their homes. In their council may be found men of learning and ability, and it is doubtful if their rapid progress from a state of wild barbarism to that of civilization and enlightenment has any parallel in the history of the world. What required 500 years for the Britons to accomplish in this direction, they have accomplished in 100 years. Will the United States government determine to reduce the size of the reservation? End of section 27. Section 28 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 9, Massacres of Indians by Whites. 1. The Conestoga Massacre, Part 1. When the English first entered Pennsylvania, messengers from the Conestoga Indians met them, bidding them welcome, and bringing gifts of corn and venison and skins. The whole tribe entered into a treaty of friendship with William Penn, which was to last as long as the sun should shine or the waters run into the rivers. The records of Pennsylvania history in the beginning of the 18th century contain frequent mention of the tribe. In 1705, the governor sent the secretary of his council, with a delegation of 10 men, to hold an interview with them at Conestoga for purposes of mutual understanding and confidence. And in that same year, Thomas Chalkley, a famous Quaker preacher, while sojourning among the Maryland Quakers, was suddenly seized with so great a concern to visit these Indians that he laid the matter before the elders at the Nottingham meeting, and the idea being promoted by the elders, he set off with an interpreter and a party of 14 to make the journey. He says, quote, "We traveled through the woods about 50 miles, carrying our provisions with us, and on the journey sat down by a river and spread our food on the grass, and refreshed ourselves and horses, and then went on cheerfully and with good will and much love to the poor Indians. And when we came, they received us kindly, treating us civilly in their way. We treated about half a meeting with them in a religious way, upon which they called a council, in which they were very grave and spoke one after another, without any heat or jarring. Some of the most esteemed of their women speak in their councils." End quote. When asked why they suffered the women to speak, they replied that, quote, "some women were wiser than some men," end quote. It was said that they had not for many years done anything without the advice of a certain aged and grave woman who was always present at their councils. The interpreter said that she was an empress and that they gave much heed to what she said. This wise queen of Conestoga looked with great favor on the Quakers, the interpreter said, because they did not come to buy or sell or get gain, but came in love and respect to them, and desired their well-doing, both here and hereafter. Two nations at this time were represented in this Conestoga band, the Senecas and the Shawnees. The next year, the governor himself, anxious to preserve their inalienable goodwill and to prevent their being seduced by emissaries from the French, went himself to visit them. On this occasion, one of the chiefs made a speech, still preserved in the old records, which contains this passage: "Father, we love quiet. We suffer the mouse to play. When the woods are rustled by the wind, we fear not. When the leaves are disturbed in ambush, we are uneasy. When a cloud obscures your brilliant sun, our eyes feel dim. But when the rays appear, they give great heat to the body and joy to the heart. Treachery darkens the chain of friendship, but truth makes it brighter than ever. This is the peace we desire." End quote. A few years later, a Swedish missionary visited them and preached them a sermon on original sin and the necessity of a mediator. When he had finished, an Indian chief rose and replied to him, both discourses being given through an interpreter. The Swede is said to have been so impressed with the Indian's reasoning that, after returning to Sweden, he wrote out his own sermon and the Indian's reply in the best Latin at his command, and dedicated the documents to the University of Uppsala, respectfully requesting them to furnish him with some arguments strong enough to confute the strong reasonings of this savage. "Our forefathers," said the chief, "were under a strong persuasion, as we are, that those who act well in this life will be rewarded in the next according to the degrees of their virtues, and on the other hand, that those who behave wickedly here will undergo such punishments hereafter as were proportionate to the crimes they were guilty of. This has been constantly and invariably received and acknowledged for a truth through every successive generation of our ancestors. It could not, then, have taken its rise from fable. For human fiction, however artfully and plausibly contrived, can never gain credit long among people where free inquiry is allowed, which was never denied by our ancestors. Now we desire to propose some questions. Does he believe that our forefathers, men eminent for their piety, constant and warm in their pursuit of virtue, hoping thereby to merit eternal happiness, were all damned? Does he think that we who are zealous imitators in good works, and influenced by the same motives as we are, earnestly endeavoring with the greatest circumspection to tread the path of integrity, are in a state of damnation? If that be his sentiment, it is surely as impious as it is bold and daring. Let us suppose that some heinous crimes were committed by some of our ancestors, like to that we are told of another race of people. In such a case, God would certainly punish the criminal, but would never involve us that we are innocent in the guilt. Those who think otherwise must make the Almighty a very whimsical, evil-natured being. Once more, are the Christians more virtuous, or rather, are they not more vicious than we are? If so, how came it to pass that they are the objects of God's beneficence, while we are neglected? Does he daily confer his favors without reason and with so much partiality? In a word, we find the Christians much more depraved in their morals than we are, and we judge from their doctrine by the badness of their lives." End quote. It is plain that this Indian chief's speech was very much Latinized in the good Swede's hands, but if the words even approached being a true presentation of what he said, it is wonderful indeed. In 1721, His Excellency Sir William Keith, Bart, governor of the province of Pennsylvania, went with an escort of 80 horsemen to Conestoga and spent several days in making a treaty with the representatives of the 5 nations, the Indians of Conestoga and their friends. He was entertained at Captain Civility's cabin. When he left them, he desired them to give his very kind love and the love of all our people to your kings and to all their people. He invited them to visit him in Philadelphia, saying, "We can provide better for you and make you more welcome. People always receive their friends best at their own homes." He then took out a coronation medal of the king and presented it to the Indian in these words, quote, "That our children, when we are dead, may not forget these things, but keep this treaty between us in perpetual remembrance. I here deliver to you a picture in gold, bearing the image of my great master, the king of all the English, and when you return home, I charge you to deliver this piece into the hands of the first man or greatest chief of all the 5 nations, whom you call Kaniguk, to be laid up and kept as a token to our children's children, that an entire and lasting friendship is now established forever between the English in this country and the great 5 nations." At this time, the village of Conestoga was described as lying about 70 miles west of Philadelphia. The land thereabout being exceeding rich, it is now surrounded with divers fine plantations and farms, where they raise quantities of wheat, barley, flax, and hemp without the help of any dung. The next year also was marked by a council of great significance at Conestoga. In the spring of this year, an Indian called Cbteddy had been killed by 2 white men, brothers, named Cartledge. At this time, it was not only politic but necessary for the English to keep on good terms with as many Indians as possible. Therefore, the old record says, policy and justice required a rigid inquiry into this affair and the infliction of exemplary punishment. Accordingly, the Cartledges were arrested and confined in Philadelphia, and the High Sheriff of Chester County went with 2 influential men of the province to Conestoga to confer with the Indians as to what should be done with them. The Indians were unwilling to decide the matter without advice from the 5 nations to whom they owed allegiance. A swift runner, Sachiko, was therefore sent northward with the news of the occurrence, and the governor, with 2 of his council, went to Albany to hear what the 5 nations had to say about it. What an inconceivable spectacle to us today. The governments of Pennsylvania and New York so fully recognizing an Indian to be a person and his murder a thing to be anxiously and swiftly atoned for if possible. Only a little more than 150 years lie between this murder of Cbteddy in Conestoga and the murder of Big Snake on the Ponca Reservation in 1880. Verily, policy has kept a large assortment of spectacles for justice to look through in a surprising short space of time. On the decision of the king and chiefs of the 5 nations hung the fate of the murderers. Doubtless the brothers Cartledge made up their minds to die. The known principles of the Indians in the matter of avenging injuries certainly left them little room for hope. But no, the 5 nations took a different view. They desired that the Cartledges should not suffer death, and the affair was at length amicably settled, says the old record. "One life," said the Indian king, "on this occasion is enough to be lost. There should not 2 die." End quote. This was in 1722. In 1763, there were only 20 of these Conestoga Indians left, 7 men, 5 women, and 8 children. They were still living in their village on the Shawnee Creek, their lands being assured to them by manorial gift, but they were miserably poor, earned by making brooms, baskets, and wooden bowls a part of their living, and begged the rest. They were wholly peaceable and unoffending, friendly to their white neighbors, and pitifully clinging and affectionate, naming their children after whites who were kind to them, and striving in every way to show their gratitude and goodwill. Upon this little community a band of white men, said by some of the old records to be Presbyterians from Paxton, made an attack at daybreak on the 14th of December. They found only 6 of the Indians at home, 3 men, 2 women, and a boy. The rest were away, either at work for the white farmers or selling their little wares. These poor, defenseless creatures were immediately fired upon, stabbed, and hatcheted to death. The good Cherokees, among the rest, cut to pieces in his bed. All of them were scalped and otherwise horribly mangled. Then their huts were set on fire, and most of them burnt down. Chebes was a very old man, having assisted at the second treaty held with Mr. Penn in 1701, and ever since continued a faithful friend to the English. He is said to have been an exceeding good man, considering his education, being naturally of a most kind, benevolent temper." End quote. From a manuscript journal kept at this time and belonging to the great-granddaughter of Robert Barber, the first settler in Lancaster County, are gathered the few details known of this massacre. Quote, "Some of the murderers went directly from the scene of their crime to Mr. Barber's house. They were strangers to him, but with the hospitality of those days, he made a fire for them and set refreshments before them. While they warmed themselves, they inquired why the Indians were suffered to live peaceably here. Mr. Barber said they were entirely inoffensive, living on their own lands and injuring no one. They asked what would be the consequence if they were all destroyed. Mr. Barber said he thought they would be as liable to punishment as if they had destroyed so many white men. They said they were of a different opinion, and in a few minutes went out. In the meantime, 2 sons of Mr. Barber's, about 10 or 12 years old, went out to look at the strangers' horses, which were hitched at a little distance from the house. After the men went, the boys came in, and said that they had tomahawks tied to their saddles, which were all bloody, and that they had Christie's gun. Christie was a little Indian boy about their own age. They were much attached to him, as he was their playmate and made bows and arrows for them." End quote. While the family were talking over this and wondering what it could mean, a messenger came running breathless to inform them of what had happened. Mr. Barber went at once to the spot, and there he found the murdered Indians lying in the smoldering ruins of their homes, like half-consumed logs. He, with some trouble, procured their bodies to administer to them the rites of sepulture. It was said that at the beginning of the slaughter, an Indian mother placed her little child under a barrel, charging it to make no noise, and that a shot was fired through the barrel, which broke the child's arm, and still it kept silent. End quote. The magistrates of Lancaster, shocked, as well they might be, at this frightful barbarity, sent messengers out immediately and took the remaining Indians, wherever they were found, brought them into the town for protection, and lodged them in the newly erected workhouse or jail, which was the strongest building in the place. The governor of Pennsylvania issued a proclamation ordering all judges, sheriffs, and all His Majesty's liege subjects in the province to make every effort to apprehend the authors and perpetrators of this crime, also their abettors and accomplices. But the Paxton boys held magistrates and governor alike in derision. 2 weeks later they assembled again, 50 strong, rode to Lancaster, dismounted, broke open the doors of the jail, and killed every Indian there. Quote, "When the poor wretches saw they had no protection nigh, nor could possibly escape, and being without the least weapon of defense, they divided their little families, the children clinging to their parents. They fell on their faces, protested their innocence, declared their love to the English, and that in their whole lives they had never done them injury. And in this posture they all received the hatchet. Men, women, and children were every one inhumanly murdered in cold blood. The barbarous men who committed the atrocious act, in defiance of government, of all laws, human and divine, and to the eternal disgrace of their country and color, then mounted their horses, huzzaed in triumph, as if they had gained a victory, and rode off unmolested. The bodies of the murdered were then brought out and exposed in the street till a hole could be made in the earth to receive and cover them. But the wickedness cannot be covered, and the guilt will lie on the whole land till justice is done on the murderers. The blood of the innocent will cry to heaven for vengeance." End quote. These last extracts are from a pamphlet printed in Philadelphia at the time of the massacre, printed anonymously because so much had fear seized the minds of the people that neither the writer nor the printer dared to give name or place of abode. There are also private letters still preserved which give accounts of the affair. A part of one from William Henry of Lancaster to a friend in Philadelphia is given in Rupp's History of Lancaster County. He says, quote, "A regiment of Highlanders were at that time quartered at the barracks in the town, and yet these murderers were permitted to break open the doors of the city jail and commit the horrid deed. The first notice I had of the affair was that While at my father's store near the courthouse, I saw a number of people running down street toward the jail, which enticed me and other lads to follow them. At about 6 or 8 yards from the jail, we met from 25 to 30 men, well mounted on horses, and with rifles, tomahawks, and scalping knives, equipped for murder. I ran into the prison yard, and there, oh, what a horrid sight presented itself to my view. Near the back door of the prison lay an old Indian and his squaw, particularly well known and esteemed by the people of the town on account of his placid and friendly conduct. His name was Will Sauk. Around him and his squaw lay 2 children, about the age of 3 years, whose heads were split with a tomahawk and their scalps taken off. Toward the middle of the jail yard, along the west side of the wall, lay a stout Indian whom I particularly noticed to have been shot in his breast. His legs were chopped with a tomahawk, his hands cut off, and finally a rifle ball discharged in his mouth so that his head was blown to atoms, and the brains were splashed against and yet hanging to the wall for 3 or 4 feet around. This man's hands and feet had been chopped off with a tomahawk. In this manner lay the whole of them, men, women, and children, spread about the prison yard, shot, scalped, hacked, and cut to pieces." End quote. After this, the governor of Pennsylvania issued a second proclamation, still more stringent than the first, and offering a reward of $600 for the apprehension of any 3 of the ringleaders. But the Paxton boys were now like wild beasts that had tasted blood. They threatened to attack the Quakers and all persons who sympathized with or protected Indians. They openly mocked and derided the governor and his proclamations, and set off at once for Philadelphia, announcing their intention of killing all the Moravian Indians who had been placed under the protection of the military there. Their march through the country was like that of a band of maniacs. In a private letter written by David Rittenhouse at this time, he says, quote, "About 50 of these scoundrels marched by my workshop. I have seen hundreds of Indians traveling the country and can with truth affirm that the behavior of these fellows was 10 times more savage and brutal than theirs. Frightening women by running the muzzles of guns through windows, hallooing and swearing, attacking men without the least provocation, dragging them by the hair to the ground and pretending to scalp them, shooting dogs and fowls. These are some of their exploits." End quote. It is almost past belief that at this time many people justified these acts. An Episcopalian clergyman in Lancaster wrote vindicating them, quote, "bringing scripture to prove that it was right to destroy the heathen, and the Presbyterians think they have a better justification, nothing less than the word of God," end quote, says one of the writers on the Massacre. Quote, "with the scriptures in their hands and mouths, they can set at naught that express command, 'Thou shalt do no murder,' and justify their wickedness by the command given to Joshua to destroy the heathen. Horrid perversion of scripture and religion, to father the worst of crimes on the God of love and peace." End quote. It is a trite saying that history repeats itself, but it is impossible to read now these accounts of the massacres of defenseless and peaceable Indians in the middle of the 18th century without the reflection that the record of the 19th is blackened by the same stains. What Pennsylvania pioneers did in 1763 to helpless and peaceable Indians of Conestoga, Colorado pioneers did in 1864 to helpless and peaceable Cheyennes at Sand Creek, and have threatened to do again to helpless and peaceable Utes in 1880. The word extermination is as ready on the frontiersman's tongue today as it was 100 years ago, and the threat is more portentous now, seeing that we are, by a whole century of prosperity, stronger and more numerous, and the Indians are, by a whole century of suffering and oppression, fewer and weaker. But our crime is baser and our infamy deeper in the same proportion. End of section 28. Section 29 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 9. Massacres of Indians by Whites. 1. The Conestoga Massacre, Part 2. Close upon this Conestoga massacre followed a removal of friendly Indians, the earliest on record, and one whose cruelty and cost to the suffering Indians well entitled it to a place in a narrative of massacres. Everywhere in the provinces, fanatics began to renew the old cry that the Indians were the Canaanites whom God had commanded Joshua to destroy, and that these wars were a token of God's displeasure with the Europeans for permitting the heathen to live. Soon it became dangerous for a Moravian Indian to be seen anywhere. In vain did he carry one of the Pennsylvania governor's passports in his pocket. He was liable to be shot at sight, with no time to pull his passport out. Even in the villages there was no safety. The devoted congregations watched and listened night and day, not knowing at what hour they might hear the fatal war whoop of hostile members of their own race coming to slay them, or the sudden shots of white settlers coming to avenge on them outrages committed by savages hundreds of miles away. With every report that arrived of Indian massacres at the north, the fury of the white people all over the country rose to greater height, including even Christian Indians in its unreasoning hatred. But in the pious language of a narrative written by one of the Moravian missionaries, quote, God inclined the hearts of the chief magistrates to protect them. November 6th, an express arrived from Philadelphia, bringing an order that all the baptized Indians from Nain and Wichquotank should be brought to Philadelphia and be protected in that city, having first delivered up their arms. 2 days later, both these congregations set out on their sad journey, weeping as they left their homes. They joined forces at Bethlehem, on the banks of the Lecha, and entering upon the pilgrimage in the name of the Lord, the congregation of Bethlehem standing spectators, and as they passed, commending them to the grace and protection of God, with supplication and tears. End quote. 4 of the Moravian missionaries were with them, and some of the brethren from Bethlehem accompanied them all the way, the sheriff, Mr. Jennings, caring for them as a father. The aged, the sick, and the little children were carried in wagons. All the others, women and men, went on foot. The November rains had made the roads very heavy. As the weary and heartbroken people toiled slowly along through the mud, they were saluted with curses and abuse on all sides. As they passed through the streets of Germantown, a mob gathered and followed them, taunting them with violent threats of burning, hanging, and other tortures. It was said that a party had been organized to make a serious attack on them, but was deterred by the darkness and the storm. 4 days were consumed in this tedious march, and on the 11th of November they reached Philadelphia. Here, spite of the governor's positive order, the officers in command at the barracks refused to allow them to enter. From 10 in the forenoon till 3 in the afternoon, there the helpless creatures stood before the shut gate, messengers going back and forth between the defiant garrison and the bewildered and impotent governor. The mob, thickening and growing more and more riotous hour by hour, pressing the Indians on every side, jeering them, reviling them, charging them with all manner of outrages, and threatening to kill them on the spot. The missionaries, bravely standing beside their flock, in vain tried to stem or turn the torrent of insult and abuse. All that they accomplished was to draw down the same insult and abuse on their own heads. Nothing but the Indians' marvelous patience and silence saved them from being murdered by this exasperated mob. To the worst insults they made no reply, no attempt at retaliation or defense. They afterwards said that they had comforted themselves by considering what insult and mockery our Savior had suffered on their account. At last, after 5 hours of this, the governor, unable to compel the garrison to open the barracks, sent an order that the Indians should be taken to Province Island, an island in the Delaware River joined to the mainland by a dam. 6 miles more, every mile in risk of their lives, the poor creatures walked. As they passed again through the city, thousands followed them, the old record says, and with such tumultuous clamor that they might truly be considered as sheep among wolves. Long after dark they reached the island, and were lodged in some unused buildings, large and comfortless. There they kept their vesper service, and took heart from the fact that the verse for the day was that verse of the beautiful 32nd Psalm, which has comforted so many perplexed souls. I will teach thee in the way thou shalt go. Here they settled themselves as best they could. The missionaries had their usual meetings with them, and humane people from Philadelphia, especially some of the people called Quakers, sent them provisions and fuel, and tried in various ways to render the inconvenience of their situation less grievous. Before they had been here a month, some of the villages they had left were burnt, and the riotous Paxton mob, which had murdered all the peaceful Conestoga Indians, announced its intention of marching on Province Island and killing every Indian there. The governor of Pennsylvania launched proclamation after proclamation, forbidding anyone, under severest penalties, to molest the Indians under its protection, and offering a reward of 200 pounds for the apprehension of the ringleaders of the insurgents. But public sentiment was inflamed to such a degree that the government was practically powerless. The known ringleaders and their sympathizers paraded contemptuously in front of the governor's house, mocking him derisively, and not even 200 pounds would tempt any man to attack them. In many parts of Lancaster County, parties were organized with the avowed intention of marching on Philadelphia and slaughtering all the Indians under the protection of the government. Late on the 29th of December, rumors reached Philadelphia that a large party of these rioters were on the road, and the governor, at daybreak the next day, sent large boats to Province Island with orders to the missionaries to put their people on board as quickly as possible, row to Leak Island, and await further orders. In confusion and terror, the congregations obeyed and fled to Leak Island. Later in the day came a second letter from the governor, telling them that the alarm had proved a false one. They might return to Province Island, where he would send them a guard, and that they would better keep the boats to be ready in case of a similar emergency. Quote, "They immediately returned with joy to their former habitation," says the old record, comforted by the text for the day, "The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusted in him." Psalm 28:7. And closed this remarkable year with prayer and thanksgiving for all the proofs of the help of God in so many heavy trials. End quote. 4 days later, the missionaries received a second order for instant departure. The reports of the murderous intentions of the rioters being confirmed, and the governor seeing only too clearly his own powerlessness to contend with them, he had resolved to send the Indians northward and put them under the protection of the English army, and especially of Sir William Johnson, agent for the Crown among the northern Indians. No time was to be lost in carrying out this plan, for at any moment the mob might attack Province Island. Accordingly, at midnight of January 4th, the fugitives set out once more, passed through Philadelphia undiscovered to the meeting house of the Moravian Brethren, where a breakfast had been provided for them. Here they were met by the commissary, Mr. Fox, who had been detailed by the governor to take charge of their journey. Mr. Fox, heart-stricken at their suffering appearance, immediately sent out and bought blankets to be distributed among them as some protection against the cold. Wagons were brought for the aged, sick, blind, little children and the heavy baggage, and again the pitiful procession took up its march. Again an angry mob gathered fast on its steps, cursing and reviling in a terrible manner, only restrained by fear from laying violent hands on them. Except for the protection of a military escort, they would scarcely have escaped murderous assault. At Amboy, 2 sloops lay ready to transport them to New York, but just as they reached this place and were preparing to go on shore, a messenger arrived from the governor of New York with angry orders that not an Indian should set foot in that territory. Even the ferrymen were forbidden, under heavy penalties, to ferry one across the river. The commissioner in charge of them, in great perplexity, sent to the governor of Pennsylvania for further orders, placing the Indians, meantime, in the Amboy barracks. Here they held their daily meetings, singing and praying with great unction, until finally many of their enemies were won to a hearty respect and sympathy for them, even soldiers being heard to say, "Would to God all the white people were as good Christians as these Indians." End quote. The Pennsylvania governor had nothing left him to do but to order the Indians back again, and accordingly, says the record, quote, "The Indian congregation set out with cheerfulness on their return, in full confidence that the Lord in his good providence, for wise purposes best known to himself, had ordained their traveling thus to and fro. This belief supported them under all the difficulties they met with in their journeys made in the severest part of winter." End quote. They made the return journey under a large military escort, one party in advance and one bringing up the rear. This escort was composed of soldiers who, having just come from Niagara, where they had been engaged in many fights with the northwestern savages, were at first disposed to treat these defenseless Indians with brutal cruelty, but they were soon disarmed by the Indians' gentle patience and became cordial and friendly. The return journey was a hard one. The aged and infirm people had become much weakened by their repeated hardships, and the little children suffered pitiably. In crossing some of the frozen rivers, the feeble ones were obliged to crawl on their hands and feet on the ice. On the 24th of January, they reached Philadelphia and were at once taken to the barracks, where almost immediately mobs began again to molest and threaten them. The governor, thoroughly in earnest now, and determined to sustain his own honor and that of the province, had 8 heavy pieces of cannon mounted and a rampart thrown up in front of the barracks. The citizens were called to arms, and so great was the excitement that it is said even Quakers took guns and hurried to the barracks to defend the Indians, and the governor himself went at midnight to visit them and reassure them by promises of protection. On February 4th, news was received that the rioters in large force were approaching the city. Hearing of the preparations made to receive them, they did not venture to enter. On the night of the 5th, however, they drew near again. The whole city was roused, church bells rung, bonfires lighted, cannon fired. The inhabitants waked from their sleep and ordered to the townhouse, where arms were given to all. 4 more cannon were mounted at the barracks, and all that day was spent in hourly expectation of the rebels. But their brave boasts were not followed up by action. Seeing that the city was in arms against them, they halted. The governor then sent a delegation of citizens to ask them what they wanted. They asserted insolently that there were among the Indians some who had committed murders, and that they must be given up. Some of the ringleaders were then taken into the barracks and asked to point out the murderers. Covered with confusion, they were obliged to admit they could not accuse one Indian there. They then charged the Quakers with having taken away 6 and concealed them. This also was disproved, and finally the excitement subsided. All through the spring and summer, the Indians remained prisoners in the barracks. Their situation became almost insupportable from confinement, unwholesome diet, and the mental depression inevitable in their state. To add to their misery, smallpox broke out among them, and 56 died in the course of the summer from this loathsome disease. "We cannot describe," said the missionaries, "the joy and fervent desire which most of them showed in the prospect of seeing their Savior face to face. We saw with amazement the power of the blood of Jesus in the hearts of poor sinners." This was no doubt true, but there might well have entered into the poor dying creature's thoughts an ecstasy at the mere prospect of freedom after a year of such imprisonment and suffering. At last, on December 4th, the news of peace reached Philadelphia. On the 6th, a proclamation was published in all the newspapers that war was ended and hostilities must cease. The joy with which the prisoned Indians received this news can hardly be conceived. It exceeded all descriptions, says the record, and was manifested in thanksgivings and praises to the Lord. It was still unsafe, however, for them to return to their old homes, which were thickly surrounded by white settlers who were no less hostile now at heart than they had been before the proclamation of peace. It was decided, therefore, that they should make a new settlement in the Indian country on the Susquehanna River. After a touching farewell to their old friends of the Bethlehem congregation, and a grateful leave-taking of the governor, who had protected and supported them for 16 months, they set out on the 3rd of April for their new home in the wilderness. For the 3rd time, their aged, sick, and little children were placed in overloaded wagons for a long and difficult journey, a far harder one than any they had yet taken. The inhospitalities of the lonely wilderness were worse than the curses and revilings of riotous mobs. They were overtaken by severe snowstorms. They camped in icy swamps, shivering all night around smoldering fires of wet wood. To avoid still hostile whites, they had to take great circuits through unbroken forests, where each foot of their path had to be cut tree by tree. The men waded streams and made rafts for the women and children. Sometimes, when the streams were deep, they had to go into camp and wait till canoes could be built. They carried heavy loads of goods for which there was no room in the wagons. Going over high, steep hills, they often had to divide their loads into small parcels, thus doubling and trebling the road. Their provisions gave out. They ate the bitter wild potatoes. When the children cried with hunger, they peeled chestnut trees and gave them the sweet-juiced inner bark to suck. Often they had no water except that from shallow, muddy puddles. Once they were environed by blazing woods, whose fires burnt fiercely for hours around their encampment. Several of the party died and were buried by the way. But all these trials were forgotten in their daily meetings, in which the presence of the Lord was most sensibly and comfortably felt. These were always held in the evening, around a large fire in the open air. They celebrated a joyful commemoration of Easter and spent the Passion Week in blessed contemplation of the sufferings of Jesus, whose presence supported them under all afflictions, insomuch that they never lost their cheerfulness and resignation during the 5 long weeks of this terrible journey. On the 9th of May, they arrived at Massacre and forgot all their pain and trouble for joy that they had reached the place of their future abode. With offers of praise and thanksgiving, they devoted themselves anew to Him who had given them rest for the soles of their feet. With renewed courage, they selected their home on the banks of the Susquehanna and proceeded to build houses. They gave to the settlement the name of Friedenshutten, a name full of significance as coming from the hearts of these persecuted wanderers. Friedenshutten, tents of peace. If all this persecution had fallen upon these Indians because they were Christians, the record, piteous as it is, would be only one out of thousands of records of the sufferings of Christian martyrs, and would stir our sympathies less than many another. But this was not the case. It was simply because they were Indians that the people demanded their lives, and would have taken them again and again, except that all the power of the government was enlisted for their protection. The fact of their being Christians did not enter in, one way or the other, any more than did the fact that they were peaceable. They were Indians, and the frontiersmen of Pennsylvania intended either to drive all Indians out of their state or kill them, just as the frontiersmen of Nebraska and of Colorado now intend to do if they can. We shall see whether the United States government is as strong today as the government of the province of Pennsylvania was in 1763, or whether it will try first and fail, as John Penn did, to push the helpless, hunted creatures off somewhere into a temporary makeshift of shelter for a temporary deferring of the trouble of protecting them. 16 years after the Conestoga Massacre came that of Gnadenhütten, the blackest crime on the long list, a massacre whose equal for treachery and cruelty cannot be pointed out in the record of massacres of whites by Indians. End of section 29.
Section 30 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda, A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 9. Massacres of Indians by Whites. 2. The Gnadenhütten Massacre. In the year 1779, the congregations of Moravian Indians living at Gnadenhütten, Salem, and Scumbren on the Muskingum River were compelled by hostile Indians to forsake their villages and go northward to the Sandusky River. This movement was instigated by the English, who had become suspicious that the influence of the Moravian missionaries was thrown on the side of the colonies and that their villages were safe centers of information and supplies. These Indians having taken no part whatever in the war, there was no pretext for open interference with them, but the English agents found it no difficult matter to stir up the hostile tribes to carry out their designs. And when the harassed congregations finally consented to move, The savages who escorted them were commanded by English officers. The savages drove them forward like cattle, says an old narrative, the white brethren and sisters in the midst, surrounded by the believing Indians. One morning, when the latter could not set out as expeditiously as the savages thought proper, they attacked the white brethren and forced them to set out alone, whipping their horses forward till they grew wild, and not even allowing mothers time to suckle their children. The road was exceeding bad, leading through a continuance of swamps. Sister Seisberger fell twice from her horse, and once, hanging in the stirrup, was dragged for some time, but assistance was soon at hand, and the Lord preserved her from harm. Some of the believing Indians followed them as fast as possible, but with all their exertions did not overtake them till night. For 1 month, these unfortunate people journeyed through the wilds in this way. When they reached the Sandusky Creek, the savages left them to take care of themselves as best they might. They were over 100 miles from their homes, in a wilderness where there was neither game nor provisions. Here they built huts of logs and bark. They had neither beds nor blankets. In fact, the only thing which the savages had left them were the utensils for making maple sugar. It was the middle of October when they reached Sandusky. Already it was cold, and the winter was drawing near. In November, Governor de Peyster, the English commander at Fort Detroit, summoned the missionaries to appear before him and refute the accusations brought against their congregations of having aided and abetted the colonies. The missionaries answered that they doubted not in the least, but that very evil reports must have reached his ears, as the treatment they had met with had sufficiently proved that they were considered as guilty persons, but that these reports were false. That Congress indeed knew that they were employed as missionaries to the Indians and did not disturb them in their labors, but had never in anything given them directions how to proceed. The governor, convinced of the innocence and single-heartedness of these noble men, publicly declared that he felt great satisfaction in their endeavors to civilize and Christianize the Indians, and would permit them to return to their congregations. He then gave them passports for their journey back to Sandusky, and appended the permission that they should perform the functions of their office among the Christian Indians without molestation. This left them at rest so far as apprehensions of attack from hostile Indians were concerned, but there still remained the terrible apprehension of death by starvation and cold. Deep snows lay on the ground. Their hastily built huts were so small that it was impossible to make large fires in them. Their floors being only the bare earth, whenever a thaw came, the water forced itself up and then froze again. Cattle died for lack of food, and their carcasses were greedily devoured. Nursing children died for want of nourishment from their starving mothers' breasts. The daily allowance of corn to each adult was 1 pint, and even this pittance it was found would not last till spring. Nevertheless, they celebrated the Christmas holidays with cheerfulness and blessing, and concluded this remarkable year with thanks and praise to Him who is ever the Saviour of His people. But having neither bread nor wine, they could not keep the communion. Meantime, the corn still stood ungathered in the old fields of the Muskingum River. Weather-beaten, frozen as it was, it would be still a priceless store to these starving people. The project of going back there after it began to be discussed. It was 125 miles' journey, but food in abundance lay at the journey's end. Finally, it was decided that the attempt should be made. Their first plan was to hide their families in the woods at some distance from the settlements, lest there might be some danger from hostile whites. On their way, however, they were met by some of their brethren from Scumburn, who advised them to go back openly into the deserted towns, assuring them that the Americans were friendly to them now. They accordingly did so, and remained for several weeks at Salem and Gnadenhütten, working day and night, gathering and husking the weather-beaten corn, and burying it in holes in the ground in the woods for future supply. On the very day that they were to have set off with their packs of corn to return to their starving friends and relatives at Sandusky, a party of between 100 and 200 whites made their appearance at Gnadenhütten. Seeing the Indians scattered all through the cornfields, they rode up to them, expressing pleasure at seeing them, and saying that they would take them into Pennsylvania, to a place where they would be out of all reach of persecution from the hostile savages or the English. They represented themselves as friends and brothers who had purposely come out to relieve them from the distress brought on them on account of their being friends to the American people. The Christian Indians, not in the least doubting their sincerity, walked up to them and thanked them for being so kind, while the whites again gave assurances that they would meet with good treatment from them. Then they advised them to discontinue their work and cross over to the town in order to make necessary arrangements for the journey, as they intended to take them out of the reach of their enemies and where they would be supplied abundantly with all they stood in need of. They proposed to take them to Pittsburgh, where they would be out of the way of an assault made by the English or the savages. This the Indians heard one of the missionaries' writes, with resignation, concluding that God would perhaps choose this method to put an end to their sufferings. Prepossessed with this idea, they cheerfully delivered their guns, hatchets, and other weapons to the murderers, who promised to take good care of them, and in Pittsburgh to return every article to its rightful owner. Our Indians even showed them all those things which they had secreted in the woods, assisted in packing them up, and emptied all their beehives for these pretended friends. In the meantime, one of the assistants, John Martin by name, went to Salem, 10 miles distant, and carried the good news that a party of whites had come from the settlements to carry them to a place of safety and give them protection. The Salem Indians, says the same narrative, did not hesitate to accept of this proposal, believing unanimously that God had sent the Americans to release them from their disagreeable situation at Sandusky, and imagining that when arrived at Pittsburgh, they might soon find a safe place to build a settlement and easily procure advice and assistance from Bethlehem. Some of the whites expressed a desire to see the village of Salem, were conducted thither, and received with much friendship by the Indians. On the way, they entered into a spiritual conversation with their unsuspected companions, feigning great piety and discoursing on many religious and scriptural subjects. They offered also to assist the Salem Indians in moving their effects. In the meantime, the defenseless Indians at Gnadenhütten were suddenly attacked, driven together, bound with ropes, and confined. As soon as the Salem Indians arrived, they met with the same fate. The murderers then held a council to decide what should be done with them. By a majority of votes, it was decided to kill them all the next day. To the credit of humanity be it recorded that there were in this band a few who remonstrated, declared that these Indians were innocent and harmless, and should be set at liberty, or at least given up to the government as prisoners. Their remonstrances were unavailing, and finding that they could not prevail on these monsters to spare the Indians' lives, they wrung their hands, calling God to witness that they were innocent of the blood of these Christian Indians. Then they withdrew to some distance from the scene of slaughter. The majority were unmoved, and only disagreed as to the method of putting their victims to death. Some were for burning them alive, others for tomahawking and scalping them. The latter method was determined on, and a message was sent to the Indians that, as they were Christian Indians, they might prepare themselves in a Christian manner, for they must all die tomorrow. The rest of the narrative is best told in the words of the Moravian missionaries. It may be easily conceived how great their terror was at hearing a sentence so unexpected. However, they soon recollected themselves and patiently suffered the murderers to lead them into 2 houses, in one of which the brethren were confined, and in the other the sisters and children. Finding that all entreaties to save their lives were to no purpose, and that some, more bloodthirsty than others, were anxious to begin upon them, they united in begging a short delay, that they might prepare themselves for death, which request was granted them. Then, asking pardon for whatever offense they had given or grief they had occasioned to each other, they knelt down, offering fervent prayers to God their Saviour and kissing one another. Under a flood of tears, fully resigned to His will, they sung praises unto Him, in the joyful hope that they would soon be relieved from all pains and join their Redeemer in everlasting bliss. The murderers, impatient to make a beginning, came again to them while they were singing, and inquiring whether they were now ready for dying, they were answered in the affirmative, adding that they had commended their immortal souls to God, who had given them the assurance in their hearts that He would receive their souls. One of the party, now taking up a cooper's mallet which lay in the house, saying, "How exactly this will answer for the purpose," began with Abraham, and continued knocking down one after another until he counted 14 that he had killed with his own hands. He now handed the instrument to one of his fellow murderers, saying, "My arm fails me. Go on in the same way. I think I have done pretty well." In another house, where mostly women and children were confined, Judith, a remarkably pious aged widow, was the first victim. After they had finished the horrid deed, they retreated to a small distance from the slaughterhouses, but after a while, returning again to view the dead bodies and finding one of them, Abel, although scalped and mangled, attempting to raise himself from the floor, they so renewed their blows upon him that he never rose again. Thus 96 persons magnified the name of the Lord by patiently meeting a cruel death. 62 were grown persons and 34 children. Many of them were born of Christian parents in the society and were among those who in the year 1763 were taken under the protection of the Pennsylvania government at the time of the riots of the Paxton Boys. 2 boys, about 14 years of age, almost miraculously escaped from this massacre. One of them was scalped and thrown down for dead. Recovering himself, he looked around, but with great presence of mind lay down again quickly, feigning death. In a few moments he saw the murderers return, and again buried their hatchets in the head of Abel, who was attempting to rise, though scalped and terribly mangled. As soon as it was dark, Thomas crept over the dead bodies and escaped to the woods, where he hid himself till night. The other lad, who was confined in the house with the women, contrived unnoticed to slip through a trapdoor into the cellar, where he lay concealed through the day, the blood all the while running down through the floor in streams. At dark, he escaped through a small window and crept to the woods, where he encountered Thomas, and the two made their way together, after incredible hardships, to Sandusky. To describe the grief and terror of the Indian congregation on hearing that so large a number of its members was so cruelly massacred is impossible. Parents wept and mourned for the loss of their children, husbands for their wives, and wives for their husbands, children for their parents, sisters for brothers, and brothers for sisters. But they murmured not, nor did they call for vengeance on the murderers, but prayed for them. And their greatest consolation was a full assurance that all their beloved relatives were now at home in the presence of the Lord and in full possession of everlasting happiness. An account of this massacre was given in the Pennsylvania Gazette of April 17, 1782. It runs as follows. The people being greatly alarmed, and having received intelligence that the Indian towns on the Muskingum had not moved as reported, a number of men, properly provided, collected and rendezvoused on the Ohio opposite the Mingo Bottom with a desire to surprise the above towns. 100 men swam the river and proceeded to the towns on the Muskingum, where the Indians had collected a large quantity of provisions to supply their war parties. They arrived at the town on the night undiscovered, attacked the Indians in their cabins, and so completely surprised them that they killed and scalped upward of 90, but a few making their escape, about 40 of whom were warriors, the rest all women and children. About 80 horses fell into their hands, which they loaded with the plunder, the greatest part furs and skins, and returned to the Ohio without the loss of a man. End of section 30. Section 31 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 9. Massacres of Indians by Whites. 3. Massacres of Apaches. In less than 100 years from this Gnadenhütten massacre, an officer of the United States Army stationed at Camp Grant in Arizona Territory writes to his commanding officer the following letter. Camp Grant, Arizona Territory, May 17, 1871. Dear Colonel, thanks for your kind letter of last week. If I could see you and have a long talk and answer all your questions, I could come nearer giving you a clear idea of the history of the Indians at this post than by any written account. Having had them constantly under my observation for nearly 3 months, and the care of them constantly on my mind, certain things have become so much a matter of certainty to me that I am liable to forget the amount of evidence necessary to convince even the most unprejudiced mind that has not been brought in contact with them. I will, however, try and give you a connected account and if it proves not sufficiently full in detail, you may be sure all its positive statements will be sustained by the testimony of all competent judges who have been at this post and cognizant of the facts. Sometimes in February, a party of 5 old women came in under a flag of truce with a letter from Colonel Green, saying they were in search of a boy, the son of one of the number taken prisoner near Salt River some months before. This boy had been well cared for and had become attached to his new mode of life and did not wish to return. The party were kindly treated, rationed while here, and after 2 days went away, asking permission to return. They came in about 8 days, I think, with a still larger number, with some articles for sale, to purchase manta, as they were nearly naked. Before going away, they said a young chief would like to come in with a party and have a talk. This I encouraged, and in a few days he came with about 25 of his band. He stated in brief that he was chief of a band of about 150 of what were originally the Arabapa Apaches, that he wanted peace, that he and his people had no home and could make none, as they were all at times apprehensive of the approach of the cavalry. I told him he should go to the White Mountains. He said, "That is not our country, neither are they our people. We are at peace with them, but never have mixed with them. Our fathers and their fathers before them have lived in these mountains, and have raised corn in this valley. We are taught to make mezcal our principal article of food, and in summer and winter here we have a never failing supply. At the White Mountains there is none, and without it now we get sick. Some of our people have been in at Goodwin, and for a short time at the White Mountains, but they are not contented, and they all say, 'Let us go to the Arabapa and make a final peace and never break it.' I told him I had no authority to make any treaty with him or to promise him that he would be allowed a permanent home here, but that he could bring in his hand, and I would feed him and report his wishes to the department commander. In the meantime, runners had been in front 2 other small bands, asking the same privileges and giving the same reasons. I made the same reply to all, and about the 11th of March I had over 300 here. I wrote a detailed account of the whole matter and sent it by express to department headquarters, asking for instructions, having only the general policy of the government in such cases for my guidance. After waiting more than 6 weeks, my letter was returned to me without comment, except calling my attention to the fact that it was not briefed properly. At first I put them in camp, about a mile from the post, and counted them, and issued the rations every second day. The number steadily increased until it reached the number of 510. Knowing as I did that the responsibility of the whole movement rested with me, and that in case of any loss to the government coming of it, I should be the sufferer, I kept them continually under my observation till I came not only to know the faces of the men, but of the women and children. They were nearly naked and needed everything in the way of clothing. I stopped the Indians from bringing hay, that I might buy of these. I arranged a system of tickets with which to pay them and encourage them, and to be sure that they were properly treated, I personally attended to the weighing. I also made inquiries as to the kind of goods sold them and prices. This proved a perfect success, not only the women and children engaged in the work, but the men. The amount furnished by them in about 2 months was nearly 300,000 pounds. During this time, many small parties have been out with passes for a certain number of days to burn mezcal. These parties were always mostly women, and I made myself sure by noting the size of the party and from the amount of mezcal brought in that no treachery was intended. From the first I was determined to know not only all they did, but their hopes and intentions. For this purpose I spent hours each day with them in explaining to them the relations they should sustain to the government and their prospects for the future in case of either obedience or disobedience. I got from them in return much of their habits of thought and rules of action. I made a point to tell them all they wished to know, and in the plainest and most positive manner. They were readily obedient and remarkably quick of comprehension. They were happy and contented, and took every opportunity to show it. They had sent out runners to 2 other bands which were connected with them by intermarriages, and had received promises from them that they would come in and join them. I am confident, from all I have been able to learn, that but for this unlooked-for butchery, by this time we would have had 1,000 persons and at least 250 able-bodied men. As their number increased and the weather grew warmer, they asked and obtained permission to move farther up the Arabapa to higher ground and plenty of water, and opposite to the ground they were proposing to plant. They were rationed every third day. Captain Stanwood arrived about the 1st of April and took command of the post. He had received, while en route, verbal instructions from General Stoneman to recognize and feed any Indians he might find at the post as prisoners of war. After he had carefully inspected all things pertaining to their conduct and treatment, he concluded to make no changes, but had become so well satisfied of the integrity of their intentions that he left on the 24th with his whole troop for a long scout in the lower part of the territory. The ranchmen in this vicinity were friendly and kind to them and felt perfectly secure, and had agreed with me to employ them at a fair rate of pay to harvest their barley. The Indians seemed to have lost their characteristic anxiety to purchase ammunition, and had, in many instances, sold their best bows and arrows. I made the frequent visits to their camp, and if any were absent from count, made it my business to know why. Such was the condition of things up to the morning of the 30th of April. They had so won on me that, from my first idea of treating them justly and honestly, as an officer of the army, I had come to feel a strong personal interest in helping to show them the way to a higher civilization. I had come to feel respect for men who, ignorant and naked, were still ashamed to lie or steal, and for women who would work cheerfully like slaves to clothe themselves and children, but untaught, held their virtue above price. Aware of the lies industrially circulated by the puerile press of the country, I was content to know I had positive proof they were so. I had ceased to have any fears of their living here, and only dreaded for them that they might be at the time ordered to do so. They frequently expressed anxiety to hear from the general that they might have confidence to build for themselves better houses, but would always say, "You know what we want, and if you can't see him, you can write, and do for us what you can." It is possible that, during this time, individuals from here had visited other bands, but that any number had ever been out to assist in any marauding expedition, I know is false. On the morning of April 30th, I was at breakfast at 7:30 o'clock when a dispatch was brought to me by a sergeant of Company P, 21st Infantry, from Captain Penn, commanding Camp Lowell, informing me that a large party had left Tucson on the 28th with the avowed purpose of killing all the Indians at this post. I immediately sent the 2 interpreters, mounted, to the Indian camp, with orders to tell the chief the exact state of things, and for them to bring their entire party inside the post. As I had no cavalry, and but about 50 infantry, all recruits, and no other officer, I could not leave the post to go to their defense. My messengers returned in about an hour with intelligence that they could find no living Indians. Their camp was burning, and the ground strewed with their dead and mutilated women and children. I immediately mounted a party of about 20 soldiers and citizens, and sent them with the post sergeant with a wagon to bring in the wounded, if any could be found. The party returned late in the afternoon, having found no wounded, and without having been able to communicate with any of the survivors. Early the next morning, I took a similar party with spades and shovels, and went out and buried the dead immediately in and about the camp. I had, the day before, offered the interpreters, or anyone who would do so, $100 to go to the mountains and communicate with them, and convince them that no officer or soldier of the United States government had been concerned in the vile transaction, and, failing in this, I thought the act of caring for their dead would be an evidence to them of our sympathy, at least, and the conjecture proved correct. For while we were at the work, many of them came to the spot and indulged in expressions of grief too wild and terrible to be described. That evening they began to come in from all directions, singly and in small parties, so changed as hardly to be recognizable in their 48 hours during which they had neither eaten nor slept. Many of the men, whose families had all been killed, when I spoke to them and expressed sympathy for them, were obliged to turn away, unable to speak, and too proud to show their grief. The women whose children had been killed or stolen were convulsed with grief, and looked to me appealingly as if I were their last hope on earth. Children who 2 days before had been full of frolic kept at a distance, expressing wondering horror. I did what I could. I fed them, talked to them, and listened patiently to their accounts. I sent horses to the mountains to bring in 2 badly wounded women, one shot through the left leg, one with an arm shattered. These were attended to and are doing well and will recover. Their camp was surrounded and attacked at daybreak. So sudden and unexpected was it that I found a number of women shot while asleep besides their bundles of hay, which they had collected to bring in on that morning. The wounded who were unable to get away had their brains beaten out with clubs or stones, while some were shot full of arrows after having been mortally wounded by gunshots. Their bodies were all stripped. Of the number buried, one was an old man, and one was a well-grown boy, all the rest women and children. Of the whole number killed and missing, about 125, only 8 were men. It has been said that the men were not there. They were all there. On the 28th, we counted 128 men, a small number being absent for mezcal, all of whom have since been in. I have spent a good deal of time with them since the affair, and have been astonished at their continued unshaken faith in me and their perfectly clear understanding of their misfortune. They say, "We know there are a great many white men and Mexicans who do not wish us to live at peace. We know that the Winnebagoes would never have come out against us at this time unless they had been persuaded to do so. What they do not understand is, while they are at peace and are conscious of no wrong intent, that they should be murdered." One of the chiefs said, "I no longer want to live. My women and children have been killed before my face, and I have been unable to defend them. Most Indians in my place would take a knife and cut their throats. But I will live to show these people that all they have done, and all they can do, shall not make me break my faith with you so long as you will stand by us and defend us, in a language we know nothing of, to a great governor we never have and never shall see." About their captives they say, "Get them back for us. Our little boys will grow up slaves, and our girls, as soon as they are large enough, will be deceased prostitutes, to get money for whoever owns them. Our women work hard, and are good women, and they and our children have no diseases. Our dead you cannot bring to life, but those that are living we gave to you, and we look to you, who can write and talk and have soldiers, to get them back. I assure you it is no easy task to convince them of my zeal when they see so little being done. I have pledged my word to them that I never would rest, day or night, until they should have justice, and just now I would as soon leave the army as to be ordered away from them, or be obliged to order them away from here. But you well know the difficulties in the way. You know that parties who would engage in murder like this could and would make statements and multiply affidavits without end in their justification. I know you will use your influence on the right side. I believe with them this might be either a means of making good citizens of them and their children, or of driving them out to a hopeless war of extermination. They ask to be allowed to live here in their old homes, where nature supplies nearly all their wants. They ask for a fair and impartial trial of their faith, and they ask that all their captive children may be returned to them. Is their demand unreasonable? This letter was written to Colonel T.G.C. Lee, U.S.A., by Lieutenant Royal E. Whitman, 3rd U.S. Cavalry. It is published in the Report of the Board of Indian Commissioners for 1871. There is appended to it the following affidavit of the post surgeon at Camp Grant. On this 16th day of September 1871, personally appeared Conant B. Brierly, who, being duty sworn according to law, deposeth and saith, I am acting Assistant Surgeon, USA, at Camp Grant, Arizona, where I arrived April 25th, 1871, and reported to the commanding officer for duty as medical officer. Some 400 Apache Indians were at that time held as prisoners of war by the military stationed at Camp Grant, and during the period intervening between April 25th and 30th, I saw the Indians every day. They seemed very well contented and were busily employed in bringing hay, which they sold for manta and such little articles as they desired outside the government ration. April 29, Chiquita and some of the other chiefs were at the post and asked for seeds and for some hoes, stating that they had ground cleared and ready for planting. They were told that the garden seeds had been sent for and would be up from Tucson in a few days. They then left and saw nothing more of them until after the killing. Sunday morning, I heard a rumor that the Indians had been attacked, and learned from Lieutenant Whitman that he had sent 2 interpreters to the Indian camp to warn the Indians and bring them down where they could be protected if possible. The interpreters returned and stated that the attack had already been made and the Indians dispersed, and that the attacking party were returning. Lieutenant Whitman then ordered me to go to the Indian camp to render medical assistance and bring down any wounded I might find. I took 12 men and a wagon and proceeded without delay to the scene of the murder. On my arrival, I found that I should have but little use for the wagon or medicine. The work had been too thoroughly done. The camp had been fired, and the dead bodies of 21 women and children were lying scattered over the ground. Those who had been wounded in the first instance had their brains beaten out with stones. 2 of these squaws had been first ravished and then shot dead. 1 infant of some 2 months was shot twice, and 1 leg nearly hacked off. I know from my own personal observations that during the time the Indians were in after my arrival, they were rationed every 3 days, and Indians absent had to be accounted for. Their faces soon became familiar to me, and I could at once tell when any strange Indian came in. And I furthermore state that I have been among nearly all the tribes on the Pacific coast, and that I have never seen any Indians who showed the intelligence, honesty, and desire to learn manifested by these Indians. I came among them greatly prejudiced against them, but after being with them I was compelled to admit that they were honest in their intentions and really desired a peace. C.B. Brierley, Acting Assistant Surgeon, USA. This is not the only instance of cruel outrage committed by white men on the Apaches. In the report of the Board of Indian Commissioners for 1871 is the following letter from one of the Arizona prisoners, Mr. J. H. Lyman, of Northampton, Massachusetts. Mr. Lyman spent the years of 1840-41 among the Apaches, and thus briefly relates an occurrence which took place at a time when they were friendly and cordial to all Americans going among them. The Indians were then, as now, hostile to the Mexicans of Sonora, and they were constantly making raids into the state and driving off the cattle. The Mexicans feared them, and were unable to meet them man to man. At that time, American trappers found the beaver very abundant about the headwaters of the Gila River, among those rich mountain valleys where the Apaches had, and still have, their secure retreats. At the time I speak of this were 2 companies of trappers in that region. One of the companies, about 17 men, was under a captain named Johnson. The other company consisted of 30 men, I think. I was trapping on another head of the Gila, several miles north. The valleys were full of Apaches, but all peaceful toward the white men, both Indians and whites visiting each other's camps constantly and fearlessly, with no thought of treachery or evil. Besides the Mexicans, the only enemies of the Apaches were the Paiutes and Navajos in the northwest, but here in their fastnesses they felt safe from all foes. One day Johnson concluded to go down into Sonora on a spree, as was occasionally the way with mountain men. He there saw the governor of Sonora, who, knowing that he had the confidence of the Indians, offered him an ounce of gold for every Apache scalp he would bring him. The bargain was struck. Johnson procured a small mountain howitzer, and then, with supplies for his party, returned to his camp. Previous to entering it, he loaded his howitzer with a quantity of bullets. On approaching the valley, he was met by the Indians, who joyfully welcomed him back and proceeded at once to prepare the usual feast. While they were boiling and roasting their venison and bear meat, and were gathered in a small group around the fire, laughing and chatting in anticipation of the pleasure they expected in entertaining their guests, Johnson told those of his party who had remained behind of the offer of the governor, and with such details of temptation as easily overcame any scruples such men might have. As they were all armed with rifles, which were always in hand day and night, together with pistols in belt, they needed no preparation. The howitzer, which the Indians might have supposed to be a small keg of whiskey, was placed on the ground and pointed at the group of warriors, squaws, and little children round the fire, watching the roasting meal. While they were thus engaged, with hearts full of kindly feelings toward their white friends, Johnson gave the signal. The howitzer was discharged, sending its load of bullets scattering and tearing through the mass of miserable human beings, and nearly all who were not stricken down were shot by the rifles. A very few succeeded in escaping into the ravine and fled over the dividing ridge into the northern valleys, where they met others of their tribe, to whom they told the horrible story. The Apaches at once showed that they could imitate their more civilized brothers. Immediately, a band of them went in search of the other company of trappers, who, of course, were utterly unconscious of Johnson's infernal work. They were attacked, unprepared, and nearly all killed, and then the story that the Apaches were treacherous and cruel went forth into all the land, but nothing of the wrongs they had received. Is it to be wondered at that the Apaches became one of the most hostile and dangerous tribes on the Pacific coast? These are but 4 massacres out of scores whose history, if written, would prove as clearly as do these that in the long contest between white men and Indians, the Indian has not always been the aggressor, and that treachery and cruelty are by no means exclusively Indian traits. End of section 31. Section 32 of A Century of Dishonor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. A Century of Dishonor by Helen Hunt Jackson. Chapter 10. Conclusion. There are within the limits of the United States between 250 and 300,000 Indians, exclusive of those in Alaska. The names of the different tribes and bands as entered in the statistical tables of the Indian Office reports number nearly 300. One of the most careful estimates which have been made of their numbers and localities gives them as follows. In Minnesota and the states east of the Mississippi, about 32,500. In Nebraska, Kansas, and the Indian Territory, 70,650. In the territories of Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho, 65,000. In Nevada and the territories of Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona, 84,000. And on the Pacific Slope, 48,000. Of these, 130,000 are self-supporting on their own reservations, receiving nothing from the government except interest on their own monies or annuities granted them in consideration of the cession of their lands to the United States. Note: an annual report of Indian Commissioner for 1872. End of note. This fact alone would seem sufficient to dispose forever of the accusation so persistently brought against the Indian that he will not work. Of the remainder, 84,000 are partially supported by the government, the interest money due them and their annuities, as provided by treaty, being inadequate to their subsistence on the reservations where they are confined. In many cases, however, these Indians furnish a large part of their support. The White River Utes, for instance, who are reported by the Indian Bureau as getting 66% of their living by root digging, hunting, and fishing. The Swaxin Band in Washington Territory as earning 75%, and the Chippewas of Lake Superior as earning 50% in the same way. These facts also would seem to dispose of the accusation that the Indian will not work. There are about 55,000 who never visit an agency, over whom the government does not pretend to have either control or care. These 55,000 subsist by hunting, fishing, on roots, nuts, berries, etc., and by begging and stealing. And this also seems to dispose of the accusation that the Indian will not work for a living. There remains a small portion, about 31,000, that are entirely subsisted by the government. There is not among these 300 bands of Indians one which has not suffered cruelly at the hands either of the government or of white settlers. The poorer, the more insignificant, the more helpless the band, the more certain the cruelty and outrage to which they have been subjected. This is especially true of the bands on the Pacific Slope. These Indians found themselves of a sudden surrounded by and caught up in the great influx of gold-seeking settlers, as helpless creatures on a shore are caught up in the tidal wave. There was no time for the government to make treaties, not even time for communities to make laws. The tale of the wrongs, the oppressions, the murders of the Pacific Slope Indians in the last 30 years would be a volume by itself, and it is too monstrous to be believed. It makes little difference, however, where one opens the record of the history of the Indians. Every page and every year has its dark stain. The story of one tribe is the story of all, varied only by differences of time and place, but neither time nor place makes any difference in the main facts. Colorado is as greedy and unjust in 1880 as was Georgia in 1830, and Ohio in 1795, and the United States government breaks promises now as deftly as then, and with an added ingenuity for long practice. One of its strongest supports in so doing is the widespread sentiment among the people of dislike to the Indian, of impatience with his presence as a barrier to civilization, and distrust of it as a possible danger. The old tales of the frontier life, with its horrors of Indian warfare, have gradually, by 2 or 3 generations telling, produced in the average mind something like an hereditary instinct of unquestioning and unreasoning aversion which is almost impossible to dislodge or soften. There are hundreds of pages of unimpeachable testimony on the side of the Indian, but it goes for nothing, is set down as sentimentalism or partisanship, tossed aside and forgotten. President after president has appointed commission after commission to inquire into and report upon Indian affairs and to make suggestions as to the best methods of managing them. The reports are filled with eloquent statements of wrongs done to the Indians or perfidies on the part of the government. They counsel, as earnestly as words can, a trial of the simple and unperplexing expedients of telling truth, keeping promises, making fair bargains, dealing justly in all ways and all things. These reports are bound up with the government's annual reports, and that is the end of them. It would probably be no exaggeration to say that not one American citizen out of 10,000 ever sees them or knows that they exist, and yet any one of them, circulated throughout the country, read by the right-thinking, right-feeling men and women of this land, would be of itself a campaign document that would initiate a revolution which would not subside until the Indians' wrongs were, so far as is now left possible, righted. In 1869, President Grant appointed a commission of 9 men representing the influence and philanthropy of 6 leading states to visit the different Indian reservations and to examine all matters appertaining to Indian affairs. In the report of this commission are such paragraphs as the following: To assert that the Indian will not work is as true as it would be to say that the white man will not work. Why should the Indian be expected to plant corn, fence lands, build houses, or do anything but get food from day to day, when experience has taught him that the product of his labor will be seized by the white man tomorrow? The most industrious white man would become a drone under similar circumstances. Nevertheless, many of the Indians, the commissioners might more forcibly have said 130,000 of the Indians, are already at work and furnish ample refutation of the assertion that the Indian will not work. There is no escape from the inexorable logic of facts. The history of the government connections with the Indians is a shameful record of broken treaties and unfulfilled promises. The history of the border white man's connection with the Indians is a sickening record of murder, outrage, robbery, and wrongs committed by the former as the rule, and occasional savage outbreaks and unspeakable barbarous deeds of retaliation by the latter as the exception. Taught by the government that they had rights entitled to respect, when those rights have been assailed by the rapacity of the white man, the arm which should have been raised to protect them has ever been ready to sustain the aggressor. The testimony of some of the highest military officers of the United States is on record to the effect that, in our Indian wars, almost without exception, the first aggressions have been made by the white man, and the assertion is supported by every civilian of reputation who has studied the subject. In addition to the class of robbers and outlaws who find impunity in their nefarious pursuits on the frontiers, there is a large class of professedly reputable men who use every means in their power to bring on Indian wars for the sake of the profit to be realized from the presence of troops and the expenditure of government funds in their midst. They proclaim death to the Indians at all times in words and publications, making no distinction between the innocent and the guilty. They irate the lowest class of men to the perpetration of the darkest deeds against their victims, and as judges and jurymen shield them from the justice due to their crimes. Every crime committed by a white man against an Indian is concealed or palliated. Every offense committed by an Indian against the one man is borne on the wings of the post or the telegraph to the remotest corner of the land, clothed with all the horrors which the reality or imagination can throw around it. Against such influences as these the people of the United States need to be warned. To assume that it would be easy, or by any one sudden stroke of legislative policy possible, to undo the mischief and hurt of the long past, set the Indian policy of the country right for the future, and make the Indians at once safe and happy, is the blunder of a hasty and uninformed judgment. The notion which seems to be growing more prevalent that simply to make all Indians at once citizens of the United States would be a sovereign and instantaneous panacea for all their ills, and the government's perplexities is a very inconsiderate one. To administer complete citizenship of a sudden, all round, to all Indians, barbarous and civilized alike, would be as grotesque a blunder as to dose them all around with any one medicine, irrespective of the symptoms and needs of their diseases. It would kill more than it would cure. Nevertheless, it is true, as was well stated by one of the superintendents of Indian Affairs in 1857, that so long as they are not citizens of the United States, their rights of property must remain insecure against invasion. The doors of the federal tribunals being barred against them while wars and dependence, they can only partially exercise the rights of free government, or give to those who make, execute, and construe the few laws they are allowed to enact dignity sufficient to make them respectable. While they continue individually to gather the crumbs that fall from the table of the United States, idleness, improvidence, and indebtedness will be the rule, and industry, thrift, and freedom from that the exception. The utter absence of individual title to particular lands deprives every one among them of the chief incentive to labor and exertion, the very mainspring on which the prosperity of a people depends. All judicious plans and measures for their safety and salvation must embody provisions for their becoming citizens as fast as they are fit, and must protect them till then in every right and particular in which our laws protect other persons who are not citizens. There is a disposition in a certain class of minds to be impatient with any protestation against wrong which is unaccompanied or unprepared with a quick and exact scheme of remedy. This is illogical. When pioneers in a new country find a tract of poisonous and swampy wilderness to be reclaimed, they do not withhold their hands from fire and axe till they see clearly which way roads should run, where good water will spring, and what crops will best grow on the redeemed land. They first clear the swamp. So with this poisonous and baffling part of the domain of our national affairs, let us first clear the swamp. However great perplexity and difficulty there may be in the details of any and every plan possible for doing at this late day anything like justice to the Indian, however hard it may be for good statesmen and good men to agree upon the things that ought to be done, there certainly is, or ought to be, no perplexity whatever, no difficulty whatever, in agreeing upon certain things that ought not to be done, and which must cease to be done before the first steps can be taken toward righting the wrongs, curing the ills, and wiping out the disgrace to us of the present condition of our Indians. Cheating, robbing, breaking promises, these three are clearly things which must cease to be done. One more thing also, and that is the refusal of the protection of the law to the Indians' rights of property, of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When these four things have ceased to be done, time, statesmanship, philanthropy, and Christianity can slowly and surely do the rest. Till these four things have ceased to be done, statesmanship and philanthropy alike must work in vain, and even Christianity can reap but a small harvest. End of section 32. End of A Century of Dishonor by Helen Jackson.